turned her conviction after it was discovered that Lakeisha Ward Green was not at fault, the car was. Similar case, a judge cleared Candace Anderson in the death of her boyfriend. In 2007, Anderson pled guilty to criminally negligent homicide. It turned out that the GM ignition switch was involved in the deadly crash. In 2014, her conviction was overturned. And a third one, in 2007, Kwa Fung Lee was convicted of vehicular homicide and sentenced to 8 years in prison for a 2006 crash that killed 3 people. He was released from prison in 2010 after his lawyers argued that his 1996 Toyota Camry suddenly accelerated and Lee couldn't stop it. Number 16, corporate crime is under-prosecuted. One big reason, corporate crime prosecutors are underfunded. Big companies that are criminally prosecuted represent only the tip of a very large iceberg of corporate wrongdoing. For every company convicted of bribery or of giving money directly to a public official in violation of federal law, there are thousands who give money legally through political action committees to candidates in political parties. For every company convicted of polluting the nation's waterways, there are many others who are not prosecuted because their corporate defense lawyers are able to offer up a low-level employee to go to jail in exchange for a promise from prosecutors not to touch the company or higher-level executives. And for every company convicted of reckless homicide in the death of a worker, very rare, there are hundreds of others that don't even get investigated for reckless homicide when a worker is killed on the job. And this is from the Corporate Crime Defense Bar. White-collar criminal defense lawyers tell me this, that if you increase, a lot of these cases are left on the table for lack of resources. If you increase the amount of the police, the prosecutorial budgets, you will see a rapid increase in criminal prosecution of corporations. Number 15, as an aside, this has grown in the last few years, is the number of consumer or other public interest groups who make nice with big corporations. There are probably more fake public interest groups now than actual ones in America today, with names like, and you probably can recognize some of these, the American Council on Science and Health, the Center for Consumer Freedom, the Global Climate Coalition, Consumer Alert, and the list goes on and on. And there's also public interest groups that started out as good public interest groups where they're taking a lot of corporate money. So you have to be wary of groups calling themselves consumer groups. Which consumer groups? There was one called the Child Labor Coalition, I think. It started out as child labor, and now is morphed into a consumer group that's taking a lot of corporate money. Number 14. It used to be when a corporation committed a crime, they pled guilty to a crime. That was when I started this publication 30 years ago. By the way, it's a print publication also. We still believe in print. We have a lot of subscribers, so if you want to subscribe, go to corporatecrimereporter.com, send me an email. So we had so many corporations pleading guilty in the 90s that I did this report, the 100 top corporate criminals of the 90s, just listed them with the amount of the fine and ranked them. These are the top 100. Now it doesn't, you rarely see a corporation pleading guilty. Why? Because they came up with these devices to get them out. They don't want to shame the corporation. So to get them out of pleading guilty, they're called non-prosecution agreements, which is what Massey got, deferred prosecution agreements, or pleading guilty to like a defunct sub-entity of the corporation. Number 12, corporations love deferred prosecution agreements. So in the 90s, if there was evidence of a crime, they would bring a criminal charge against the corporation and sometimes against the individual, executives, and the company would end up pleading guilty. Then the Justice Department said, hey, there's these things called deferred prosecution agreements. You can charge the company and then say, if you're a good boy for 2 years and don't engage in wrongdoing, we will drop the charges and enter into this deferred deferred prosecution agreement. The prosecution is deferred for 2 years. They pay a fine, they get off the hook. Wells Fargo doesn't want to be known as a corporate criminal, despite what it did. And it's an open question. There's an open criminal investigation of the company, and it's an open question whether they or their executives will be criminally prosecuted. New York Times article recently, last week, saying this is going to be the test case. Will the Justice Department actually bring criminal charges against high-ranking executives? Because it's so egregious. It's got so much. They went in and they opened up accounts without the knowledge of their customers, and often forged signatures. So it's something people could get their head around. But it used to be when they did these congressional hearings, like we saw last week, they followed it up with real reforms. And Ralph and Joan and the early public interest fighters were part of that. Now it's like grandstanding. You whip the corporation, you get the publicity, and you go home. And number 11 is corporations love non-prosecution agreements even more. Because non-prosecution agreement, you don't get charged with a crime. They just, like in Massey, they just say, we're not going to prosecute you, just pay the fine. And number 10, so if it's a deferred prosecution agreement, a non-prosecution agreement, or number 10, in healthcare fraud cases, if a company admits that it criminally ripped off Medicare, you can't deal with Medicare anymore. So that's like a death sentence. So this is what they do. This is really cute. They find a unit of the company that doesn't have any assets, and they have that company plead guilty. So that company can't do business with Medicare, but that company wasn't doing business with Medicare. Corporate criminals, number 9, corporate criminals don't like to be put on probation. You and I, we commit a crime, we put on probation after we get out. Oh, they hate it because it actually works. The judge puts an officer of the United States government in the corporation to make sure they're not doing anything wrong. That happened with Con Ed about 20 years ago. I think that was the last one for a big company. And they don't like to be charged with homicide. There used to be a DA in Los Angeles. That was number 8. There used to be a DA in Los Angeles who would investigate every worker death as a homicide and bring some cases. They hate that. They don't want the label of being, it's all about public perception. There are very few number 7, there are very few career prosecutors of corporate crime. The reason is the revolving door. They love spinning between the government and defense law firms and back. There's pluses and minuses to that, but the minus is the undermining of the justice system. Number 6, corporate criminals often turn themselves over to the authorities. Most big corporate crime cases are driven by these big law firms who come up with the facts, know that there's criminal activity, go to the Justice Department, present the facts, and cut a deal, a deferred non-prosecution agreement. Number 5, the market doesn't take most corporate crime prosecution seriously. And when they cut these deals, the stock of the companies goes up because there's no real ramification to it. Number 4, the Justice Department puts out every year a Crime in the United States report. Doesn't include corporate crime. And Ralph and others have been calling every year for a corporate crime in the United States report. Number 3, and I've got one more minute, so this will be really fast. Number 3, when corporate criminal sanctions are the most potent weapon in a prosecutor's arsenal, look for the whistleblowers. There are these great laws now. So for those of you listening to this out there and you know about corporate criminal wrongdoing, you can get a share of the bounty, usually 30% under the False Claims Act. Great program being set up. The guy who set it up is going to be here. The SEC has a similar program. You go to the SEC, say, here's a crime. If you successfully prosecute it, we'll get a third of it. Number 2, we need 911 for corporate crime. Let's call it 611. If you know of a crime, call it. That goes along with the whistleblower. And the one thing you should know, finally, about corporate crime is that this city is in the pocket of the corporate criminals and the corporate criminal lobby. There's a coalition of players, including Public Citizen, the Center for Auto Safety, Taxpayers Against Fraud, and Better Markets that are pushing back sort of the anti-corporate crime lobby. You can join with them if you want to sign up. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Russell Mokhiber. You know, Ralph Nader often talks about the corporate crime wave besieging the country. Well, there's your evidence. Maybe we'll see it on C-SPAN or CNN or Fox sometime soon. Our next speaker is a senior advisor with Friends of the Earth's nuclear campaign, which works to reduce the risk of nuclear power to the public. He was appointed chairman of the Tennessee Valley Authority by President Jimmy Carter in 1977, where he stopped the construction of 8 large nuclear power plants and pioneered a massive energy conservation program. He's been general manager of several large public power agencies, including the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, the New York Power Authority, and the Sacramento Municipal Utility District. He's the author of several books, including Winning Our Energy Independence and Energy Insider Shows How. David Friedman.
Energy is the ultimate good news, bad news story in the world. When the lights go out, everything stops. I mean, it's the magic that keeps our cell phones charged. It's just an invisible everything about our life that we enjoy. But it's also the two most awesome threats to mankind that exists. If we don't control atomic energy and stop it from blowing us up, the burning of fossil fuels is creating such a greenhouse effect is to heat this earth up to make it uninhabitable. So what we enjoy the most is the greatest threat to mankind. So listen fairly carefully to what I have to say, because with all due respect, all the other issues that are going to be discussed today and tomorrow and the day after are really not going to make much difference if we don't stop the awesome threat of the atom bomb, of the atom, and if we don't get off of this poisonous diet that we're on, namely coal, natural gas, and oil. And if we keep on making these speeches about the threat of climate change, but don't fight for the kind of actions that will really reduce it and eliminate it, we're hypocrites, plain and simple. And let me be blunt about it. I hold the people that make the speeches about climate change so eloquently and offer nothing much that Mother Nature can notice. I hold them in higher disregard than the dumb folks that just don't believe in the climate science at all. If you understand the problem and then don't take or even advocate the actions to cure it, you got a lot more explaining to do than the dumb folks that just don't know what's going on. Now, most of the younger people in this country have forgotten about the nuclear threat, but that doesn't mean it went away. In the age of terror, we ought to be doubly afraid of radioactive Trojan horses in our midst, which is what the nuclear power plants are. And we have almost forgotten that the nuclear power plant is the path to the bomb. How in the name of heaven do you think North Korea ended up with nuclear bombs? It's that we promised them a nuclear power plant. There is no peaceful atom. And once a country enriches uranium, they enrich it a bit more and make bombs. So we've got to go back to recognizing that atomic energy is an awesome threat. The good news is, and I had the pleasure of discussing this with President Carter the other day. I'm 90, he's 91. And we said we never thought we'd have the joy of living long enough to see solar power cheaper than nuclear power. Well, that's what we have today. So we're out of our cotton-picking minds if we continue with nuclear power, with the awesome danger that it poses. And the lesson, how can we tell the Iranians not to make a bomb? And if we continue advocating nuclear power plants, we just don't have a decent mirror. And then there is not only the danger of the power plants itself melting down, but they generate waste that after 50 years we hadn't figured out what to do with it or where to put it, and it stays radioactive for centuries and centuries and centuries. And there's a moral issue about continuing to make waste that we don't know how to handle. There's only one answer. It's called birth control. We need to stop making it. And we need to bring the nuclear issue up to the forefront on par with climate change is something that we need to get under control. And the great news is that the modern day Edisons have learned how to harness the sun and harness the wind to where we can do that, and actually cheaper than nuclear power or the fossil fuel plants. It's kind of breaking my heart to see that on the technical side, we have invented the answer, and we don't have the intestinal fortitude or the common sense to override the power of the entrenched industry to require that it be used. And that gets me to my basic point about energy policy. If the threats are even half as awesome as I described them, and they are, we have to believe the scientists and we have to understand the nuclear problem. We face these threats to eliminate the one home we have, Mother Earth. Frankly, we don't have the money to send everybody to Mars, and I don't think that if we all went up there, there's resources on Mars to enable us to live. But we don't have any other option. Our only home is not yet burning up, but it's heating up, and it's about to catch on fire to the point where it's be uninhabitable if we don't get blown up first. All this is going on, and we are relying on the marketplace to solve us. Now, give me a break. We could pass all the carbon taxes in the world, which we've been trying for 40 years unsuccessfully to pass, and it would not electrify the railroads. It would not require Detroit to start making all greenhouse gas-free motor vehicles, and it wouldn't require the home builders to have a greenhouse gas-free home. You know, when a problem is really tough, like, say, getting rid of DDT, we just freaking outlawed it. If we had lead in toys, we didn't have a lead tax. We just outlawed it. Why, in the name of common sense, is not any of the so-called liberals or our president even advocating something as straightforward, as simple as a one-sentence law? Everything new must be greenhouse gas free. I mean, why are we going to all these indirect measures, kind of hoping that maybe it will happen when the threat is described as the most awesome thing that ever happened? If your family doctor called you up and told you that your kids were eating a poisonous diet and prescribed a different diet, and it really didn't even cost anymore, I think 99 out of 100 people would switch diets. Well, that's what we have on our hands. We've got 30 years left, according to the scientists, and they could be wrong one way or the other. 30 years to go down to zero in the use of fossil fuels. Now, you don't need to be an energy expert to figure out that if we reduce fossil fuels 3% a year every year, it would not be that awesome a task. We have the technology to substitute solar, wind, storage. And if we mandated it happen, it could happen. My suggestion is that we pass a law requiring a 3% a year reduction in fossil fuels, and to the extent that someone doesn't comply, then they are taxed a large amount of money per unit of carbon by the Internal Revenue Service, and it is a non-bypassable tax that the company has to absorb that they can't pass on. The problem with the so-called carbon tax is the people pay. They just pass it on, and it doesn't necessarily require the right behavior. My idea would be to require the right behavior, and then to the extent that a company doesn't obey, then they have to pay a tax out of the corporate profits. And that, now I know what you're thinking. All those ideas, Freeman, they sound real good, but they won't pass the Congress. Well, hell, I know that. I mean, nothing will pass the Congress right now. If that's the test of what we're for, we're doomed. I mean, there's one sure way of failing, and that's not trying. And Harry Truman didn't think that health care would pass when he first proposed it. I mean, if we don't give the young people an energy policy worth fighting for, what good are we? It might take a while to get it passed. It might be that we can get it passed in a number of states first, and then it will be shown to be enforceable without hurting anybody. In fact, prices will end up being lower. But unless we give the if I might put it this way, the Bernie Sanders folks a energy policy worth fighting for, then it's never going to happen. And we need to stop having a test of what the existing Congress or the existing president will pass, because this democracy can't function unless we have something worth fighting for, fight for it, and get people in Congress and in the White House in the years to come that will enact it. But I think there are enough green states in this country right now that if we got together on a program of saying, no, we're not going to rely on Adam Smith to cure the most awesome problems on earth. We're going to accept the fact that we must start now. You know, the politicians will tell you and announce, we have a great goal. In 2050, we're going to do such and such. In 2040, we're going to reduce pollution 40%. Ask them, what are they doing in 2016, in 2017, in 2018? Because the scientists are telling us that we have got to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases on a steady path downward between now and 30 years. And right now, it's still going up. And, you know, it's an applause line to say you're for 100% renewable, but then the question is, what are we doing to get there? And I say that when something is really important, what do we have a government for? It's to do the things that you can't do individually. If there was ever an issue that required governmental action, it is the climate issue and the nuclear issue. And it's really not that hard. I mean, I think we have the luxury of being able to make a transition. So we could pass laws that in effect said, by 2025, every car sold in America has to be greenhouse gas free. We could say in a few years, every new building has to be greenhouse gas free. And the technology is there to make it happen. We know how to make electric cars. We even can make hydrogen fuel cell cars. We know how to put heat pumps in buildings and use that renewable electricity to heat our homes. We sure, the Lord, know how to electrify the railroads. They're electrified in every country, in the civilized country in the world, but America. But the railroads don't have the capital. We need a green bank to finance all this. Money is cheap now. This is the time that we did it. We electrified rural America with 2% loans back in the 30s. A program of a green bank and 2% loans would electrify the railroads, would give people the loans to retrofit their homes to become all electric and all renewable. This could create not thousands of jobs, but millions of jobs. And it could be the greatest adventure that this country undertook in a long, long time. But incidentally, it might save our homes from getting burnt up. And that is what is underway now. So I know I'm probably speaking to the converted here. And we spend too much of our time talking to each other. My request to this audience and the people that see this talk is to find somebody that is not concerned and get a hold of them and make them concerned. And every time you see a member of Congress or anyone in public life, tell them our house is on fire, by gosh, and we need to put it out. And the nuclear threat, all it takes is some terrorist stealing a tiny bit of plutonium out of some place in the world and blowing up New York City. The Indian Point nuclear plant, 25 miles from New York City, is a far greater threat to that city than ISIS is. And yet nobody hardly even knows that it exists. We've got to start making this the very highest priority we have, because if we don't, all of our other priorities are really not going to matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David Freeman, for that humorous yet sobering yet humorous account of the dangers facing us in climate policy. Our next speaker is a former tax lawyer from Washington, D.C., and a visiting professor at Mount Holyoke College, where he taught Winners and Losers, a seminar on U.S. tax policy, as well as a seminar on poverty. He's in the process of preparing materials that will be free online, which will be for high school teachers to teach students about the federal income tax, the federal corporate income tax, and one on Social Security and Medicare. He is the author of If Americans Really Understood the Income Tax, as well as 10 Tax Questions the Candidates Don't Want You to Ask. John Fox, welcome.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, it's really a privilege to be here to hear these marvelous speakers. So I'm delighted this conference is going on. I want to talk to you this morning about a topic dear to my heart that strikes fear in the hearts of most Americans: taxation. And I want to tell you about talks I've been giving over the last 2 years, which may lead you to think, John, are you really serious? But I am. For the last 2 years, I've been giving talks to high school juniors and seniors in U.S. government and economics classes about how to think about a fair and sensible individual income tax. Okay, now you can smile. But the fact is that the teachers find it very useful. They tell me they wouldn't have any idea what to teach, and yet they learn that so much of my talk is relevant to what they do teach. Best of all, they tell me that most of the students, not all of course, but most of the students get it. And the other thing is, it's really fun to do. Now, I've been giving these talks because I'm convinced that the dreadfully low level of political discourse and debate about tax issues is attributable in good part to the failure of our education system to address it. And this has left the public uninformed and so vulnerable to almost anything that politicians say about it. And I believe this is more than just a major failure in our civics education. I believe it's dangerous. So in the few minutes I have with you, here's what I tell students in the course of an hour. Taxes fund the agencies and operations of the federal government, but they do much more. Federal tax policies help shape who we are as a nation and what we will become. They touch upon nearly every aspect of our lives. Just think about all those provisions in the tax laws. Healthcare, housing, education, jobs and businesses of every kind, marriage, divorce, death, children, childcare, charities, charitable giving, the environment, on and on and on. In my view, except for the U.S. Constitution, federal tax policies collectively represent the most comprehensive expression of American values. Yes, I tell the students, your personal well-being and that of our nation depends upon sound and sensible tax policies. And I tell them, if you pay attention for this 1 hour, you will know more about tax policies than 99.7% of all Americans. Maybe 99.4%, I'm not sure. So why focus on the individual income tax? For two reasons. First of all, it by far produces the greatest revenue to fund all government programs other than Social Security and Medicare. What about the corporate income tax? No, the individual income tax produces more than 4 times the amount of the corporate income tax for all sorts of reasons that you can imagine. Secondly, the individual income tax has become something of a monster. An ideal income tax would be reasonably fair, reasonably simple, and economically sound. But our income tax is frequently unfair, unimaginably complicated, as you know, and an excessive drag on the economy. Americans need to understand why and the imperative to fix it. Now, why is it such a monster? Because it attempts poorly in most cases to do much more than collect taxes on our income. Now, while it imposes progressive tax rates that run from 10% up to 39.6%, those tax rates apply only to taxable income. And the fact is, and you don't hear this generally, only about half of all individual income is subject to tax. Well more than 100 tax breaks shelter the other half of all individual income. And that means that last year, close to $7 trillion of individual income went untaxed. And I did say trillion. And in general, those tax breaks don't make social or economic sense. Now, when I refer to income, I'm referring to any form of economic gain, whether direct, such as salaries, or fringe benefits at work, which I will be talking about in a moment. When I refer to a tax break, I'm not talking about the ordinary and necessary expenses that businesses are entitled to in order that they be taxed appropriately on their profits. I'm talking about special relief involving our personal lives unrelated to any trade or business. Now, a basic tenet of a fair tax is one that taxes people in accordance with their ability to pay. And that would mean that people in households of equal size with equal incomes would pay roughly the same. But far too often, our tax burdens depend on our ability to avoid taxes, not on our ability to pay them. You see, under our tax system, your actual tax liability, whether you are a winner or loser, depends in good part on the number of tax breaks and the size of those tax breaks that you're entitled to. So here are 3 principal examples. We'll have winners and losers, and they're somewhat simplified. But winners work for employers who pay all sorts of fringe benefits for them. Health insurance premiums, life insurance premiums, disability insurance premiums, contributions for child care, and handsome contributions to retirement plans for them. Thousands and thousands of dollars never appear on their tax return, even though you know they have real economic value. The loser works for an employer who pays perhaps the same total compensation, but all is salary. So all of it appears on her tax return. Second, a winner owns her own home or his own home, and perhaps a vacation home as well, and deducts the interest on both homes. For example, the winner might own a principal residence that he bought for $650,000 or borrowed $650,000, borrowed $350,000, for the ski condominium, deducts the interest on that, and also deducts all the property taxes on any number of homes, even 5 or 6 vacation homes. The loser rents her house or apartment, and the loser doesn't even get a deduction for any part of that rent. Third, a winner receives a good deal, often, of his income from investments in stocks and mutual funds, which receive a favored tax rate. The loser, she works. Her income is from salary, and all of that income is subject to progressive tax rates. Now, just because it's a tax break doesn't mean it's bad, but it does mean that we ought to ask, why is it there? Who benefits from it? Who doesn't? Who are the winners? Who are the losers? What are the social and economic costs? What are the outcomes? Indeed, most of these tax programs, most of these tax breaks are the equivalent to government programs. They're simply channeled through the tax laws. Now, here's a major difference. If a government program exists, it has a budget, and it must be reviewed annually by the federal government, by the particular congressional committee. Tax breaks have no budget, and they never have to be reviewed unless some committee requires it. Notice the relationship between tax breaks and tax rates. The more income that escapes taxation, the higher tax rates have to be for everyone. Simple example, if the government needs to raise $20 of revenue for every $100 of income, a flat 20% rate would suffice if all $100 were eligible for the tax. But if only half of our income, $50, is subject to tax, you need a rate of 40%. So, this is so important because the vast majority of tax breaks provide the greatest tax savings for people with the highest income. Let me demonstrate this with 2 major examples. And these are things that we take for granted and we all tend to believe in them. Health insurance premiums paid at work. As so many of you know, those premiums, no matter how high for the most Cadillac of all policies, are not subject to income tax or Social Security tax, even though they are clearly a form of income. You know that if the employer paid you that amount of money and you pay the insurance company, it would be the same economic result, but they're off the charts. They never, no matter how large, appear on your tax returns. So listen to this. Over the next 5 years, estimates are that something like $740 billion of tax savings will result from the exclusion just of health insurance premiums at work. Now, that's a big program. And I think we should be asking who benefits most from it, who doesn't benefit, and what are the other costs? Well, the math is simple, and this is something the students get right away. For every $1,000 of premiums that are not going to be taxed, if you would have been taxed, and you think about tax rates running from 10% to 39.6% today, if you would have been taxed at the 39.6% on that $1,000, you save $396. If you would have been taxed at the 10% rate, you save only $100. And if that premium had been added to your income, but your income is so modest, you wouldn't have been taxed anyway, you save nothing. So that's the dollars and cents. But employers typically provide, as you know, much larger policies for the executives, for top management. I wrote an op-ed some years ago about Goldman Sachs. It provided premiums of $40,000 a year. I think if they felt they were going to sneeze, they were covered. $40,000 a year for their top 400 managers. These are the top income earners in the world, among the top. And they each saved, at the time, roughly $14,000 a year in taxes, which was the cost of a basic policy. Essentially, the government giving them a basic policy through this exclusion. Now, this also produces a concept that I think is really important of double losers. Who are the double losers here? Well, these are employees who work for companies, and millions of Americans do, who don't provide any health insurance at work. They make a little too much money to get Medicaid, and they have to go out in the marketplace and buy their health insurance. But because the huge exclusion for health insurance drives up the price of health insurance and the cost of all health care, they have to pay more for all of that because others get the benefit of this enormous exclusion. Now, the Affordable Care Act has helped, but it's only tempered this outcome. So here are a couple of policy questions I leave with you. Why should the government provide the greatest tax savings for health insurance premiums for the people with the highest incomes who could afford to buy those policies without any government assistance? Secondly, why should the government ever subsidize a health insurance policy other than a basic one? So now let me turn to the second, the most sacred deduction, and you all know it, and you know that it's in the Constitution. It must be the home mortgage interest deduction. Somewhere in the Second Amendment, it must be there. Now, the home mortgage interest deduction allows people to deduct the interest on up to $1 million of loans to buy a principal or build a principal residence and or a vacation home. So you could borrow $650,000 to buy your principal residence, $350,000 to buy a vacation home and deduct all the interest on that. Now, the public is encouraged to believe that the home mortgage interest deduction is absolutely essential to increase the number of homeowners, particularly ordinary homeowners, and that it strengthens the economy. But as in The Wizard of Oz, let's peek behind the rhetorical curtain and really look at this decision, which is really the third rail in Congress. They won't touch it. Now, the deduction is expected to save certain taxpayers over the next 5 years $400 billion. That's a big program. So let's imagine, I know that you all have imagination, that's why you're here, that Congress eliminated the mortgage interest deduction. Oh, you can't hear, though. That's awful. So, imagine I'm over there. That it eliminated the deduction, but it authorized HUD, Housing and Urban Development, to issue $400 billion of checks, tax-free, to all the people who would have got the deduction in exactly the same amount of their tax savings. So they end up in the same position. The government is out $400 billion. And imagine that it's a Monday morning, in fact, this morning, and I'm the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, something I've always wanted to be. And I'm going to tell you how proud we are for the distribution of that $400 billion. And down the middle of there will be the bottom half of all taxpayers. I apologize, but you on the right, you're the top half of all taxpayers. And the 5 of you, including Mr. Freeman, you're included, you're in the top 5%. And the students in the top 5% always smile. You can see it, and the people over here always look grim. In any event, here's how the $400 billion is allocated. I'm really happy to tell you. 2% goes to the bottom half of all taxpayers. You get $8 billion. The other $392 billion goes to the top half of all taxpayers. And to you 5, and he's putting up his thumb, to you top 5%, you get 40%, or $160 billion over the next 5 years, so you can buy or build that house of your pleasure. That's 20 times what the bottom half of all taxpayers get. Now, if this were on television, you would think maybe it's Saturday Night Live. But it isn't. That's exactly how, approximately how, that $400 billion will be distributed over the next 5 years. And it has real repercussions. First of all, there's the myth that it creates more homeowners. In fact, England, Canada, and Australia have no home mortgage interest deduction, nothing like it. And they have the same, roughly the same ownership of homes as we do. In fact, some have a higher percentage. Secondly, it mainly helps people buy and build bigger homes than they would do otherwise, not a basic home. It drives up the prices of homes. This is no freebie. You know if you lost your home mortgage interest deduction that the price of your home would go down. So you're paying for it. It isn't free money. And most interesting, both liberal and conservative economists say that our economy would be stronger, not weaker, if less of our capital were allocated to home ownership, particularly expensive homes, so that more capital would be available at lower interest rates to new businesses, to existing businesses, to expand, to add jobs, etc. Now, who might be the double losers? Well, how about renters? Now, there's not a lot of research on this, but just think of the common sense. If so much capital is allocated to home ownership, then less capital presumably is allocated to apartments, to places that you can rent. Now, renters absolutely have much less income than homeowners on average. So they effectively have to pay higher rent than they would otherwise pay because of these huge subsidies for homeowners who have much more income to begin with to pay for their housing costs. So, as Mr. Freeman says, what should Congress do? Well, the leading tax commissions under the Bush administration and under the Obama administration have concluded that we should reduce many of them, eliminate the really inefficient ones, the unfair ones, and expose more income to tax and make more sense out of all this. You know what happened. Congress ignored it. But as Mr. Freeman said, a fair and sensible income tax is worth fighting for. Such reforms should be done over time so not to totally disrupt the economy. But if Congress moved in that direction, more people would pay in accordance with their ability to pay. And they would save and work and invest in ways that produce the greatest economic return rather than focusing on their tax savings. And assuming the government, and there's some things that should be in the tax laws, the Earned Income Tax Credit is a wonderful example. So assuming that some social and economic provisions ought to be in the tax laws, let's think about tax credits. Every dollar of tax credit saves you $1. It doesn't matter what your marginal tax bracket is. So if you owe $1,000 and you get a $1,000 tax credit, you don't owe anything. If you owe $1 million, you owe $1 million minus $1,000. Now, the tax credits also should be refundable in many cases where they are social programs. Because a refundable tax credit, like the Earned Income Tax Credit, which says that people who are working but don't earn a living wage are going to get extra money to help them have a living wage. And so if you make it refundable, if you don't owe the income tax, you'll get a direct grant. Both commissions said that about the home mortgage interest deduction, replace it by a credit. Congress ignored that. Finally, you might have the largest credits for people who need the help most and the least credits for people who need the help least. So this is how I end my talk with the students, and I end it with you. I say to them, I hope that some of you are brave enough, if you're at a political rally, and I hope you go to the political rallies, and you hear a politician say, I'm going to propose a new deduction to help ordinary workers, you hardworking workers, that you'll raise your hand and you'll say, why are you proposing a tax break that saves the most money for people with the highest income who need the assistance least, and the least tax savings for people with low and moderate incomes who need the assistance most? Thank you very much.
All right, to introduce our next speaker, I believe Mr. Nader will be returning. Is that right?
Thank you, John Fox. In fact, we have copies of your 10 questions that politicians don't want to answer. We can give them out, especially to the Hood College students who have arrived. And are going to demonstrate they have the highest attention span of all college students in the country today. No smartphones. It's a great pleasure to introduce Joan Claybrook, who has worked on the Congress for almost 50 years. The Congress is the most powerful instrument of our democracy to transform our country. Just look at the power it has in the Constitution: the power to tax, the power to spend, the power of oversight and investigation, the power to confirm nominations for the courts and high executive branch officials, and many other powers. they also have the eye of the media. And that's why we all have to pay attention to the Congress. It does spend about 22% of our income, and what it does and doesn't do can either ennoble the country or get the country in a lot of trouble, like the criminal invasion of Iraq, which the Congress punted to the White House in 2003. The people are supposed to be sovereign. The Constitution starts with we the people, not we the Congress or we the corporation. And yet, 1,500 or so corporations, give or take, pretty much control a majority of the Congress on many issues that affect everybody: health, safety, economic well-being, environment. And so there's this gap between the constant pressure by thousands of lobbyists on Capitol Hill every day and the withdrawal of most of the people in this country from holding their members of Congress accountable. There are only 535 of them, 100 senators, 435 members of the House. They put their shoes on every day, like you and I. And as Warren Buffett once said, we're 300 million people. How come we can't control 535 elected politicians? Now, what Joan has done, and she's going to demonstrate this, is show how a citizen lobbyist can go up on Capitol Hill and get things done. What does a citizen lobbyist, environmental, consumer, labor, whatever, what do they bring to senators and representatives? They bring a set of facts documenting perils or corruption or what have you. They bring their own determination and creativity and strategy. They bring a reflection of public opinion. Majority of public opinion like safe cars. They like clean air. They like clean water. Sort of a left-right lung issue, and so forth. And they bring the ability to selectively pick your allies where they are in Congress in strategic committee locations and so forth to get a foothold. So what are these citizen groups up against? They're up against corporations who have far more lobbyists, outnumbering the citizen lobbyists. The drug companies, at one time when they were pushing the drug benefit bill, had 450 full-time lobbyists going up on Capitol Hill. 450. And that's only the drug industry. They have a lot of money. They pour it into PACs. They have a lot of persistence. Their job depends on their success in Congress. They have their own specialized media, like the Chamber of Congress, and they are able to offer jobs to congressional staff or members of Congress after they leave the Congress, which is a very little appreciated tool that they have. Now, you're going to hear how one citizen lobbyist actually dealt with this mountain of opposition and on more than a few occasions prevailed. She was the longtime president of Public Citizen. Before that, she ran Public Citizens Congress Watch. She did work on Capitol Hill, but when she goes up on Capitol Hill, equipped with those items that I just mentioned, senators from both sides have a hard time ignoring her. So I want to introduce what the auto companies once called the Dragon Lady, Joan Claybrook.
Well, I think we've heard the talk, and I think I could go home now, haven't we? It's a pleasure to be here today. This is a great conference. It's extremely important to assemble citizen organizers and citizen leaders to talk about what they do, what they've learned, and to convey it as broadly as possible. So I'm going to talk about the Congress, which everyone is quite awed by, and I'm going to give you a list of 10 principles for getting bills enacted, 10 principles, and then give you a few examples of how we use them. Of course, giving millions of dollars in campaign money or hiring reams of high-priced lobbyists is not a strategy option for the public interest groups. Indeed, business entities spend billions on lobbying Congress every year. It's amazing how often citizen groups win and knock down legislative battles against this. And Ralph mentioned that one of the strategies is hiring congressional staff or members of Congress when they leave their posts, when they're ready to make money and do something different. And sometimes they hire the former chief of staff of a particular member who is the chairman of a committee, let's say the Ways and Means Committee, a very important committee, so that they spend $20,000 a month hiring that person so that they can influence that member on one particular bill. That's how much money they spend. Well, when I came to Washington from Baltimore a number of years ago on a fellowship in Congress, I was scared to death. A member of Congress had me awestruck. And then a friend suggested that when I met the first member of Congress, that I envisioned him, and most of them were men at the time, in long red underwear with a top silk hat. Well, that was very helpful, more than you can imagine. My first interview was with Morris Udall. He was 6'6", and he looked like Abraham Lincoln. And the red outfit immediately popped into my mind when I met him, and I thought, oh my God, and I giggled, and it relaxed me, and then I was on my way. Never again was I awestruck by a member of Congress. It's a great technique. Citizens should not be intimidated by high-level officials, ever. Remember, they work for us. In fact, members are very sensitive to pressure, particularly members of Congress, and they always want to be liked. Never forget that, because if you get angry with them, the next thing you know, they're going to come back and want to make friends with you again, so don't worry about it. And don't forget that the U.S. Constitution gives us explicit authority in the First Amendment to petition the government for redress of grievances. We are, in fact, carrying out the Constitution. So 10 principles. First is to divide and conquer, and then organize, organize, organize. Don't be overwhelmed by 435 members of the House or 100 of the Senate. Ralph's already put it in perspective with 300 million Americans. Why can't we control them? But it's also important when you're actually doing the work to remember that, that Congress has many subparts. They have committees, they have subcommittees, they have leadership groups, they have state and issue caucuses, and that's where the real work occurs. So rather than having to worry about 435 members of Congress, you really only have to worry about 40 or 50, because those are the ones that are going to make the decision on your bill. And that's very doable. Second of all, second principle, find a leader. You need a leader, a member of Congress in each house who's a skilled legislator and serves on the committee of jurisdiction over the proposed bill. And preferably you want a bipartisan group, leaders. A strong leader makes the difference between winning and losing. Work with your leader to draft the bill with help from Congressional Legislative Council that he will arrange or she will arrange. Help the leaders achieve their goals and yours, and that always includes getting media. So leaders are really critical. Third, know the rules governing your legislation. The Congress has many rules, just like the courts have their own rules. You and your leader must know the pertinent rules that will decide the outcome of the bill. And I won't go into all the details, but there are lots of rules. Fourth, work closely with the congressional staff while always connecting with the member. The staff are critical because they can facilitate your work by telling you what's going on inside Congress. They often hear first what's happening on your legislation. They hear of emerging opposition, and you always want to pay attention to your opposition. They will hear about possible hearings or floor action or key rules. They can help build and support other congressional staff offices. And so the staff are really the gatekeepers for the members. You need their support. And when I say, when I say you, I mean you as a group, not you as an individual. I think Ralph Nader is the only person who by himself got a bill enacted into law. That was 50 years ago. So you need to have a group. You need to organize. 5, you need to prepare materials to support your bill. You need to argue why you want this piece of legislation. You've got to make sure they're 100% accurate, concise, interesting, and designed to persuade with graphs and pictures if pertinent. Different documents must be prepared for congressional offices, for the media, and for coalition groups. because you want to build a coalition. That is how you get legislation through from the consumer perspective. They must include data and research with sources listed in at least one of your documents. You can get information from the internet, from libraries, from the Congressional Record, from Freedom of Information Act requests to government agencies, from free government publications, university professors, other public interest experts, the Government Accountability Office, and so on. So there are lots of sources for you to get your information, and by the way, also from the industry that's relevant to what you're talking about. But the bottom line is a one-page summary. A one-page summary is dynamite, because when I first started working as a lobbyist, General Motors would come in with notebooks. Ralph was so cheap, he wouldn't let us have a Xerox machine. So we had to use a mimeograph machine, which is a pain in the neck. Maybe some of you have never heard of a mimeograph machine, it's so old. And so in order to type, if you made a mistake, you had to erase it with some liquid and wait till it dried and then retype it and so on. So we did one-page summaries. It was just too much trouble to do more than that. And what I learned was with a member of Congress, you hand them one sheet of paper. They take the piece of paper, they fold it like this, they fold it like this, and they put it in their pocket. Now, where would you want to be with your information and that member of Congress? You want to be on his inside pocket. So always remember, give him a very concise material. 6, develop as broad a coalition as possible to advocate for the bill. Join with consumer groups and victim groups, labor entities, strange bedfellows such as individual businesses or business groups that sometimes break off from the rest of them, prominent individuals, other nonprofits, groups concerned with the substance of your bill, for example, it's an environmental bill, all the environmental organizations, citizens from the congressional district with maximum organizing and minimum procedure for participating. 7, find and involve victims of the harm that you're trying to remedy, focusing particularly on victims from your leader's district and from those of members who oppose the legislation. If you bring in a victim and have it presented to somebody who's opposed the legislation, they kind of melt. And that's what you want to do. You want to melt your opposition. 8, excuse me. Media coverage of your bill or your issue is critical to your legislative success. You want to get the media to tell people about it. The broader circulation, the better, i.e. the New York Times or the Washington Post or Wall Street Journal, AP, television networks, but these are hard to achieve. But there are also thousands of other media outlets, from regional dailies to Politico to 24-hour television and radio news, social media on the internet, and so on. And to get the media to pay attention, you need to tell a sympathetic story. Why you're doing this, you need to explain the story. You need to engage in a major fight. Involved, Hollywood, sports, etc. Put on a show like crash testing a car, and I know that's easier said than done, but it's one example I've used. Prepare accurate fact sheets, synthesizing the issues and facts. Be very, 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 very persistent. Competition for media coverage is very fierce, and so you want to really entice them into it. 9, get the executive branch, if possible, to support the bill. This can be critical to your success. It has vast resources, can provide essential information. An agency head or the president can express an opinion, which really helps. It can release a report or paper that turns the tide. It can threaten to veto or express support through the Office of Management and Budget. Getting the right people early in the administration is very important. It doesn't always work, but it's important. And 10, the educational value of congressional hearings on your bill is unquestioned. Members will engage and educate other members who support or oppose reporting the bill out of committee to get to the floor, which is what you want. Getting committee members to support it is essential to get it debated on the House floor or the Senate floor. To be successful, you need a variety of the best witnesses to argue for the bill, including some victims if possible, always victims. Legal or technical experts, representatives from the coalition, high-level officials, and so on. After the committee vote, a report will be prepared for consideration on the floor of each house. Read the report in draft, if possible, to make sure it has covered your issues effectively. And some staff, that's where the staff come in. They might let you do that. Okay, so This is not an easy set of principles to achieve, but it is how you actually have to work to get a bill enacted into law. And there's a wonderful publication called How a Bill Becomes a Law that you can get from your member of Congress, which goes into some more detail with a little bit less emphasis on victims, which is what I've added to this. So now I'd like to give you some real-life examples of some experiences that I've had in trying to get bills enacted into law. Amendments to the Freedom of Information Act in the 70s were highly technical legal provisions, but our House leader was not an attorney, and he wanted to compromise away our specific remedies. And as I said, you want strong leaders. He was not. Luckily, Senator Ted Kennedy secured these provisions without insulting or angering the House leader. A weak leader can cause extra work and can, worse yet, can ruin the hard work that's been put into your legislative effort. So always try and get strong leaders. Bipartisan sponsorship of controversial proposals achieves miracles. It really is amazing. As Ralph points out in his excellent book, Unstoppable. And if you want to read a fun book about how you really get action on not only Congress but in other issues, read Unstoppable by Ralph Nader. We wanted window stickers on the windows of new cars showing how each vehicle performed in crash tests. Highly controversial idea. The auto industry was vehemently opposed to it. But we persuaded Republican Senator Mike DeWine to propose this as an amendment to a Democratic bill, and it just sailed through. The auto industry melted. They didn't know how to oppose somebody who was sort of their guy. Another example is that we stopped FedEx in their huge push for longer trailers. They wanted to go from 28 to 33 feet, the length of an 8-story high building on the highway. I mean, it was like a train on the highway. Its multimillionaire CEO, Fred Smith, personally lobbied many senators to whom he gives big campaign contributions. But Senator Dianne Feinstein agreed to oppose this provision, and we needed a Republican. So we had to sort of do a little search, and we found that through a transportation leader in, of all places, Mississippi, who opposed these larger trucks because Mississippi highways really couldn't handle them. And he got Senator Roger Wicker in the Senate to work with Dianne Feinstein, and it was a winning combination, along with our full-bore lobbying to educate and inform members of the deadly consequences of these bigger trucks. We had pictures of the trucks, we had victims of the trucks, we had pictures of FedEx trucks having crashes with these extra trailers, because they were allowed in a few states. Our meager truck safety coalition simply outsmarted the mogul with all the bucks. So it's a matter of strategizing, creativity, telling the truth, and having some visual ability to communicate it. The importance of staff, this is one of my favorite ones, was revealed when Senator Trent Lott, have you all heard of Trent Lott? Do you know who he is, right? Okay. And he and I had a huge battle over campaign finance reform, and so he did not like me. Okay, so he took over the Highway Safety Subcommittee, and he wouldn't let me testify on a bill dealing with rollovers. So we went to the top staffer of the committee chair. He was not the chair. We went to the chair, Ted Stevens of Alaska, who didn't have a dog in this fight, as they say, who arranged for a small private meeting with us, Senator Stevens, Senator Lott, and Ranking Senator Dan Inouye of Hawaii. Lott was very irritated. He walked into the meeting really bad. But he came because his chair had told him he had to. And we presented our case in about 10 minutes, very concise, about the dangers of rollover in cars and why something needed to be done in the Congress. And he really got interested in the safety issues. And one of the things he said was, you know, I get it. He says, my son makes me strap those babies inside, front ways and back ways and upside down and inside out. Those were his grandchildren. And so he began to imagine and understand what we were talking about. He then heard a brief presentation by the auto industry, but by then his mind was made up. The end result, he became our advocate. He got a bill requiring rollover safety standards enacted into law in 6 months, and all we needed was the opportunity there to present our case. So we knew we had to connect with this senator who didn't like me and wanted us not to talk to him. Afterwards, I ran into him in the hall, and he said, I guess you like me a little bit better, Joan, now that I passed your bill. He's from Mississippi. One effort we made in Texas was to line up the House Committee Chair, Barton, and we connected somehow with his minister, whose daughter had been killed in a rollover crash. Now, that was really potent. It melted him. And doctors often lobby, the Congress. They use the family doctor to do it. Victims are the best path to getting members of Congress to advocate legislation, and that happened with the motor coach bill. There have been no safety standards for motor coach for years. And so when some students were killed in a crash going to a sports event, the senators from Ohio, who was where the school was located, from Georgia, where the crash occurred, and that included John Lewis, Kay Bailey Hutchinson in Texas, where there were a lot of these crashes, and she'd been on the Transportation Safety Board and understood why these things were needed, that is seat belts and roof crush and exit capacity. And so we got the bill introduced, and then the motor coach industry said, well, it's going to cost tens of millions of dollars to put this into effect. And once again, we questioned that, and so we looked it up, and there's 700 million people who travel, rides, not people, but individual rides, every year on these buses. And so we figured out that the cost was about 10 cents per person per ride. And when we revealed that, the opposition couldn't make their case. And so, once again, we won that. My last one is, I'll tell you a story about Archer Daniel Millions in Cargill, who didn't want to have placards on their trucks carrying agricultural chemicals, which are extremely dangerous. They said it cost too much. So we went on the internet, and we found that the placards cost 53 cents each. So you've always got to question what the arguments of the other side are. So we bought 535 placards. I wonder why, right? We delivered one to each member of Congress to explain the falsity of the industry claim, and we said, is a firefighter worth 53 cents? That was it, right? So I would just like to say that there's so many things you can do. We've given awards to members of Congress who have done really great work. They love to get awards. They want to be loved. We have taken ads out in their local newspaper, which is really cheap, and thank them for what they did, and then we get it framed, and then we deliver it to their office so they can put it on their wall. We persuaded Bill Clinton to veto a very controversial product liability bill by surrounding him with victims. And he was so happy to veto that bill, even though he hated vetoing bills. And so I would just say that we also helped Robert Redford defeat the Interior Secretary that Gerald Ford nominated because he was engaged in banking fraud. He had been the governor of Wyoming. We lost the voting committee, but we raised such a stink, and we got so much media involved that they continued the investigation. They proved he had engaged in fraud, and he had to resign. So you never know. You never know where the end is going to be, but since we're the ones who are on the honest side of the ledger, and we're the ones who raise the key issues that people care about, we often win, even though we have so little to help us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joan Claybrook. Well, if you're looking for a roadmap of how to get things done in Congress, I think it's wise to look Joan up. Our next speaker is Program Director at FAIR, Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting, and host of the syndicated radio show Counterspin. She has appeared on ABC's Nightline, on CNN Headline News, and she has testified to the Senate Communications Subcommittee on the budget reauthorization for PBS. She is author of Civil Rights since 1787 and Stop the Next War Now, Effective Responses to Violence and Terrorism. Janine Jackson, welcome.
Should I use this? Aha. I have to say I did not write those books. I contributed to those books and was happy to do so. I'm very honored to be here today in support of my combination and working with my childhood hero, Ralph Nader, And I wanted to say, first of all, to those of you who are here today, certainly for those of you who are watching, if our question is, what can we do about the media? And I think that's our question. You've already answered the first part. You've already provided the first part of the answer, which is to inform yourselves independently of it. You know, I'm speaking now about corporate media because I think that's the power that needs breaking through. So going to events, talking to people, reading a wide range of things, joining clubs, reading things from different countries and different perspectives, all of this allows you to talk around the dominant media, right? And provides you facts and stories that you can use to check the information that you're getting from there. So I wish it were simpler. I wish I had a magic key, but the truth is, I've been thinking hard about this for about 30 years, and this really is the answer, you know. It's not easy. Americans work more hours than people in any other industrialized country. We come home and tired, but there's no substitute for informing yourself independently as a citizen. There just isn't. So what else can we do about corporate media? Well, that starts with understanding the fundamental problems with the system that we have, and that's why I think being a critic can be constructive, because a careful understanding of the problems suggests our response. So the first thing is information is a public good, journalism is a public service, but media is a business. For reasons that are not natural, but historical and political, we in the United States have determined that our main sources of information are going to be media outlets that are owned and controlled by for-profit corporations, and that they're going to be funded primarily by advertising from for-profit corporations. This is not how it had to be, but this is where we are. So this setup, this structure, creates conflicts, creates pressures on journalists to use something other than journalistic judgment in deciding what to cover and how. These conflicts are baked into the structure, is what I want to say. It's not a matter of reporters being bad people, reporters being lazy, certainly some of them are, but these problems are structural. So, conflicts of ownership. I really can't think of a clearer example than Les Moonves, the CEO of CBS, saying, quote, "Super PACs may be bad for America, but they're very good for CBS," unquote. Now, he's not lying. Broadcast media make a tremendous amount of money from political advertising. That's part of the relationship. Okay? Politicians need media to get their message out, and media companies need politicians, both for favorable legislation that allows them to kind of override public interest obligations and consolidate, but also for this thing where they back a dump truck of money up to the door every 4 years for political advertising. That's part of the deal. The only people not cut in on that deal is us, of course, is the public. For us, we're actually harmed by a process where rich people can pull political strings without transparency or accountability, such as super PACs encourage. But the point is, CBS is making decisions that are business decisions because CBS is a business, okay? It's just that the impact of their business decisions have effects on all of us throughout our life, because television, for example, is not a toaster with pictures, as regulators have said. Sometimes the conflict comes because the owner of a media outlet also owns other things. Clothing factories with contracts in Bangladesh, for example, or internet retailers, things that ought to be subjects of journalistic scrutiny. But the same owner owns the media outlet and the object of scrutiny, and so it just doesn't happen. Or owners are just power players in a local community. They don't want to upset other power players, like the police, like the local hospital. They literally have dinner with those people, and they don't want to upset them. All of these structural conflicts affect the climate in the newsroom. So that's the ownership piece of it. What about sponsors? Well, because sponsors fund news programming, they write the checks, they can and do exert pressure, even though reporters will always tell you they never feel it. That pressure is there. Now, I have some favorite examples, some emblematic examples that I like to use. One of them is Time Magazine doing a special issue on the environment. And they get a sole sponsor, and that sponsor is the Ford Motor Company. Now, an editor goes on record saying, of course they're not going to talk about auto pollution, you know? And he said, we don't run airline ads next to stories about airline crashes, you know? So of course they're not going to, when they have a car company, do an environmental issue. Again, we're the only ones left out because we pick up the magazine and we see, oh, a special issue on the environment. We think reporters are making journalistic decisions. What do we need to know about environmental issues at this point? And that's not what's happening. And the fact that he says it out loud, it's not a secret, you know? It's not a secret in the industry, the influence that sponsors have. A different way of slicing it, Coca-Cola sends a letter to magazines saying which sorts of stories they would prefer their ads worth skillions of dollars to run alongside or not to run alongside. They want them next to editorial. They don't want them next to other ads. They want them next to editorial, but only certain kinds of editorial. I'm going to read you this list. Hard news. Sex-related issues, drugs, prescription or illegal, medicine, e.g. chronic illnesses such as cancer, diabetes, AIDS, etc., health, e.g. mental or physical medical conditions, negative diet information, bulimia, anorexia, quick weight loss, food, political issues, environmental issues, articles containing vulgar language, religion. Okay, you know, more celebrity swimsuit coverage, anyone, I guess? You know, now when I tell that story, I always make clear, I'm sure some editors got that letter and they crumpled it up and they threw it in the garbage, no doubt. But what I'm trying to suggest is that Coca-Cola was comfortable sending it. You know, that's the climate, that's the situation, that they can say to a magazine, we want what you and I think of as news, they think of as the climate in which their ads appear. Okay? Yes, even public broadcasting. Intended as an alternative, but constrained from the beginning by a kind of short political leash and a consequent reliance on the same corporate advertisers as commercial media. The PBS show Nova runs a broadcast on drones that tells viewers that these cutting-edge technologies are propelling us toward a new chapter in aviation history, but not that they're created by Lockheed Martin, major sponsors of the program. Now, I want to add something here, because I think a lot of folks think this is something that we already know. Oh, yes, they just want money. They just want eyes on the set. They want the maximum possible audience. That's not quite it. Media want the biggest possible audience that their advertisers want to reach. And that's not everybody. There's a little-known practice called discounting, which means that sponsors pay less to advertise on shows that reach audiences deemed less desirable. There's a study by the FCC on radio from a few years back that talked about the no urban mandate. That means sponsors refusing to pay full rates or even to advertise at all on stations reaching primarily black audiences, even when testing shows that the audiences can afford, are able and willing to buy the product being advertised. In one case, a sponsor said, "We just don't want them in our store." So when somebody says, oh, it's not black and white, it's green, it's still black and white, okay? Catering to advertisers means catering to advertisers, including their biases on things like race and age. Now, FAIR has 30 years of examples. FAIR, the Media Watch group that I work for, has 30 years of example of this sort of fear and favor. I mean, I really could go on and on. That comes, again, not from reporters being bad people, but people who want to keep their job, and people who work within institutions that, like every other institution, reward some behavior and punish other kinds of behavior. Okay, so I was told to be positive, and I want to be positive because I really do believe that understanding the problem suggests the response. So if the problem is the pressures and the limitations created by this ownership structure, then the response is, first of all, awareness, constant awareness and recognition of those pressures and their impact on the news that we're reading and hearing. But it's also the growth of and the support for media outlets with different structures, different ways of funding themselves, different people that they feel accountable to, a different bottom line. And we're growing those structures. We are growing those media outlets. They are sprouting up. Outlets that are publicly supported, that are foundation supported, that are combinations of private and public. Every kind of funding situation, structural situation, is going to have its limitations when we're talking about journalism. So maybe what we want is a mixed landscape. You know, it's like some other countries have. Some things public, some things private, some things a mixture. And if pursuant to that, we want legislation to break up dominant media conglomerates and promote truly public media, well, I'm all for it. All right. Thank you. But right now, we really want to support and grow those independent and alternative outlets that we have. Now, the other big problem with major news is their top-down bias. Every study FAIR does on sources on who gets to speak shows that news media give ample platform to powerful players. So it's not only that people of color and women and LGBTQ people, people with disabilities are underrepresented, but the sources on talk shows are overwhelmingly government officials, industry spokespeople, and then other journalists. We hear a lot from people we hear a lot from. You know what I'm saying? So who's routinely missing are the whole array of public interest representatives, workers' rights, environmental, indigenous, feminist, who might provide substantive and sustained critique of government or corporate power. Simply put, corporate media define news as what powerful people say and do. So our response, again, vigilance, critical thinking as you consume media, but then the growth and encouragement and support for media outlets that have different structures, yes, but also have a different definition of what news is and who gets to speak. That means even if the outlet's run by the university and it doesn't take ads, you still have to ask yourself, whose voices am I hearing? Who's involved in this story that I'm not hearing from? Because the test of a free press is not, is it clever, or even is it diverse? It's what is its relationship to power? Does it say things, can it say things that powerful people don't want said? How many times have you seen a story, even a hard-hitting story, maybe about sweatshops, and at the end of it, it says, representatives from Walmart or McDonald's declined to speak with us. And that's the end, you know? That failure to interrogate the powerful is the hole at the center of corporate journalism. A free press would demand answers from that no-comment crowd, right? So maybe what makes me maddest, finally, about corporate media is the way they mislead us about ourselves and our political possibilities. I always remember this lead on a USA Today story on activism in Seattle around the WTO. Quote, little noticed by the public, the upcoming World Trade Organization summit has energized protesters around the world, close quote. You see how that works? You can be a member of the public, and that's okay. But as soon as you join with other people and try and change something, you become a protester, and that's different and it's not okay. So you went from mainstream to marginal, you didn't even change your clothes, you know? When media say police kill an unarmed black man and black people are angry, no, everyone is angry who wants an end to racialized police violence, right? But you see how media's language can erase people and distort the problem and obscure the solution and can make you feel more alone than you really are. And the antidote to that is people. So I want to say everything that corporate media present is an unsolvable problem people are solving somewhere out there, and we need to hear those stories. Those examples are the antidote to fear. So what we do, read widely, thoughtfully, ask questions, and talk to one another around and without media organizations. We can break through power, and if the newspaper says we can't, well, don't believe everything you read.
Thank you very much, Janine Jackson. I hope people watching this on C-SPAN or live stream will take some of her thoughts and apply it to the local media, which is more accessible. Obviously, local TV, radio, newspapers. Go down, see the editors, see the producers, talk to the reporters, rather than just withdraw and be disgruntled. My pleasure to introduce in the next segment on small claims court, Oliver Hall. He came to our attention when he was a law student at Boston College. He wrote a law review article on the obstruction to third-party candidates to get on the ballot and other obstacles. Somehow he thought that a two-party duopoly, excluding competition more vigorously than ever before in our history, by all these barriers, undermined the concept of a competitive democracy. So he came to Washington, and he became my lawyer, fighting ballot access restrictions and the main party's efforts to reduce competition to themselves by keeping third-party candidates off the ballot or harassing them, draining their resources, keeping them off the debates, and a whole variety of ways, confronting them with political bigotry and discrimination, for which there's no penalty, no criminal prosecution, keeping someone off the ballot with unethical means or harassing. And he was very, very persistent. He wrote beautiful briefs. Some of his petitions for certiorari to the Supreme Court were praised by very demanding attorneys. And he extended this persistence to his role as a consumer, and he got ripped off like everybody else gets ripped off, and he began to use small claims courts. And small claims courts are everywhere, as he will point out, but they're very underutilized by the people for whom they were established. They were established to help consumers. And most of the use of small claims courts are by loan sharks, payday loan people, installment loan rackets, landlords in poor areas, creditors. They use the small claims court. And he believes that millions of Americans should use the small claims court. They're very easy to use. You don't need a lawyer. Here's Oliver Hall.
Thank you, Ralph. I just have to say it was such an honor to represent Ralph all those years, and I only wish he was running for president again. I would like to say that now, especially when we have such a dearth of choices in this election and so much commentary about that issue. But as Ralph said, I'm founder of a nonprofit called Center for Competitive Democracy. We work to eliminate barriers to participation in the political process. So I guess Ralph gave some indication, but the question arises, what does that have to do with small claims court? Well, let me come back to that. I'd like to start with a story. The year is 1980, the place San Francisco, not the Tony area of San Francisco, not Russian Hill or Pacific Heights, but south of the city, near the airport. You may not know, San Francisco International Airport started as an airstrip in a former cow pasture a few miles south of the city. That was in 1927. But within a few short decades, they had jumbo jets flying in and out from Tokyo and London and Sydney, Australia. And the people there, who lived near that former cow pasture, found that the noise was somewhat irritating. As a matter of fact, it rattled their windows, shook their homes, woke them up at all hours of the night. Well, what would you do in that situation? What would you do? I mean, you basically can't live in your own house. Well, a woman named Gretchen Eisenberg went to small claims court. In September 1981, she filed a lawsuit against the city of San Francisco, which was the operator of the airport, and alleged a claim of nuisance and requested the jurisdictional limit, which was $750. Maybe the city didn't pay attention to that, but then her neighbor did the same thing, and another neighbor, and another neighbor, and another neighbor. By the end of the month, 170 separate small claims actions had been filed against the city of San Francisco by neighbors of the airport. And they all made the same claim, nuisance, and they all requested the jurisdictional limit, $750. And 116 of them won. Then they filed another 183 separate lawsuits in small claims court against the city of San Francisco. Well, that got the city's attention. And the city itself went into court, not small claims court, but into the local superior court, and requested a writ to actually enjoin the small claims court from adjudicating any more of these claims. And the superior court rejected that, and the Court of Appeals in California affirmed. It said this is a totally appropriate way to use small claims, and this is actually in keeping with the purpose of small claims court, which was to allow people to adjudicate claims that they might otherwise not be able to adjudicate because it's either too expensive or maybe the money involved for each individual plaintiff is not sufficient to justify any lawyer for taking the case. And so they were free to keep suing the city of San Francisco, and that's what they did. They prepared a master complaint, they organized, they held workshops, they shared information and resources with each other, and they banded together to hire expert witnesses to testify on behalf of each plaintiff and to consult with lawyers. And they kept on going like that. Now, this is obviously a pretty unusual case, right? But not just because they filed so many different small claims actions relating to the same ongoing violation or harm, but because people just don't use small claims courts anymore. How many people here have filed an action in small claims court? Well, that's pretty good. Certainly less than half, but pretty good. But you know, small claims court is the original people's court. Before Judge Judy, before Judge Wapner, there were small claims courts. And they were founded in the early part of the 20th century. The idea originated with a Harvard Law dean named Roscoe Pound, who wrote an article that was very influential and essentially called for the creation of small claims courts because there were all these claims that people have in their everyday lives, and obviously we still have them today, which don't rise to the level that you want to file an entire lawsuit and hire a lawyer, but they deserve to be adjudicated. People deserve to get justice, even if the harm is relatively small. And today, small claims courts exist in every state. The procedures vary somewhat, but they all share some basic characteristics. First of all, you don't need a lawyer. Anybody can file a small claims action. The costs are minimal, the procedures are simple, and adjudication of your claim is really lightning fast in terms of litigation time. The filing fees are very low. They range from $15 to about $150, depending on the state. And the maximum claim value ranges from $2,500 in Kentucky and Rhode Island to as much as $25,000 in Tennessee. So that's real money. It's worth your time. But what has happened with small claims courts? Some of us here today have used them, but the fact is that the original purpose of the small claims court has really fallen by the wayside, or at least it has been overshadowed. As early as 1972, an empirical study of small claims courts across the country characterized them as the forgotten court, because the idea of giving the little guy a chance to get his small claim adjudicated had really fallen by the wayside. Today, what you find is that the dockets of small claims courts are actually dominated by debt collectors and businesses, and not by individuals seeking redress for the harms that they incur as a result of business practices. For example, a study of a California small claims court in 2002 found that 56% of the plaintiffs were corporate or business plaintiffs, while only 36% were individuals. So what you see is that small claims courts have been functionally hijacked by the very interests that they were intended to check. There was a story in the Boston Globe in 2006 that mentioned that the benefit of small claims courts is that they have these relaxed standards, but what's happened is that businesses have taken advantage of those relaxed standards to be able to go after small debts owed to them by individuals. Well, this brings me back to my original question. What does small claims court have to do with my work as what I like to consider myself as a civil rights attorney? Well, nothing directly, but it relates in this way. When we talk about breaking through power, litigating a case takes years, decades even. It's a very difficult thing to do. But small claims court is something that everyone in this room, everyone following along online, watching on TV, anyone can do it. And I'm living proof of that. I've won money judgments against corporations. I've collected them. One example, when I was still in law school, a store sold me a used computer as new. And it turned out to be a total lemon, and the thing just died after a little while. And they wouldn't even take a look at it unless I paid them another $100. And I said, I'm not going to pay you $100. This thing is broken. Well, I ended up having to sue them, and they ended up paying me more than I paid for that computer. And I went out and I bought a new computer. So the system works. And I would say that everybody can and should take advantage of this resource. It's something that is there that is just totally underutilized. Just to give you a few examples of the kinds of causes of action that you can take to small claims court. Well, really anything that you litigate in a normal court, you can also litigate in small claims court. So claims for nuisance or negligence, harassment, any of those types of claims. But then there are also particular statutes that provide a private cause of action for violations of the statute. One is the Telephone Consumer Protection Act. Has anyone been harassed by a telemarketer lately? I mean, I'm on the do not call list. I get calls all the time. Well, this statute provides for $500 per violation or actual damages, whichever's higher. And for knowing violations, you can get triple damages. That would be $1,500. So think about that next time you get a call from a telemarketer. Look at your caller ID and think about whether you want to take action. Another one is the Fair Debt Collections Practices Act. Also provides a private right of action for harassment by debt collectors, and you can get damages and attorney's fees under that statute. The one that I tend to focus on is the Consumer Protection Act that each state has enacted. Each of these states has a consumer protection statute. It allows anybody to sue a corporation for violations of the statute. Here in DC, the statute provides for $1,500 per violation or actual damages, whichever is greater. And then it also allows for attorney's fees. I've sued under that statute and I've won. So it's something you can do. And that brings me to, I guess, what I would like to wrap up with, which is, we come to events like this and we're presented with so much useful information, but oftentimes we feel like it's maybe in the level of abstraction or the problems are too big, we don't really know how to attack them. Well, here's something specific you can do. Everybody, when you go home today or if you're watching online or on TV, Google your state's consumer protection statute. Familiarize yourself with the procedures, and importantly, look at what the remedies are. Look at what you can win if you avail yourself of this resource. And then the next time that Verizon or Comcast or Bank of America, one of these corporations that we all deal with on a daily basis, hits you with a bogus late fee and they refuse to remove it from your account, or any of the other number of abuses that we have all encountered, think about taking them to small claims court. You can do it, and I tell you, it feels pretty good to make them pay you in that circumstance. I wanted to just return to Gretchen Eisenberg to wrap this up. The woman who first sued the San Francisco airport. If you go to Wikipedia now and you read the entry about the San Francisco airport, it boasts that it was one of the first airports to implement a fly quiet program, which grades airlines on their noise when they fly in and out of the airport. And not only that, but it was one of the first airports to conduct a residential sound abatement program, a retrofitting program. And it turns out the San Francisco airport to date has spent $153 million and has insulated some 15,000 nearby homes. And if Wikipedia is to be believed, and I'm not sure this part is to be believed, but it was a very successful effort. But anyway, the point is they put in the effort. And this took place sometime in the early 1980s. So by my calculation, that was right around the time Ms. Eisenberg and her neighbors filed their 353rd small claims action against the airport. And that's what we call the large potential of small claims courts. Thanks very much. Hi, I'm back. I hope you all enjoyed my illuminating and invigorating talk on small claims courts. Let's move on. Our next speaker is the co-founder of the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. He serves as senior staff of the Waste to Wealth initiative, and he also serves on ILSR's board of directors. He specializes in helping cities and counties recover increasing amounts of materials from the waste stream and adding value to the local economy through new processing and manufacturing facilities. Please welcome Neil Seldman.
Well, good morning still. It's certainly nice to be here. It's a pleasure to be part of this presentation. I will be talking on my experience in 40 years of working with citizens, fighting bad incinerators and solving problems in the waste stream. But I also come from a background of manufacturing, and as an academic, I've studied the process of change in many of our historical revolutions, the French and Russian Revolution, where societies were disintegrating, and of course our own American Revolution, where society was emerging, business and civil rights were emerging. From this experience and from my own studies and working with the Institute, our philosophy is that scale and ownership in the economy are critical. They're critical for sustaining civil society and all the benefits that we're struggling to make our democracy become. The country has a history of this. Of course, the legendary Tea Party was a number of local businesses reacting against a global international corporation, forcing them to purchase things they didn't want and at prices that were exorbitant, very similar to our economy today. We feel that the small business community, and I'll use examples from the recycling and anti-incineration world, are absolutely critical in forming the coalitions that can turn things around. We're about to face a major election. It is critical. We're very close to having a Supreme Court that will support our values on voter suppression, reversing Citizens United, ending gerrymandering. If the election doesn't go away, these problems that plague our country will still be there. We will not run away. We will tighten our belts and work harder. And the importance of small businesses in our economy is one, small businesses and family farms, they breed independent people, people who have independent resources, can think for themselves, can do their own research, and can connect with other people through their business and civic relationships. The fight for small businesses can be the same as the fight for citizen rights. They were an important component. As I said before, they were a necessary, if not sufficient, aspect of our initial revolution. But even today, we can rely on them for fighting taxes, fighting for fair tax, for fighting for fair regulations, and to stop the regulations that are throttling creativity, innovation, as David Friedman mentioned in the energy field, and others have been mentioning in other fields. They are very potent enemies of allies in fighting incinerators. You may know that New York State was the first state to tax the internet, which without taxes gives these giant corporations a 6 to 9% advantage over local businesses. New York State was the first state to do that. Many others have followed, not all. And small businesses were a critical component of that coalition that forced that legislation several years ago. Small business people are rooted in the community. Their kids go to the same schools, the same churches, the same swimming clubs, the same public facilities as their neighbors and their other business people. They immediately get involved in civic activities when they perceive their own interests and the interests of their neighbors and other elements of civil society. My two favorite examples, again, I'll draw from the waste field, are Representative Bill Pascrell, who now represents Patterson in the U.S. Congress. A medical doctor, started out fighting incinerators, became mayor, and now is in the House of Representatives. My favorite story, however, as Oliver has his favorite story about the San Francisco airport, mine is about a woman named Penny Wheat, who was just a regular person living in Alachua County, this county where Gainesville is, and they were proposing a giant incinerator, and she testified against it, and literally, this goes to the early 80s, was told to go back to her kitchen. She did do so, and she organized her campaign for the county commission, which she won by more votes than any other politician in the history of the county. And she became quite a powerful element in decision making, not only on solid waste, but of course the incinerator was defeated, citizens were organized, they put together their own plans, and now Alachua County is one of our leading zero waste cities at about 50% recycling, trending toward 80 and 90%. If you want to have a healthy economic system, you have to have small businesses and small farmers. Both are in great decline. Both are under tremendous threats from every aspect of society and every aspect of business. The networks that are being built by people who want a better economy for all. Local businesses allow communities to have a collective efficacy to solve problems, to join together, reverse even climate change. There's one very interesting project, the Marin County Carbon Project, showing that applications of compost from food waste actually can reverse climate change. And there are a number of other revolutionary changes that small businesses in the recycling and waste field are emerging. The key here is the growth of small business means the market share of oligopolies and monopolies are diminished, which frees us all to focus, use our impact on local government to dictate wage conditions, working conditions, whether unions should be allowed in this process or not. Let me get now to the field that I've most been involved in. People say I am knee-deep in garbage. I'm quite proud of it. And it's 40 years of work, a little bit more than 40 years, has resulted, since the late 60s, in a remarkable multi-gender, multi-race, multi-class and multi-ethnic and multi-gender and age coalition that has consistently defeated proposed incinerators. These are top-down decisions, massive incinerators, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 tons per day. You may have heard in Baltimore, citizens just defeated a 4,000 ton per day incinerator. And the capacity to stop something bad is fairly prevalent in society. It happens a lot. But to stop something that's bad and then not only propose a solution, but organize to gain control at the local level to solve that problem is very unique. And it's been a very worthwhile career working with small businesses, community groups, environmental groups to accomplish these. Just to give you a very quick set of numbers to put this in context, the sector of waste is anywhere from $70 to $100 billion a year. In the country. There are 60,000 businesses supported by 40,000 government programs. Over 1 million jobs have been created in the last 40 years with recycling. To give you a sense of comparison, for every 10,000 tons of garbage you put in the ground or in an incinerator, which you destroy the material, you create 1 job. For every 10,000 tons of material you recycle, you create 4 to 10 jobs just in processing, and then hundreds of jobs as these materials move out to industry and agriculture. The most labor-intensive and skill-intensive activity is the repair of electronic scrap. For every 10,000 tons that are repaired, you create just under 300 jobs. And these are transformative jobs. They teach skills, they teach ability to cooperate, to understand technology, and of course, to use that technology to improve your education and contacts with other people. The recycling system in the United States today delivers 200 million tons of raw material to industry and agriculture. In the 1960s, it was not even counted. Less than 5% of materials were recycled. Following the war, World War II, where, of course, a great many materials were recycled. Not only is this recycling a very physical, positive thing in our economy in terms of lowering costs of raw materials, etc., it has also shown that organized citizens, ad hoc organizations of citizens getting together, have stopped Wall Street from bonding these $500 and $600 million facilities. It has stopped the virgin material companies from expanding because everything, when you recycle material, anything you can make out of virgin material, you could make out of recycled material. So where there's a direct correlation with extraction of raw materials and recycling. It has helped beat incumbent officials and incumbent bureaucrats who refuse to acknowledge that incineration and mega landfills are the way to protect our health. In fact, neither of them do. In order to not destroy materials, but to recall their value, add value, and create independent cities that are, again, manufacturing things, we have worked with many, many groups, churches, youth groups, cultural groups, ethnic groups, environmental justice groups, to show that local manufacturing from recycled materials is an important pathway to the future. And finally, I would say that the recycling movement in the United States, since let's call it the post-World War II recycling movement, really getting ground in the late 60s, but empowering people in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and to this day, the most important thing we produced are citizens in the Aristotelian sense, citizens that are active, are not passive, they vote, they take responsibility for holding office. These are the citizens that we need. I believe, we all know that we don't need a majority of organized people to get our agendas across, but we do need active citizens who've been activated by concerns in their own community. And everybody touches garbage every day. Anything that becomes garbage passes through a human hand, and that human hand can decide whether to make it garbage and destroy that material or to put it in a different place to use for community and even regional and national economic security. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Neil Seldman, who can give us another example of resources in the most unlikely places if we only think about where to look for them. I believe for our next speaker, Ralph Nader will be returning to introduce him. Is Ralph in the house? All right, everybody, well, make yourselves comfortable. He'll be back.
Thank you, Neil. My pleasure to introduce Dr. Michael Jacobson. It was many years ago that I interviewed him when he was up at MIT getting his PhD. And I'll never forget the interview. We were interviewing all kinds of graduate students to come to work with us in Washington. And those are the days when they stood in line looking for public interest work. And he was finishing his PhD in microbiology from MIT. And one of the questions I asked all the students who I was interviewing was, are you in it for the long run? Or you just want a couple of years to get it on your vitae and then you go to work for the establishment? And I asked Mike, are you in it for the long run? He said yes. And here he is, decades later. And his work has been extraordinarily effective because he's a multifaceted advocate. There would be these big food conventions where they would give awards to someone who developed a new artificial chemically doused whip for a dessert. And Mike would rush on the stage and criticize it before he was dragged off the stage. The level of degradation of the food supply from A to Z when Mike got underway would be stunning to young people today. The only bread that was sold in the supermarkets largely were Wonder Bread and Tip Top bread. When you went to the supermarket, you didn't have to look at the label. When you picked the bread up, your fingers and thumb collided. Now you have much more variety. At any rate, we started with us for a short period of time, then he left with two other young scientists, started the Center for Science in the Public Interest, which is the premier group today. Some of you get the newsletter, Nutrition Action. If you don't, you really should. It has a huge circulation, and it comes out with information you can use, and it's very colorful and very succinct. And Mike said he doesn't want to give a speech today. He wants to have a discussion. So we want Mike to come up here, and we'll have a discussion. Thank you.
You know, Ralph, that your little introduction reminded me of going up on the stage. That was, we gave the annual Bon Vivant Vichyssoise Memorial Award to the biggest junk food producer of the year. And you remember, I don't know how many of you remember Bon Vivant Vichyssoise soup. It killed people because it was contaminated with botulism. So we thought it was, that should be memorialized. And the award was a beat-up old garbage can that we would bring with us to the annual convention of the Institute of Food Technologists, who was a membership group that devised Cool Whip and Jell-O and all kinds of other crap that lined and lined supermarket shelves to try to give a little attention to the issue.
See, he's a genius at informing the media with irresistible displays and demonstrations. And he would appear on the Donahue Show, the Mike Douglas Show, Merv Griffin Show, and he'd have, based on the recipes of the processed food companies, he would say, if you eat a cheeseburger or a hamburger, here's how much fat slithers down your throat. And so he would hold it up. I actually did this once too. He would hold it up. It was like this. I mean, it was, people would go like this. To this day, I meet people on airplanes who say, I saw you on, Mike Douglas. What do you remember? That stuff. From hot dogs and so on.
But I think that, and Joan was alluding to it also, of try to dramatize the issues with something concrete, something people can relate to. And you remember the Junk Food Hall of Shame that we had at Public Citizen Visitor Center that really captured people's attention by depicting how much fat or the artificial colorings or what actually went into our food.
One thing about Mike and his associates is that they deal with the massive silent violence that kills people and gives them diseases. Most of the media deals with overt violence, so street crime, police brutality, wars, that sort of thing. But when you consider how many people die in this country from silent violence, 60,000 die from air pollution. It's over 1,000 a week, EPA figures. About the same amount die from work-related diseases and trauma in the job. 700 die every day, according to Johns Hopkins report, every day, from mishaps that are preventable in hospitals, including malpractice and hospital-induced infections. And Mike has focused, before we get into the other things, I always identify CSPI and Nutrition Action, Mike, you focused on three ingredients in our food that a lot of people are being overdosed with: fat, sugar, and salt. Can you go through, what it was like before you came to Washington, what kind of progress is made now? Before you do that, how many people have died? What's the estimate? How many people have died or gotten sick from those three?
Per year, probably 150,000 people or so. Excess sodium from salt, about 100,000 a year. Sugar, the best estimate I've seen is from the main food in which sugar is used, soda pop. 25,000 people die every year because of the obesity and diabetes. And fat is complicated because there are different kinds of fat, some much better than others. The worst fat is trans fat, and that's from partially hydrogenated vegetable oil. We could talk a little more in detail, but Harvard scientists estimated that was causing, in its heyday, the 1990s, 50 to 100,000 excess deaths every year. So just astonishing. And these are from the ingredients that people thought for decades totally harmless. Salt and sugar are on our kitchen tables, and trans fat has been used in Crisco, was used in Crisco, no longer, since about 1910. And so everybody was familiar with it and just thought it was innocence.
You've pounded on trans fat with great success. I mean, He's sort of a watchdog on the Food and Drug Administration, Department of Agriculture, and his staff along with him, working regularly. Tell us about the progress in trans fat and Mayor Bloomberg and other efforts.
Well, trans fat makes for a great story. Industry in the 90s was marketing about 8 billion pounds a year of partially hydrogenated vegetable oil. And up through the, up until 1990, partially hydrogenated vegetable oil was considered perfectly safe. The government published a couple of reports, one in the 70s, one in the 80s, that looked at all the research and found little shreds of research suggesting it was dangerous, but those studies were never confirmed, and so it was continued to be considered safe. Until 1990, a European study showed that trans fat raised the bad cholesterol and probably lowered the good cholesterol, a double whammy. And that was confirmed 3 years later by a Department of Agriculture study that really was a key study and shows the value of independent government-funded research. And so in 1993, we petitioned the FDA to require labeling of trans fat. And I don't want to go into all the details, but it took FDA 10 years to require the labeling of trans fat.
10 years. And what are some of the products that people eat with trans fat?
Well, there was Crisco and everything with vegetable shortening. McDonald's and every other fast food restaurant's French fries, fried chicken. You know, we were drenching our foods in trans fat. And the controversy and then the labeling made tremendous progress in getting rid of it. So the 1993 mandate for labeling, and right about then, Denmark banned partially hydrogenated oil. And so the FDA is still talking about labeling, Denmark is banning. So we petitioned, and the evidence had gotten so strong with both those clinical studies and epidemiological studies that that warranted us to urge and petition the FDA to ban partially hydrogenated oil, which the FDA didn't do until 2015, another 10-year delay. But trans fat really became a dirty word, and so many companies started labeling their foods no trans fat, and it has been largely whisked out of the food supply. 90% or more of trans fat is gone, 7 to 7.5 billion pounds a year. And it really shows the impact, starting with the scientific research, because that really has been the foundation, and then years of advocacy, pressure on food companies not to use it. Food companies told oil processors, give us better oils. Oil processors went back to farmers and said, grow better, different kinds of soybeans and rapeseed, canola, and so on. And we'll pay you more money if you do. And so the farmers grew this stuff. The oil processors had more raw materials. They sold to the food companies. And so this is a
good success story.
Huge success story.
Let's turn to sugar. By the way, all those national TV programs, they're gone now. Mike cannot get on any of these shows like the Phil Donahue Show, 10 Million People, and all the other shows. You just look at what has replaced them. Total junk, masochistic, sadistic, who's this, who's that. So that has not improved, and you're unable to reach the number of people you reached. And here's how you would do it. For example, the classic Coke can and the classic Pepsi can, and you say, how many of you have had this? You know, all the hands go up. You say, pretty sweet, isn't it? Yeah. Let's say you were making this Coke drink, and you put the water in, you put the secret formula from Atlanta, and you want to put the sugar that you want in it. How many teaspoons? Somebody say 1, 2, 3. Fewer hands would say, I like it really sweet. 4. How many teaspoons of sugar?
10 teaspoons. of sugar in each 12-ounce can of Coke. We dramatized that in a video called The Happiness Stand,
Yeah.
where we show the making of this happiness potion.
All right, now the damage of excessive sugar. People, for example, take far, far more sugar in their diet than 1900. What's the advantage? What's the harm from all that sugar?
Well, when I started in the early 70s, tooth decay was the harm. And we'd go out there yelling and screaming, and some people would be irate about sugar causing tooth decay. But beginning around 2000, there was developed solid evidence that sugar was a major contributor to diabetes and heart disease and obesity. And that really turned the tide. And so since 2000, there's been major progress in reducing soda consumption and sugar consumption more generally.
How much does that do to bottled water? More people taking bottled water instead of Coca-Cola.
Well, it's hard to know cause and effect, but bottled water sales have skyrocketed. And drinking bottled water now, environmental problems aside, is seen as being hip. Soda is being considered more kind of retrograde. And soda consumption per capita has declined, and this is full-calorie carbonated drinks, declined by 27% since 1998, which is an astonishing change. You know, the tide is really turning, and partly because of bottled water, but also just the image and more people hearing the scientific research. Center for Disease Control has funded New York, Philadelphia, Seattle, Los Angeles, other places, to run advertising criticizing sugary drinks. You know, so it's a remarkable change.
Yeah, completely reverse. It's the old story. The blasphemy of today becomes the commonplace of tomorrow. All right, let's go to facts.
But, you know, one more thing about soda. The soda industry, Coke and Pepsi, they know that soda sales are tanking in this country and will probably continue to go down. So they are investing literally billions of dollars a year in marketing soda in developing countries. Coke, just Coke, is investing $1 billion a year in China, $1 billion in Mexico, $1 billion in Brazil, $1 billion in India, $1.5 billion in Africa. Just astonishing investments. China and India, people drink this much soda a year. Here we drink this much soda. They see those as the huge markets for the future.
And replacing fruit drinks, native fruit drinks like Guaraná in Brazil. So they're trying to wean people off more nutritious fruit drinks with this type of soft drink. Yeah, it's often said that Coca-Cola has reached more areas of the world than anybody other than mosquitoes.
It's a close call.
Yeah. Let's talk about salt now. We had a meeting with the Secretary of Agriculture, Mike and I and some others, and I think Mike sort of startled the Secretary of Agriculture, Vilsack, when he talked about salt. And why did they put so much salt in the food when you don't even think it's in there? Go ahead.
It's the cheapest flavoring there is. So we're consuming, so there's been evidence about the harmfulness of too much sodium for 75 years or so. And the evidence builds up every single year. So in 1977, I hired a young nutritionist, Bonnie Liebman, to look at the health impact of salt and see what we could do about it. And so in 1978, we petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to limit the amount of sodium in different categories of processed foods and to change salt's regulatory status. You know, there it was killing thousands of people a year, and it was considered generally recognized as safe. So there began the long saga of trying to do something about too much salt. And the FDA said they're not going to regulate salt, but ask for voluntary industry action. nothing happened. We got sodium labeled on food packages in 1990, got the nutrition facts label, and then we went back in the early 2000s to see what had happened to sodium consumption since the labeling law was passed and since our original petition. Nothing had changed, despite all kinds of admonitions to industry to lower sodium levels. So we petitioned the FDA again, and we got the Institute of Medicine to do a report on what should be done about excess sodium, not whether or not it's harmful. That had been settled, but what should be done. And the Institute of Medicine basically endorsed that 1978 petition, saying the FDA should limit sodium levels in cheeses and breads and different levels for these different categories of food. The FDA immediately said it wouldn't limit the levels, but it might set voluntary targets. So it took another 6 years. Earlier this year, for 5 years, the FDA didn't do anything. We sued the FDA for inaction. Public Citizen represented us, and that got the FDA to get off the dime and propose voluntary targets. So if we're lucky, those voluntary targets will be adopted as final voluntary targets with 2-year and 10-year goals. The 10-year goals would bring sodium down to safe levels.
Mike, I want to ask you, you've been pretty critical of the Food and Drug Administration and U.S. Department of Agriculture. Before we get to how you've educated tens of millions of people and how difficult or beneficial that was, what's your brief view of their regulatory protection of consumers now?
Well, it starts with the laws, and the laws are not bad. But if you get a law passed, then you have to fund the program. And conservative Congresses starve the programs. So the food labeling, the food safety laws are reasonably good. They could be enforced with great vigor, going back to the 1958 Additives Amendment. But the FDA doesn't have the staff and it doesn't have the guts to enforce the laws with vigor, to regulate salt or sugar, or we've asked for warning labels on soda pop because soda pop causes heart disease and diabetes and obesity. But FDA is in a bit of a pickle because if it does anything brave, Congress would crack down and through appropriations riders stop it from taking one action or another. And they just don't have the staff to do many of these things. So the FDA inspects, with the Meat Inspection Acts, the USDA inspects a chicken soup plant factory every single day of the year. Even though it's sterilized, the soup is sterilized, it's not going to harm anybody. A food processing facility that does not have meat or poultry, like a vegetable soup factory, gets visited every 5 or 10 years. So the FDA just doesn't have the resources. And it's very important to ensure that agencies, desperately try to get the agencies sufficient funding to actually enforce the laws.
Have you expressed your view on efforts by the meat and poultry industry to have privatized inspections, to sort of self-regulate themselves instead of having daily or frequent U.S. Department of Agriculture meat and poultry inspections?
Well, most of those daily, it's really continuous inspections of the slaughtering and processing of the animals. And those where it's, and the inspectors checking to look at every carcass, that's almost worthless. What they can find are obvious defects, a serious bruise or a tumor, that are more quality than safety, things that the food processors should monitor on their own. Tyson doesn't want to have market chickens with big bruises on them. So they should be responsible for that. Those inspectors that are scrutinizing a chicken, they get 1 or 2 seconds to look at each chicken.
That's how fast the assembly line
They're
is.
whizzing by. They can't.
Yeah.
And they're looking for bacteria. You're not going to find bacteria looking at a chicken carcass. You need stronger systems. And that's how the laws are moving, where the companies will look at the bruises and tumors, and government inspectors will monitor for the systems that should be in place to keep the products uncontaminated.
You think the penalties are strong enough, though, for violations?
Well, they could be if they're brought about. So the Peanut Corporation of America, which killed many people, poisoned thousands of people with contaminated peanuts, the chief executives got thrown in jail. But as Russell Mokhiber has indicated earlier, those kinds of penalties are rarely invoked.
Mike, some people in the consumer area think you're not tough enough on certain issues. So let me throw some on the table. A lot of consumer groups are upset with GMO crops, genetically modified crops. They say that the argument for it is based in secret corporate science, not peer-reviewed, completely opposite of the way you've operated, Monsanto, for example, and that there's no evidence that it increases crop volume around the world, and that it migrates and affects other neighboring farms and contaminates other neighboring farms. And it just produces its own backlash with the so-called killer weeds mutating, resisting Monsanto's seeds, so Monsanto has to up the ante on those. What do you think of all that? Where are you on GMO foods?
Genetic engineering is a powerful technology. It's kind of like electricity. And when such a technology comes before the public or society, I think we should try to maximize benefits and minimize problems. Like with electricity. Electricity fries people every year. Little babies stick their innocent little fingers in the outlet and they're dead. We need to try to control that because electricity arguably has provided benefits, though some of them are arguable. And same thing with genetically modified crops. Some of them may be beneficial, some of them may be dangerous. We should look at each of them individually. Has the government evaluated the safety adequately? Are farmers using the products appropriately? And sometimes yes or sometimes no. But I think it's crazy to do away with a whole technology that is providing some benefits, could be providing much greater benefits here in developing countries in terms of drought resistance, crop yields, and so on. And it's naive to say, get rid of the whole technology when it can provide really major benefits.
What about food irradiation? Instead of focusing on sanitation in the plants, you just irradiate the food before it gets to your dinner table.
Well, I think it would be stupid to rely, for a company to be producing dirty food and trying to kill the germs just before it leaves the factory. There's no real evidence that irradiation is harmful. Again, maybe it would prevent some of the thousands of foodborne illness deaths every year. It's expensive, and it would be far better to have safety systems in place that would prevent the germs from getting into the food in the first place.
I got to finish with a story. When I was a little boy, my mother put on the kitchen table fresh celery, radishes, and carrots. And I said, I don't want to eat it. She said, what? I don't like it. I went through, I don't like it. I don't want to eat it. So she leaned over and said, well, who's I, Ralph? I? It's me. What do you mean, who's I? Is I your liver, your kidney? When you say, I don't want to eat it, is it your lungs? Is it your heart? I didn't even know what she was getting at. She finally concluded, I know who I is, Ralph, when you say I don't want to eat carrots and radishes, which are very good for you. And I said, who? And she said, I? I's your tongue. Why are you turning your tongue against your brain? Eat up. So this is now, in this massive educational effort that Mike Jacobson and his colleagues at Center for Science and Public Interest have engaged in, that has to be one of the big issues, because the advertisers focus on taste, taste, taste. And after it gets past your mouth, it can be very damaging to all these organs. How do you deal with that? And in conclusion, Mike, tell people how they can get Nutrition Action, which I read every time it comes. It's a terrific publication.
Well, the tongue is more powerful than the brain in so many cases. And, but I think people, so some people, we're not going to get through to some people, so you try to make the food as safe as possible. If salt is dangerous, limit the salt so it's just not as bad. And either the food gets less salt, tastes less salty, or some of the saltiness may be replaceable with other ingredients. So many people have learned that healthy food actually tastes terrific, tastes better than the processed foods with the kind of the cheap taste of sugar and salt. But it can be hard to persuade somebody who's been brainwashed by eating this kind of...
You mean tongue-washed?
Tongue-washed.
Yeah.
For eating this kind of food since they were infants, practically.
Right. Well, you see what just a few people can do, because Mike came to Washington, he had no money, no contacts, just knowledge, persistence, and a sense that he wanted to make food, safety, and nutrition his life's work. So I guess when you told me that you were in for the long haul back in the early 70s, I guess you were in for the long haul.
Didn't know what I was getting myself into, but I have to answer the second part of your question.
Yeah.
Go to cspinet.org, cspinet.org, and you can sign up for a subscription to Nutrition Action.
In print and online?
Yeah. Yes,
I like the print version.
So do I.
A nice, colorful newsletter.
If you buy a color monitor, you'd get it in color on the internet.
He's talking to someone who uses an Underwood typewriter, okay? Thank you very much, Mike Jacobson.
Thank you, Ralph and Mike Jacobson. Our next speaker will be talking about empowering consumers, a subject near and dear to my heart. He's a professor of law at Georgetown University Law Center, where he teaches federal court, civil procedure, administrative law, and seminars in First Amendment litigation. He also co-directs Georgetown's Institute for Public Representation, which is a clinical law program there. Formerly, he was the director of the Federal Trade Commission's Bureau of Consumer Protection, and he has also spent 25 years with the Public Citizen Litigation Group, a public interest law firm here in Washington, where he has handled multiple cases before the United States Supreme Court and more than 60 cases before federal courts of appeals and state courts of last resort. He is a senior fellow with the Administrative Conference of the United States and an elected member of the American Law Institute. He is also a scholar with the Center for Progressive Reform. Welcome, David Vladeck.
So I spent a mere 25 years working for Ralph. I will never forget my interview with Ralph. The first question was, did you read the paper today? And yes, I had. And he said, okay, what made you really mad? And so let me talk about what makes me really mad about the state of consumer protection in the United States. So Ralph talked about the blasphemy of what's going on with food protection. Well, the blasphemy about consumer protection in the United States these days is that very strong notions of freedom of contract are essentially corroding what we think of consumer protection. And this is a pincer movement that comes from two angles. One comes from essentially the disintegration of tort law contract law as we know it. These days, consumers ordinarily have no bargaining power with respect to the contracts they sign. These are often, the I accept little box at the end of a form contract that you may or may not read. In many instances, consumers are not even presented with the contract prior to entering into them. The contract is available, if at all, after the fact. And in those contracts, there are generally provisions that would have been unthinkable 30 years ago. So one common provision gives the seller the unilateral right to modify the contract. So if the seller decides, well, I think I can sort of eke more out of this relationship with the consumer, they're free to modify the contract and send you a little note down the road. There are all sorts of sort of bombs put in these contracts that often go off to the detriment of consumers. So one, and I'm going to come back to this, one sort of ubiquitous contract provision these days is a mandatory arbitration provision, which requires consumers to go to a privatized system of justice that's essentially invisible rather than exercising their rights in court. But I'm going to come back to that. But there are other waivers that are generally attached to modern contracts. For example, forfeiture of remedies that one might be entitled to under statute. So for example, in many cases that involve contracts, a disappointed consumer would have the right to have his or her case heard before a jury. Well, contract provisions these days often include waiver of the rights of jury trials. Contracts also include the forfeiture of remedies that would otherwise be available to the consumer under state law. Many of the contracts you've entered into require you forfeit your right to punitive damages. You forfeit your right to statutory damages. Often statutes contain what are called liquidated damage provisions, provisions in which certain amount of damages are assumed. Those provisions are also those rights, statutory rights, are often waived in contracts. So you're asking, wait a minute, these are statutory rights. These are rights Congress thought were important enough to enshrine to statute to guarantee the consumer has this remedy in the event of breach. How could those rights be waived? Well, the Supreme Court has held in many cases that arbitration substitutes the procedures and indeed oftentimes some of the substance that would otherwise be available if resort to court were available to the consumer. So, for example, the Supreme Court has upheld arbitration agreements even where it is clear that a statutory right cannot be vindicated in arbitration. So even where it is clear, this is a case called Italian Colors, where rights that Congress thought were important enough to enshrine in statute could not be vindicated through an arbitration agreement, tough noogies. The right is now unenforceable. And class action provisions also often include sacrifice of procedural rights that would otherwise be available. If you sue in court, you have certain rights of discovery. You can get access to the other side's documents. You may be able to take oral statements, depositions of witnesses who have information that's pertinent to the case. Class action rights are often afforded by statute that are abrogated by contract. So the kinds of form contracts that we see today not only deal with the underlying transaction, but include essentially a long list of rights that consumers forfeit by entering into a contract. And the courts have shown no interest in pushing back. Making matters worse, the court's arbitration jurisprudence has been essentially go away to consumers. There are a number of cases involving forum contracts, a case involving AT&T, where the court split 5-4 on the enforceability of these consumer contracts that could only be vindicated by groups of plaintiffs suing together because the dollar amounts were reasonably low. And so one form of assault on consumer protection has been the courts enforcing contracts literally, even to the extent that they sacrifice statutory rights, and the Supreme Court's aggressive affirmance of private dispute, private ordering over transparent judicial proceedings where the public at least has some insight into what's going on. A second form of assault, and this gets back to Mike's point earlier about shrinking government. So 20 years ago, Grover Norquist famously said his goal was to shrink government to the size where it could be drowned in a bathtub. And in a large measure, he has succeeded. So if you look at the staffing of the important federal consumer protection agencies, they've been hollowed out. I was the director of the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protection for 4 years. The FTC today is about 2/3 the size it was 20 years ago. The population of the United States has grown by 1/3 and the economy has doubled, yet the number of regulatory cops on the beat has shrunk. And if you go up and down the list of the regulatory agencies we all depend on for our health and safety, they are quantitatively smaller. I mean, my colleague, my former boss, Joan Claybrook, was head of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, responsible for overseeing auto safety, truck safety, tires, everything that moves. They have about 600 people to regulate the entire global automobile industry. Really? I mean, that is sufficient? The Commodities Future Trading Commission, a small agency, but has regulatory authority over most of the commodities traded in the United States, is about the same size. The FTC, which has both consumer protection and antitrust authority, has about 1,100 people, in contrast to the 1,600 that it had in the 80s and 90s. Even the CFPB, the new sort of, the first line of defense in terms of financial products and services, at the most will end up having about 1,400 people. So, when people rail against the size of government, you need to understand that with respect to the agencies we depend on to protect us in the marketplace, those agencies are very thinly staffed, they're overworked, and to make matters worse, the states, which used to be an equal partner in consumer protection matters, have also been hollowed out. When I was at the Federal Trade Commission, I worked very closely with colleagues in state attorneys general's offices. They too have been cut massively because of budgeting and other state restrictions. So to the extent that we depend on government to be our first line of defense against egregious misuse of marketplace power, the government does what it can, but it is a very thin line that is spread thin. And I want to echo another point Mike made, which is there's a lot of talk about agency officials being feckless, not being tough enough. Well, they're between a rock and a hard place. The tougher they are, the more they face funding cutbacks. When I was at the FTC, we were very aggressive, and I was called up onto the Hill with some regularity to basically say, your funding is in jeopardy, and you've got to be careful. And so it's a very difficult position for federal regulators. Let me talk about one other market failure, which is the courts, too, have been equal partners in some extent in the ratcheting back of consumer protection. So take one field. So identity theft is now rampant in the United States. Last year, the Justice Department estimates that 17 million Americans were victimized by identity theft. I measure this because the Federal Trade Commission has essentially a self-help part of its website where people who have been victimized can go and get access to standardized police reports and other forms that they would need in order to try to reclaim their own identity. Last year, 500,000 Americans used that site in order to file claims about identity theft. So the identity theft is the predictable debris of an internet economy where data security is not taken seriously. And so this is an area where Congress has refused to act. The Federal Trade Commission and other agencies have asked for authority to force the people who store your data to take adequate steps to safeguard it. Ironically, of course, they safeguard their own intellectual property data very well. Your data, your payment card information, your social security number, the prescriptions you take, whatever other personal data these companies have is not very well protected. And part of the reason is because there's no economic deterrence for companies to have lax security. The courts have repeatedly turned away people claiming injury from identity theft. And the Supreme Court's recent decision in a case called Spokio versus Robbins still leaves unsettled the question about whether you have a right to sue when your personal data has been compromised due to a data breach. So, all right, so that's the assault. And the assault is real, and the erosion of our rights has been steady and predictable for the last, I'd say, decade or 20 years. So what can we do about this? Well, there have been some bright signs on the horizon. The passage of Dodd-Frank and the creation of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is an enormous step forward. Now, the agency has been in existence for only 4.5 years, but has already done some important things. It's taken some enforcement actions. It's done policy work to protect those people who are not entitled or not eligible for anything other than subprime loans, to protect them in the market. It has proposed some curtailment of the right to mandatory arbitration, but that's just the first step. That agency is under assault constantly in Congress. I talked to my friend Rich Cordray. He has stopped counting the number of times he's been hauled up to the Hill to testify. It was, I think, 50 at last count. He's only been there for a few years. We need more legislation, and in order to do that, we need to organize, we need to personalize these stories, and we need to look at the lever of powers that are available to us and tries to exercise power. So let me talk about a few things. One is, if you look at mandatory arbitration, Congress understands how powerful a force that is. There are exemptions to it. When Dodd-Frank was passed, the most fierce lobbying was not done by the banks. It was done by the auto dealers. Why? Because they wanted a provision in the bill that made it illegal for the auto manufacturers to require the auto dealers to arbitrate disputes. It's one of the few odd carve-outs in Dodd-Frank. Well, the auto dealers had a point, and we need to force Congress to take a hard look at arbitration, at mandatory arbitration. And the only way we're going to do that is if we come up with a number of stories that drive home just how unfair, undemocratic, and essentially how perverse that process is. The other thing that we need to do is we need to win the battle in the courts, and this is where you're going to hear from Paul Bland and people from Public Citizen Litigation Group early on. We've been fighting these battles in the court, but the court is now up for grabs. Justice Scalia's seat remains vacant. Justice Ginsburg is 83. Justice Kennedy is 80. Justice Breyer is 78. The next president will remake the Supreme Court in all likelihood. Most of the decisions that I've been fretting about have been 5-4 decisions. One vote can make an important difference, and one vote on November 8th can make a huge difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vladeck. All right, our next speaker will be speaking about stopping corporate power and money in politics. He is the president of Public Citizen, a group that you have heard about and you will hear again today. He's been leading Public Citizen since 2009, where he is now spearheading the effort to loosen the chokehold that corporations and the wealthy have over our democracy. Following the Supreme Court's decision in Citizens United, he established the Democracy is for People program, which is a project of Public Citizen, and it's specifically intended to fight for a constitutional amendment to overturn the ruling and curb money in politics. Please welcome Robert Weissman.
So thank you for your stamina for democracy, for breaking through power. Fortunately or otherwise, I'm the last person between you and lunch. So try to amuse you. Unfortunately, this microphone is taped down and I can't walk around and I don't have any pictures. So I'm just going to talk. But I was suggesting to someone that maybe we could entertain a little bit with some shadow puppets because of the good light. We have the people. And we have the Koch brothers pounding on the people. We'll come back to that puppet metaphor later on. So there's a story of conventional wisdom, which is that America is a country deeply divided. We're red and blue states. I heard some detailed reporting on this on NPR this morning with some actually interesting reporting and some shocking views. We're plainly a country divided profoundly by race and equally as profoundly and less often recognized by class. And I'd say that political story, that's the dominant narrative about to try to explain what's going on in the country, that we're a divided nation. And it has some truth. That story has some truth. That's why it works. But it overshadows another story that is at least as important, I think probably more important, which is that we're actually an amazingly united country when it comes to the policy agenda that Americans favor. Astoundingly united. So I'm about to read you a set of statistics, but by way of background, compare them to the fact that 4 out of 5 people agree that the Earth revolves around the sun. So that's a marker. And it's not that's, as an aside, Claire, that's not nothing to do with American science teaching. It's cross-culturally true. That's about the number when you look across countries. However, 83% of Americans think that the top 1% have too much power and have used it for economic advantage. 3/4 of Americans favor a steep rise in the minimum wage. By about 2 to 1, people oppose corporate trade deals like the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The vast majority of Americans favor breaking up the big banks. About 9 in 10 say we need stronger financial regulation. 4 out of 5 voters favor expanding Social Security, not protecting it, not defending it, not stopping cutbacks, but expanding Social Security. By 3 to 1 margins, Americans want to close corporate tax loopholes. The president's controversial Clean Power Plan is favored by a 2 to 1, a small 2 to 1 margin. 3 out of 4 Americans favor stricter air pollution standards. The Clean Water Act has 80% support. If you give people the completely ridiculous and misleading choice between environmental protection and cost to the economy, 59% say they want stronger environmental protections. More than 9 in 10 Americans want origin of labeling, country of origin labeling for meat. 83% of Americans favor giving Medicare the right to negotiate drug prices. More Republicans rate drug prices as a higher, Republicans rate high drug prices as a higher level concern than Obamacare. They're more concerned about drug prices, Republicans, not the country, than Obamacare. Almost 9 in 10 Americans say that we should have tougher enforcement of law and regulations that apply to corporations. So there is an amazing consensus in the country behind a progressive populist agenda. There's also, as David, Michael, and others were saying, amazing lack of progress on that agenda. So there's this huge disconnect between what Americans want by overwhelming numbers and what we get. What do we get out of Congress? What do we get out of the executive? What do we get in the states, out of city councils? And you can't explain that adequately, in my view, with anything other than looking at the power of corporations and especially the power of the corporate class in our elections. So corporate political power is not only expressed through money in politics, but that's the cutting edge. And the problem long precedes, of course, the Citizens United decision that Oliver was talking about in 2010, but it got a lot worse with that decision. That decision held that corporations have the right to spend whatever they want to influence election outcomes. Most of you probably are not in the business of reading Supreme Court decisions, but if you want to pick one, although it's a long one, it's worth reading Citizens United because it is astounding, and even though it's got some law stuff in there, you'll understand immediately why it's astounding. It's predicated on the idea that the First Amendment protects the right of oppressed people, oppressed classes, to express themselves. And you read the majority opinion from Justice Kennedy about this connection between the First Amendment and the right of the oppressed, and it's eloquent and moving until you recognize that the oppressed class he's talking about is the corporate class, and that he's worried about the right of DuPont and Exxon and Walmart to speak out and not be unfairly discriminated against. And that's why we got Citizens United. We got another decision later on that sort of deepened it, and a couple others. And what it stands for, this right of corporations to spend whatever they want, but what it has enabled is a Wild West era in campaign spending. And so the world has become the political world has become materially worse since that 2010 decision. In 2012, there's about $6.5 billion spent on federal elections, which was a huge record. And you get these records, right? It becomes numbing. So this year we're going to smash that for sure. Those numbers totally undercount how much is actually being spent for a variety of reasons. The advertising business says that they tallied $9.4 billion in spending on political matters in the 2012 election cycle, and they expect to get approach $12 billion this year. That itself would be an undercount. So the amounts involved are just extraordinary. And what are the impacts? Most of the things that follow from this are familiar to people, but actually how bad it is maybe not be completely obvious. One thing that's long been the case is that the need to fundraise for political candidates means they spend their time with rich people, and that affects what they think and what they say and what they do. President Obama may have spoken and written about it more eloquently than anybody prior to Citizens United in his book Audacity of Hope. He's saying, well, he was running for Senate, what was he doing? Increasingly, I found myself spending time with people of means, law firm partners, investment bankers, hedge fund managers, and venture capitalists. As a rule, they were smart, interesting people. They were knowledgeable about public policy, but they reflected almost uniformly the views of their class. And he says, and I started to think the way they thought because I was hanging out with them all the time. Just more precisely, if you sort of look in the 2012 election, the New York Times reported right at the end of the election that the President Obama had attended twice as many fundraisers in the course of the election as he had attended campaign rallies. And that Mitt Romney sort of disappeared for long periods, only doing an event a day because he was so busy fundraising. And if you wonder what happened to Hillary Clinton in the August period, part of it was a strategy to sort of see if Trump could just sort of shoot himself in the foot or head every day. Didn't work out perfectly, unfortunately. But a lot of it was that she was spending all her time fundraising. So where was she? Like if you had friends in Los Angeles or San Francisco, they'd tell you the traffic was messed up every day because Clinton was riding around going to fundraisers. It's kind of funny. But even all this, so that's sort of what happens to the candidates. But the money that we talk about is worse than it seems at first glance because the money doesn't just get spread out equally. It gets focused in the most competitive races. And what we now have is all this outside money, the super PAC money and this so-called dark money that Citizens United enabled and spurred along, coming in at astounding numbers. There's $1 billion in 2012, and it'll be way more this year. But it gets really focused in the races that are tight. So in the tight Senate races, most of the time, the outside spending groups spend more than the candidates themselves. So they get to decide what really is being debated and discussed. They spend almost all of their money on negative ads. Everybody hates negative ads, but they work. That's why people use them. The candidates are a little bit deterred from using negative ads because they can be held accountable. But these outside groups, American Future Fund, whatever, Americans, whatever Colbert's parody was, is indistinguishable from the real thing. Americans for a Better Tomorrow. The outside groups spend 85 to 90% of their money on attack ads. And that becomes what the races are about. So the state of the political dialogue is meaningfully degraded. And then, of course, we have a lot of that money coming in the form of secret spending and dark money, which means you can't even trace where the money's coming from. So the one thing you might be able to do to hold the groups accountable is identify who the funder is. But when all the funders are secret, you can't do it. So the vast majority, you hear these numbers the Koch brothers were going to raise almost $1 billion. They scaled that down because they don't like Trump so much. But they're going to spend easily $500 million through their network. You won't see the Koch brothers anywhere that near money. They'll come in for a couple $1 million in disclosed spending. And all the money they're pouring in is going through groups that don't actually report. We do have some rules still in the books about campaign finance, but they're not enforced and they're honored in the breach. As the former chair of the Federal Election Commission will tell you, anyone's free to break the rules, she says, because there is no enforcement from the enforcement agency. Super PACs are not supposed to coordinate with candidates. No one thinks that doesn't happen. They used to say it was a wink and a nod, but maybe now it's a nod or something because the wink is gone. They're out and out coordinating. Money sloshes around between different organizations, so you can't follow and track what went from whom to where. And then thanks to another Supreme Court decision in 2014, the McCutcheon decision, you can put together these strings of political committees and make it possible for individuals to donate directly huge amounts of money to candidates, up to $3 million. You may remember there was a huge fundraiser that was controversial during the Democratic primary that George Clooney hosted for Hillary Clinton. And to sort of get a good seat at that fundraiser, you had to contribute $300,000. And it's worth asking, why could anybody contribute $300,000 if the maximum contribution in a primary is like $2,700? That's because the Supreme Court said, well, you can string all this money together, you compile these committees, and you write one check, and it's all fine. So stuff is really honored in the breach. That's kind of like, I think, sort of the lay of the land of some of the key elements of this, but some of the consequences maybe aren't sufficiently recognized. I think there's two that I think are sort of dominant. And they're sort of obvious, but maybe less obvious than it first appears. The first one is that all this money that's coming in, it's provided by an incredibly small number of individuals and corporations. It makes sense to sort of think about them together as a corporate class, like a really, really small number. So I would say that Occupy Wall Street, which did a great service to the country, kind of got it wrong, right? All this discussion about the 1%, right? The other 99, 1%. That doesn't explain what's going on in campaign funding. We need to talk about the top 0.01% to get any insight into what's happening. So the top 0.01% take about 4% of national income. It's about 30,000 people, something like that. They provide 40% of all campaign contributions. Top 0.01%. Even that actually undersells the stories. If you look at super PACs as sort of the cutting edge or the worst stuff, you're really looking at about 100 people from election to election who dominate what's going on. Usually the top 100 donors are responsible for about 3/4 of the super PAC money. In 2012, there were 52 people or families who gave more than $1 million to super PACs. This year, we're already at 100. So I guess the benchmark for being taken seriously rises. Not surprisingly, these people are overwhelmingly male. People of color don't have this kind of wealth. So almost all of these giant contributions come from white people. The other thing that's really underappreciated is the extent to which all this money controls what's debated. So if we connect back to that long list of things that Americans agree on, they're mostly not even talked about, or they're not talked about as much as they should be given the consensus in the country. And they're not talked about because that interest doesn't line up with I'm like Rudy Giuliani here getting a cell phone call, sorry. That interest doesn't line up with the donor class interests. And the politicians have to be responsive to the donor class to be taken seriously. So at the end of the day, the donors decide effectively who runs. They have a huge influence over who wins. They have a giant influence over what's debated, what's even raised as serious political conversation. Then, of course, after the election, what's going to be talked about seriously in Congress. So what do we have to do about it? Well, the policy agenda is pretty straightforward, and Americans don't have any disagreement about that. Just like all those other numbers, Americans are completely consensus on the need for far-reaching reform. Depending on what poll you look at, it's between 80 to 10 and 90 to 10 who want reform. The New York Times had a remarkable poll that said the country is split not over the need for reform, but whether the system needs fundamental change or to be completely rebuilt. I'm not actually sure which is the more radical one of those two. But that's basically, everybody agrees on one of those two things. Nobody agrees that the current system is fine or even needs small changes. And the changes that we need are familiar. So the small bore thing is to have disclosure. Everything should be all the money, outside money, direct contributions, all of it has to be disclosed. You just have to end this sort of silliness of secret money dominating our elections. We need to have a system of public financing for our public elections. There's good systems in New York and elsewhere that show us how to do that. And we have to overturn Citizens United and other Supreme Court decisions that both entrench this ludicrous notion that corporations should have the same rights as people to affect our elections, but also make it possible to have all this outside spending. The good news is that Americans completely agree on that agenda. But we know from the first part of the conversation that agreeing on the agenda isn't enough. People have to get mobilized on it. And people actually, since Citizens United, have been. And we've had a change in what the conversation is on money and politics from kind of a boring good government thing to a fundamental democracy issue, a corporate power issue, and understanding the connection between the money and politics issue and corporate power and everything else that the whole agenda that Americans want to see realized. So just using the constitutional amendment as a marker, we went from 2 senators who supported an amendment in 2010 when the idea was thought to be either frivolous or too extreme, to 26 in 2012 when it started to gain traction. We had 54 U.S. senators voting for a constitutional amendment, remarkably, in 2014. One of the presidential candidates now says that she would introduce an amendment within the first 100 days of taking office, and it's a core part of the agenda for the Democratic Party, remarkably. So we haven't broken through yet all the way to win. This used to be a bipartisan issue. Mitch McConnell has stopped that, but it will be again in the near future. The total key to winning is mobilizing, right? The polls are insufficient. Everything is about showing there's passion and that people care. This past spring, we had the first large demonstration around democracy issues in a generation, the first by money in politics maybe ever in Washington, D.C., with 5,000 people turning out to support the agenda that I just talked about, as well as a broader democracy agenda focusing on the crucial issue of voting rights as well. That was a good, small first step. We have to be at least an order of magnitude bigger, with people literally laying down in the streets to make a difference. That's what we have to do to win, and we have to win on this issue to win everything else that's being talked about at this conference. We're talking about breaking through power. This is really a central issue for breaking through power. Last thing to say is, okay, how do you get connected? If you don't yet know the website for a public citizen, you really should. It's citizen.org. Please sign up for our email list. We will send you a lot of fundraisers, but we'll also send you a ton of information about things you can do. And if you actually care to be really involved in organizing and want to get you hooked up with the on-the-ground organizing that's going on across the country in these red states and in the blue states to win this fundamental democracy reform. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Robert Weissman. We are now ready to break for lunch. Just wanted to say a couple of words. If anybody or everybody, hopefully, likes what you hear today, many of our speakers have written books. They are available for sale in the lobby outside. So make sure to check them out at the table that's set up out there. You have several options for lunch around here. If you go out the door on P Street and you take a left, head towards 17th Street and take a right on 17th, there are a few options down there. Maybe more options available if you come out the front door here on P Street and take a right, go toward 14th Street. There is a Whole Foods down there. You know, I don't know if kale is officially passé, but if it's not, they have an excellent salad bar at Whole Foods, and I recommend their very garlicky kale salad. And then there's a bunch of options up there on 14th Street. So we're going to be starting again at 1:20 sharp, so everybody get back. The students who are here from Hood College, there is a box lunch available for you, so please congregate out in the lobby room. Thank you very much.
Are the students from the college going to still be here?
Yeah.
Because I want to do a little thing with them.
Okay, so that's Michael. It's the next presentation, Michael. Professor Dreyer. I don't know why Professor Vaughn has an audiovisual. It's like one slide.
Yeah, I've got a lot. I'm going to go through them real quickly. Okay, it works. Good.
Thanks.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Now I
You
can-
can't wander too far from the podium, though.
I won't.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. We have a great lineup for the afternoon, and our first speaker is going to be talking about the importance of whistleblowing. He is Professor Emeritus at American University Washington College of Law. He has been a scholar in residence with the law faculty of the King's College of the University of London. He has also been a visiting professor at Monash University in Melbourne, Australia, and he has taught at the University of San Diego School of Law, as well as a visiting professor at Ritsumeikan University School of Law in Kyoto, Japan. Please welcome Robert Vaughn.
Thank you very much. As a teacher, I was always a little concerned when I was assigned that first class after lunch, but we can move from there. One Australian observer of whistleblowing concluded, "Whistleblowing is the legal regulation," and I quote, "most crucial to integrity, accountability, and organizational justice in all institutions," end quote. Even if you might be a little skeptical about that statement, which, by the way, I am not, we recognize that whistleblowing is a powerful technique for holding the powerful accountable. I will describe the importance of whistleblowing law by examining several different perspectives that are linked to different frameworks of accountability. These perspectives are a reservoir of arguments and proposals for change. Through them, we can consider the history and the expansion of whistleblowing laws and breaking through power. But I can't begin this discussion without mentioning those whistleblowers who have changed the perceptions of the public of whistleblowing and who have established the context and content of many whistleblower laws. But without an appreciation of these persons, whistleblowers become kind of insubstantial legal creations. An appreciation of their accomplishments and sacrifices make whistleblowing concrete rather than abstract, personal rather than statistical, and emotional as well as analytical. I will not forget them as I speak, and I ask that you do not. We're going to discuss these four perspectives: the employment perspective, the open government perspective, the transparency or market regulation perspective, and human rights. The New Deal labor reforms in the 1950s developed an anti-retaliation principle that prohibited retaliation against employees for disclosure of violations of labor laws or workplace protections. In the 1950s, a few courts, particularly those in California, used the anti-retaliation principle to restrict dismissals of at-will employees when those dismissals would be against public policy because those employees reported violations of law by their employers, violations of both regulatory and criminal law. This history helps to explain why whistleblowing laws are usually treated as a subset of employment laws. The character of modern society also explains this conception of whistleblower laws. The activities of contemporary society rely heavily upon the activities of government through government agencies and the activities of private organizations through corporations. Both private and public sector organizations can vary in size, but except for the smallest, they require employees to carry out their activities. These employees possess information not otherwise available regarding misconduct, incompetence, corruption, and dangers and risks connected with the organizations that employ them. Employees and employers, therefore, may properly see whistleblower laws as changing the relationship between them. If whistleblower laws restructure the workplace, this reduction in the power of employers invites widespread and lasting opposition to these laws. This perspective invites the consideration of the interests of employers who can argue that it is the public interest, not the interest of employees, that must be considered. Thus, it is the employee who must prove the entitlement to protection, and the employee does this in a setting where they normally face the resources of the employer alone. The other perspectives are information-based. The employment perspective is not. In the employment perspective, the emphasis is on the employment relationship, and that relationship incorporates interests in bureaucratic secrecy, secrecy that is asserted to be justified because of the need for rational decision-making and the preservation of management prerogative. This perspective contains other difficulties as well. It incorporates the procedural and administrative mechanisms of employment. These administrative and procedural mechanisms usually benefit employers. It requires the determination of who is an employee, and it requires the determination as to whether retaliation takes place through an employment-based action. Both of these requirements invite subterfuge and abuse. It is less likely than the other perspectives to draw on international law and on international organizations. International labor standards are ambiguous as to whether employees who make disclosures that do not involve violations of workplace laws are protected. And the International Labor Organization lacks the status and influence of international human rights and anti-corruption organizations. Because of its pervasiveness, the employment perspective is a powerful alternative to the others. The open government perspective. This perspective emphasizes the public right to know about government policies and practices. Freedom of information laws offer the justifications for disclosure of information held by the government. A principal justification for this disclosure is sustaining democratic accountability. Democratic accountability involves both political accountability and legal accountability, and open government laws support both types of accountability. As to political accountability, ignorance of the action of government officials makes criticism of the government less likely. Ignorance dulls outrage and reduces the likelihood that civil society groups will organize and use democratic procedures for change. As to legal accountability, the accountability of government officials, on the one hand, requires an understanding of the standards and practices that are to guide their conduct, and on the other hand, requires information about the conduct of those officials. The open government perspective introduces a dispute about the role of government. One view of the role of government is a limited view that in order to preserve the realm for private activity and choice. The other, more activist view of government says that the democratic state must address societal maladies that individuals are unable to resolve. The activist view sees the individual at risk not only from government, but from the concentration of private power from which the individual must be protected by the government. Both views identify corruption as a threat to the mission of government. The open government perspective affiliates whistleblower protection with international anti-corruption movements and that also advocate democratic accountability and disclosure. In contrast to the employment perspective, the open government one is information-based. Nothing in this perspective necessarily requires that protection apply only to employees. The market regulation or transparency perspective. This perspective evidences a concern with open markets. For example, with the flow of capital internationally, it requires an assessment of political risks and argues for knowledge of the frequency of corruption. The lack of transparency of markets or of government can be a surrogate for the likelihood of corruption. Corruption distorts markets. For example, corruptions in government contracts distort not only domestic markets, but can distort international markets as well. Whistleblower protections are information provisions that help to support efficient markets. Such whistleblower provisions thus become part of anti-corruption efforts in many countries, in international conventions, and in international economic organizations such as the World Bank and the regional development banks. Although concerned with the protection of markets, this perspective implicates misconduct by government officials as well, as the open government perspective can apply to non-government disclosures. The market regulation perspective can encompass information about government. These protections need not apply to employees because Hello? Oh, it's back on. Okay. Either that or my voice suddenly disappeared. I wasn't sure which. The protections need not be limited to employees because a number of individuals possess information relevant to the evaluation of markets. For example, the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption extends its protections for disclosures to, quote, public servants and private citizens. The breach of fiduciary duties by corporate officials often involve the suppression of information or the presentation of false information. This concealment and falsification of information distorts markets, particularly markets in corporate securities. While the open government perspective can be seen as an information-based approach to the accountability of government, the market regulation perspective can be seen as an information-based approach to the accountability of markets. In response to the Great Depression of 1929, the New Deal used information disclosure as a method of market regulation. Two recent examples emphasize this approach and the increasing importance of whistleblower protection. The Sarbanes-Oxley Act responded in the whistleblower provision to the failure of Enron and WorldCom, failures that were caused by accounting fraud. One of the best-known whistleblowers of the period, Sharon Watkins, who was named a Time Person of the Year along with Cynthia Cooper, who was another corporate fraud whistleblower, sought to inform corporate officials of these fraudulent practices. Unfortunately for her, all of the officials she approached were deeply involved in the fraud. The legislative history of the whistleblower provision of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act refers to this role of Sharon Watkins. The financial crisis of 2008 led to whistleblower protections in the Dodd-Frank Act. The provision contained important innovations and reflected the importance that was attached to whistleblower protection as a regulation of markets. Health and safety regulation, in the view of many, reflect an importance beyond the integrity of financial markets. The loss of human life and human suffering of these deaths and injury demand effective regulation of health and safety. The inadequacy of industry standards in industry after industry has generated a wealth of statutes. The information disparity between regulators and regulated industries is accepted as a principal reason for regulatory failure. This information deficit disables regulation. Beginning at least with the Mine Health and Safety Act of 1977, whistleblower protection has been used as a tool for ensuring adequate information regarding workplace risks or public safety through protected disclosures to regulators. Many environmental and health and safety statutes contain whistleblower protections. Important whistleblower provisions are included in the Consumer Product Safety Improvement Act of 2008 and the Food Safety Modernization Act of 2011. Since 2000, Congress has enacted or significantly amended more private sector whistleblower provisions than in any comparable period. Federal private sector laws now cover tens of millions of private sector employees. The human rights perspective. Freedom of expression has played an important role in the development of whistleblower protection in the United States. In 1968, in Pickering versus Board of Education, the United States Supreme Court applied the First Amendment to protect public employees who made disclosures to the public. The whistleblower provision of the Civil Service Reform Act that covers millions of federal employees sought to vindicate these constitutional rights, but it substituted statutory standards for the vague balancing test under the First Amendment. In this sense, U.S. whistleblower law rests on the human right of freedom of expression. This perspective gives whistleblower protection a strong connection to international human rights law. For example, both Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 13 of the American Convention on Human Rights protect freedom of expression. The right has been broadly interpreted by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights In Reyes versus Chile, the court held that this right of freedom of expression gives the individual the right to receive information about the government and imposes upon the government an obligation to provide information to citizens. International human rights contains a large body of ideals, principles, and arguments. Powerful international organizations support the development of human rights. Under many human rights conventions, signatories are bound by the decisions of judicial bodies who are charged with interpreting the convention. For example, decisions of the European Court on Human Rights have helped to develop human rights in Britain. Whistleblower rights in Britain. A human rights approach relying on freedom of information is more likely to encompass opinion. Therefore, this perspective supports a broader scope of protections and under more lenient standards than reasonable belief. The freedom of expression applies to public disclosures, and this perspective, more than the others, is likely to protect public disclosures. The principle of the indivisibility of human rights would protect disclosures addressing other fundamental issues of human rights. The human rights perspective is not instrumentalist, as are the other perspective. With them, protection is granted to serve some other value or interest. A human rights analysis focuses less on human rights as a way to implement other values or to accomplish worthwhile goals, but asserts that these rights represent basic human values worthy of protection. The task of breaking through power is not an easy one. Whistleblower law is often seen as a way of doing so. To understand the weaknesses of whistleblower law, but more importantly, to appreciate their possibilities requires an understanding of these perspectives. Because of these perspectives matter, examination of them helps us to see the weaknesses of whistleblower law and to appreciate possibilities for change. Each of these perspectives enables and limits whistleblower protection, and examination encourages us to seek significant change. By the way, for the students here, I'd like to give a little warning. And that warning is be very careful what you do when you're 26 years old. When I was 26 years old, I turned down a couple of jobs and took a job with Ralph Nader in Washington. And one of the tasks that he charged me with was looking at the federal civil service. And one aspect of it that I came to particularly focus on was the need for whistleblower protection for federal employees. So now, some 40 years later, I'm still working on the same topic that I was assigned then. So just an alert, please be extremely careful what you start with when you're 26 years old. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert Vaughn. So maybe there's still hope for Edward Snowden. Before we move on, I wanted to just do a couple of housekeeping notes. After the next speaker, we are going to be circulating these note cards to members of the audience. If you have questions, please write one question per card, write legibly, and we will collect them. And Ralph Nader will address them during the last session on the agenda. And then after that, he will be available out at the book table to sign copies of books that people may have bought. All right. Our next speaker is going to address public sentiment and social change. He is professor of politics and chair of urban and environmental policy chair of the Urban Environmental Policy Department at Occidental College. He writes widely on American politics and public policy for The Nation, American Progress, Dissent, and the Huffington Post, as well as numerous op-ed pages in the newspapers. He is author of the 100 Greatest Americans of the 20th Century, a Social Justice Hall of Fame. And he has also led the successful minimum wage campaign in Pasadena, California. Please welcome Peter Dreyer.
I want to first address the students from Hood College that are here. I actually want to particularly address the women from Hood College who are here. So the women from Hood College, can you raise your hands? Okay, now put them down. Okay. Now I want to ask you a very simple question. How many of you played sports in high school? Raise your hands. Okay. And raise up. And how many of you didn't play sports in high school? Okay. So around the country, I ask this question all the time when I'm talking to college students. And it turns out that somewhere between a third and a half of all the women in college played sports in high school, sometimes more than that. And roughly a quarter to a third of them now play intercollegiate sports in college. And they take that for granted, that choice. It depends on their talent, depends on their will, but they determine that they have the right to do that. And that right is something that is relatively new, the right to play sports for women in high school and in college. So let me ask you another question, and this can be for any of the students from Hood College. How many of you know who Billie Jean King was? Raise your hands. One person. Okay. All right. Okay. So that, to me, reflects an important reality, that we take for granted the achievements of movements of the past, to the extent that we take them so for granted we don't even know who the people were that were responsible for making those changes. For those of you who don't know, Billie Jean King was not only one of the greatest tennis players of all time, but she was active in the women's movement. She testified before Congress on behalf of Title IX, which is the law that made it possible for young women today to play high school and college sports. And so many of the radical ideas from the past, ideas that were once considered utopian, radical, socialist, crazy, impractical, are now things that we take for granted. And those things include Social Security, the minimum wage, women's right to vote, the right of workers to unionize, a progressive income tax, consumer and environmental protection laws, national parks, government-subsidized health care, same-sex marriage, a black president, and a woman president. All of those were once considered radical ideas. So the radical ideas of one generation are often the common sense of the next generation. How did that happen? In order to understand that, we have to understand where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. And for those of you that are somewhat demoralized or depressed by the current political situation, have no fear. This too will pass. Movements make change. Movements make it possible for us to dream dreams. Movements make it possible for people to think that radical ideas today will be taken for granted by our children and our grandchildren. Dr. King said the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice, but he forgot to say one thing. Who's going to bend it? Who's going to make it possible for that arc of the moral universe to bend? And those are the people I want to talk to you about today. Very quickly, a big overview of the movements of the 20th century that have made our lives a lot better, whose shoulders we stand on, but whom we often forget. Victor Berger was the first socialist congressperson from Milwaukee. In 1911, he introduced this crazy idea in Congress called old age insurance. He got one vote for that bill. That was his own vote, right? But 25 years later, during the New Deal, during the Franklin Roosevelt administration, we adopted Social Security. The radical ideas of Victor Berger became the common sense of our ideas today. These three women were part of the leadership of the Settlement House movement that created the fight for against slums and against sweatshops in our big cities. They were mostly upper middle class women that moved into the immigrant slums of the late 1800s, the early 1900s, and they fought for the rights of immigrants. They helped to organize unions. They helped to organize what today we would call consumer groups. And they created things like the minimum wage for women and laws protecting people from slum housing. The Triangle Factory Fire in 1911 mobilized a big movement. 145 immigrant young teenage girls were killed in this fire in New York, but there was a protest movement after it. Francis Perkins, Al Smith, later the governor of New York, Robert Wagner, were three activists in that movement. One of the people that was one of their supporters was a woman named Anne Morgan. She was the daughter of the richest person in the world, J.P. Morgan. but she decided she wanted to be on the side of the working class women, so she showed up with her rich friends at the picket lines. Rose Schneiderman was a union organizer at the time. She couldn't believe that this upper class woman in fur was out there in the middle of the winter picketing with the working class women. She called them the Mink Brigade, right? But they were people who were in solidarity. That's how Eleanor Roosevelt first became politicized, by the battle over the Triangle Fire. There were people fighting robber barons, these muckraking reporters and writers, Lincoln Steffens, there should be an S on the end of his name, Upton Sinclair, Ida Tarbell, who took on Standard Oil. There was a women's rights movement. This is 2016, exactly 100 years ago. Next month, two important things happened. One is that Margaret Sanger opened the first birth control clinic in America in Brooklyn, for which she was arrested because it was against the law to do that. And Jeanette Rankin was the first woman elected to Congress in 1916. These are things that we now take for granted, birth control and women in Congress, but they were really revolutionary 100 years ago. Workers' rights, workers sat in the Woolworths in New York, in the Detroit and Flint factories to get the right to unionize. The sit-in movement, which took its idea from the working class workers movement, brought us civil rights, the right to vote, the right to accommodations. Right? The environmental justice movement challenged and changed the law and introduced the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Environmental Protection Act in 1970. These are all radical ideas at the time. The consumer protection movement, led by Mr. Nader, but also by a woman named Frances Kelsey, without whom many of my generation would be thalidomide babies, because she was a doctor at the Federal Drug Administration, Food and Drug Administration, and she stopped the drug companies from allowing the Food and Drug Administration from allowing the drug companies to sell this very dangerous drug, thalidomide, which saved millions of lives. Tony Mazzocchi was one of the leaders of a movement for workplace safety that helped to create the the Occupational Safety and Health Administration in 1970. If you haven't seen the movie about Karen Silkwood starring Meryl Streep, you should. She was one of the also activists that helped to fight for workplace safety. And more recently, and in today's environment, we still have the right to protect the right of women to have abortions and women's equality in general. There's the movement for immigrant rights today and the Dreamers movement. They've already gotten a number of states to allow undocumented students to pay in-state tuition, an incredibly popular law in those states, but we still need to get the DREAM Act passed in Congress. The Voting Rights Act was passed in 1965, but we're still fighting for voting rights all over the country, and you can see that that's happening this last couple of weeks in North Carolina in particular, right? There's been a movement for gun protection, gun control over the last few years. The upper right-hand corner is the protest in Newtown, Connecticut, and the lower left-hand corner is the unfortunate ceremony that the president went to around the 7 people who were killed in Charleston, South Carolina. Black Lives Matter has helped to alert us to the reality of racial profiling and police violence. The number of shootings of African Americans has not gone up in the last 10 years, but our awareness of it has, because of cell phones, because of body cameras, because of increasing media coverage. And so now there is a movement for changing in police practices. Occupy Wall Street disappeared, but their ideas continued. You can't kill an idea. The idea of the 1% and the 99% has lasted much longer than the movement. There is nobody in America, not a conservative, not a liberal, not a progressive, not a monarchist, who doesn't understand what the 1% and the 99% means. So the ideas of Occupy Wall Street and the power of the rich and the power of big banks has stayed with us and has helped shape our movements. The hearing last week where the CEO of Wells Fargo Bank took a grilling from both Democratic and Republican senators. John Stump, the CEO, was in some ways the modern or the most recent version of Occupy Wall Street. The movement to raise the wage. If you had told me just 5 years ago that any city in America would have today a $15 an hour minimum wage, I would have thought you were crazy. But in the upper right-hand corner is the mayor of Seattle signing a law 2 years ago to have a minimum wage in that city of $15 an hour. There are now dozens of cities around the country, including my own city of Pasadena, but also our neighbor Los Angeles and about 8 other cities in Southern California that have adopted $15 minimum wage laws. That's because of the movement of Walmart workers and fast food workers and janitors and many other workers around the country fighting for improving the minimum wage and low-wage work. Right? The big issue of the next 10 years, I think, will be student debt. Students are now sitting in, protesting, organizing. Senator Warren has a bill to address the issue. Both the Democratic candidates for president, Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, both made this a big issue because it resonates with a lot of people. Right? There's a big movement around the country to stop sweatshop labor by having students refuse to buy shirts and T-shirts and sweatshirts with the name of their college on it that are made in sweatshirts around the country. There is a factory that was created by the United Students Against Sweatshops in the Dominican Republic called the Alta Gracia factory. Those of you who are in college, including you at Hood College, should make sure that your bookstore sells the products from Alta Gracia, which is a factory in the Dominican Republic where they pay 3 times the local minimum wage, where they have a union and good health and workplace safety conditions. It's one of the few factories in the world that is like that, but it shows that it can be done. There's obviously a big movement around climate change. Dozens of colleges have already voted to divest from fossil fuels, from their endowments. We've stopped the Keystone Pipeline. This was all a result of protest and activism, not because the arc of the universe was going to bend towards justice automatically. Right? 5-10 years ago, the idea of same-sex marriage was considered crazy. Now over 70% of the American population believes that it should be legal. This is a dramatic change in public opinion in a very short period of time as a result of litigation, protest, organizing, and changes in public sympathy. Oops. Okay. All of these movements have 3 things in common. And that are things that are true of movements of the left or the right. And number 1 is that every movement has organizers and activists that think strategically and large numbers of people that take their advice and follow their guidance. And just a few of them, from Eugene Debs to Alice Paul, the leader of the suffrage movement, to Walter Reuther, the union leader, to Frances Perkins, the Secretary of Labor, to Norman Thomas, to Miles Horton, who you never heard of, who founded something called the Highlander School in Tennessee to train organizers, Dorothy Day, the leader of the Catholic Worker Movement, Baird Rustin, who organized the March on Washington in 1963, Betty Friedan, who led the first National Organization for Women, Fannie Lou Hamer and Ella Baker, these 2 incredible women that were active in the Civil Rights Movement, Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez of the Farm Workers Movement. But they also had to have people who could inspire us and with their poetry, their artistry, their writing, their philosophy, they're using their athletic ability to promote social justice and social change. Du Bois, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, who wrote The Yellow Wallpaper, the first feminist short story. Lewis Hine, a photographer who went around the country exposing the abuses of child labor. Upton Sinclair, who exposed the crisis in the meatpacking industry in his book The Jungle. John Steinbeck, whose book about farm workers, Grapes of Wrath, raised our consciousness. Woody Guthrie, who sang what should be the national anthem, This Land Is Your Land. Langston Hughes, the great poet. Paul Robeson, the great singer, athlete, and Broadway and film star. Arthur Miller, the playwright. The Weavers, who introduced us to songs from around the country, from around the world. Jackie Robinson, who used his athletic ability to fight for social justice. There he is testifying before Congress. Rabbi Heschel and Martin Luther King. Phil Oakes, the folk singer who sang against the war in Vietnam. The Freedom Singers from the Civil Rights Movement. Pete Seeger and Bob Dylan. Pete Seeger and Bruce Springsteen. Muhammad Ali, who risked his career to oppose the war in Vietnam. And Marvin Gaye, who sang about black freedom through his soul singing, right? Michael Harrington, who exposed poverty in America through his book, The Other America. Dr. Seuss, whose books were about moral outrage, and if you read between the lines, you'll see lots of radical ideas in Dr. Seuss's children's books. Rachel Carson, who exposed the dangers of DDT and pesticides, and Barry Commoner, the great biologist who exposed the way we produce our consumer products harms the environment. Adrienne Rich, the poet, the feminist poet, Holly Near, the feminist singer, Billie Jean King, the feminist tennis player, Tisha Hinojosa, the feminist Latina singer, and Leslie Gore. Most of you under 50 have never heard of Leslie Gore. She was a rock and roll singer. People think I'm crazy to put her up here. She wrote this incredible song and sang this song in 1963 called You Don't Own Me, right, which was an early feminist song that people don't recognize. So she's most famous for It's My Party and I'll Cry If I Want To, but I think she should be most famous for You Don't Own Me, right? Bill Moyers, Tom Morello, the singer from Rage Against the Machine, Barbara Ehrenreich, and our friend Michael Moore. These are all people who every movement needs, people that inspire us, who write about us, who give us hope for the future. And finally, we all have to have political allies. Those are people who are in government and who work with activism, from people in office like Senator La Follette, John Peter Altgett, the governor of Illinois, who Altgett was willing at the behest of Jane Addams and Francis Perkins to introduce factory legislation in Illinois in the late 1800s. Hiram Johnson, the governor of California, early 1900s, introduced the minimum wage law and the women's right to vote. Franklin Roosevelt, the mayor of New York, Philo LaGuardia. Floyd Olson, an unsung but radical governor of Minnesota during the 1930s. Bella Abzug, the women's activist and congresswoman. Harold Washington, the radical mayor of Chicago. Paul Wellstone, the iconic senator from Minnesota. Harvey Milk, the first openly gay elected official. Bernie Sanders, John Lewis, the iconic civil rights leader, and Elizabeth Warren. Right? All of these are people who've changed our lives. They've changed our minds. They've helped us understand changes. So I just want to give you finally a portrait of where are we now? What are Americans thinking today? 77% of us think there's too much power in the hands of a few rich people and large corporations. 74% think corporations have too much political influence. 60% think the economic system favors the wealthy. 84% think money has too much influence in politics. 85% think we need to overhaul a campaign finance system. 73% favor adopting tougher rules for Wall Street. 64% stronger regulations on greenhouse emissions. 82% big corporations don't pay their fair share of taxes. 79% wealthy people don't pay their fair share of taxes. 68% favor raising taxes on the richest people in the country. 92% think we should have less income disparity. 66% think wealth should be more evenly distributed. 69% think the government should reduce the gap between the rich and everyone else. 64% the government should reduce poverty. 75% we should increase the minimum wage to $12.50 by 2020. 63% think we should increase the minimum wage to 15% by 2020. And 58% think we should increase the minimum wage to $15 now. 80% think that we should require employers to provide paid family leave. 71% favor a public option for health insurance to compete with the private insurance companies. 67% favor lifting the income tax cap on Social Security, require higher income workers to pay Social Security taxes on all their wages. And 70% believe the federal government should fund high quality preschool programs for all children, and 62% support debt-free university tuition. Welcome to Finland. Welcome to Denmark. Welcome to Sweden. If the American people had their way, we would live in a progressive social democracy. How are we going to get from there to another world as possible? That's the lessons of the movements of the 20th century. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Dreyer. I hope we're all feeling motivated and re-energized. Before I move on, I'd like to ask that we pass out these note cards for anybody who has a question please raise your hand, and we will make sure that you get a card to write your question on, and we'll be choosing a few of them at the end to respond to. All right, our next speaker is going to be talking about training for change. He is a senior strategist with National People's Action, and he has been a community organizer for 15 years on the neighborhood, city, state, and national levels in both the United States and the UK. He has organized successful campaigns on neighborhood infrastructure, immigrants' rights, workers' rights, and Wall Street reform. He is currently serving as Bank Accountability Campaign Director at National People's Action, and I'm informed that he has built a bridge over a moat surrounding a J.P. Morgan Chase shareholder meeting and has stormed across dressed as Robin Hood. Please welcome Jordan Esteval.
Clearly someone found my bio somewhere on the internet from like 5 years ago and, and ran with it, which is great. So thanks very much for having me. My name is Jordan Esteval. I am a senior strategist at People's Action, formerly known as National People's Action. We're a result of a merger between NPA and Alliance for a Just Society and U.S. Action. We are a network of people power community organizations around the country. There are some 50 member organizations in 30 states. Collectively, we have organizers in 100 cities, about 600 professional community organizers working in those cities with people on issues from housing, justice, to climate and environmental issues, to mass incarceration and policing, and about 1 million members across the country. People's Action, we're a racial and economic justice issue organization, and our raison d'etre is that we feel that there are 3 simultaneous big crises happening in this country and on this planet. One, that the planet itself is in crisis. That every summer is the hottest summer ever, and that can't continue. That the economy that we are living in is based on extraction. It's based on runaway inequality, and that's getting worse and worse every year, and that can't continue. And that our democracy is broken, that the number of people who have real influence in our politics is shrinking all the time. One of our assumptions is that we believe that, that the people who are affected most by these issues are the experts on these issues, are the people whose voices are too frequently missing from the rooms where decisions are made that affect all of our lives. I started with National People's Action running our financial industry accountability campaign work in 2008. Sometime previous, I had been working with an organization in Chicago called the Northwest Neighborhood Federation. 2 members of that organization, which is a local community organization working on local neighborhood quality of life issues. Jose Torres and Sonia Cruz were cousins, and they knew each other. They had a fine relationship. And we're working on things like getting the parks cleaned up, getting a neighborhood training, a job training center built in the neighborhood, things like that. And the organizers who were working with them, built deep relationships with these folks, and learned at around the same time that both of them were in foreclosure, that their stake in the community was under threat, and they stood to lose their homes. And what's interesting about that is they didn't know that about each other, right? They were so just buried in debt and in shame about the fact that they were so deep in debt, that they had screwed up, they had made a mistake, they had bought outside their means. Further conversations with the organizers, and more and more with each other, we learned that they had both taken predatory loans, right? These exploding option arms that we know now were concentrated in communities of color, in low income and working class communities, that they targeted Latinos, blacks, and elderly folks with poisonous loan products. And they did this systematically, right? Like Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Citibank have all paid like big settlements because years down the line, because the evidence was there. More and more people in our network started telling us stories like this. And it wasn't just mortgages, it was things like payday loans, car title loans, anything to do with debt in the financial industry, where they were really, and this still continues, we're targeting our communities with these poisonous loan products. And this is, you can call it reverse redlining. National People's Action was born in the fight against redlining, right, in the 1970s. So this was, not new to us. For those of you that don't know, redlining is a practice that has a long history. But in the 70s, before they had computer maps, they had like actual maps where they would actually literally draw a red line around the black community and not make loans there, right? So it stopped black folks for generations from building wealth in their communities. That campaign spread throughout the organization, and prior to the big financial crash in late 2007, we had already protested at Ben Bernanke's house, and got a meeting with him, right? And he told us in that, we told him, look, thousands of people in our neighborhoods are losing their homes. Every other house is abandoned in some of our communities. There's a crisis underfoot. He said, there's no crisis, the market will self-correct, right? And then later that year, literally, Lehman Brothers went under, AIG got a bailout, the rest is history. This is to say, back to my earlier point, the people who are affected by the issues are the experts on these issues. And they saw this coming. And if we invest in their ability to work together, to organize, to come together and build power, and actually listen to them, then we can make a lot of good things happen and prevent a lot of bad things from happening. These conversations between people, they don't happen by themselves, right? It takes organizing, especially as the trend is that the social fabric of our communities is disintegrating, right? The trends are toward more isolation, more individual action versus collective action. And so we need to fight that actively. After the crash in 2008, a lot of us were kind of frozen. And tell me if you remember it this way, but for like a good year, there was no protest against, or nothing visible, nothing major against the banks and the financial industry, right? There are a lot of stories about, and there's a narrative brewing about how the financial crash was the fault of brown people trying to buy too much house. That narrative started to really take hold, and there's, and we said, you know what, we need to take people, we cannot let our own people, let alone the rest of the world, believe that, right? We need to move people from private shame, private frustration, to public anger. And so in 2009, we learned that the American Bankers Association was going to have a convention in Chicago. Chicago, of all places, right? Super hard-hit city by the financial crash. And we said, we can't let them get away with that. So we called, thousands of people across the region and across the country, and 1,000 of them answered the call, and came in from Iowa, from New York, from Nevada, from Wisconsin, Michigan, from all over, and we decided we're going to have our own convention across the river from theirs, we're gonna have this conversation with our people about who actually is to blame for the financial crash, and who's actually to blame for all these foreclosures and communities being decimated. And we're going to invite some of our friends. Like Elizabeth Warren, pre-Senator Elizabeth Warren came and spoke with us about this crazy idea she had about a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that would regulate banks on behalf of consumers. And we took those lessons and we marched. We hit, we did actions on Bank of America in downtown Chicago. We did actions on, all the bank offices and their biggest branches downtown. And so the first day we had 1,000 people. Second day we had 2,000 people. The third day we had 5,000 people at the footstep of the American Bankers Association conference. And we also had, a few hundred people hidden in hotel rooms at their conference who, during the conference were actually able to get inside the hotel and disrupt their conference and get in their faces and tell them what was really happening in our communities. Powerful action. But what's key about that is nothing like this had happened since the crash, right? And so all the media really, for years after the fact, we saw our people, folks like Jose and Sonia, on B-roll that was used on news clips to show that people were angry at the banks. And it was really, this very simple thing that was missing from the conversation was actual evidence that people are up in arms. And that's where we saw the change of narrative, the beginning of the change in the narrative from, this is people's fault to this is Wall Street's doing. I wish there were a timer here so I knew how much time I had left, but 5 minutes? Cool. So the JP Morgan Chase action was also a great one. It turns out, lots of our folks had mortgages with JP Morgan Chase, got predatory mortgages from JP Morgan Chase. And we decided to let them know that at their shareholder meeting, which when we went to see the location where that's going to be held, it turns out they're going to have it not in New York, where they usually had it, but they're going to have it at their corporate headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, which apparently we learned is the largest office building in the world after the Pentagon, second largest in the world. And it's this giant, building surrounded by a giant parking lot, surrounded by, I kid you not, a moat, or like a drainage ditch, but it's there to keep traffic in. And so we said, moat, that's perfect. And as the person who introduced me stated, we built a drawbridge, and we dressed like Robin Hood. And we said, you know what, we're gonna take back what's ours. Again, generated lots of news, visual evidence about the fact that that people are angry at the banks. There's another note that I want to make about this, which is, there's a rich and important interplay between what you call maybe organic social movements and kind of professionalized or institutionalized community organizing. And we see that play out again and again, where the big, splashy, and very resonant movement isn't enough by itself, right? Doesn't last by itself, and that professionalized community organizing also isn't enough by itself. Like, you need both. So you see this with, the previous speaker named the Occupy Wall Street movement, and how there are others now who are really running with those ideas and have been able to turn those, to translate the ideas of 99% versus 1% into things like real traction on the fight for 15, right? Fight for $15 minimum wages in multiple states. We see it in the huge amount of kind of political space that was opened by the People's Climate March in New York City. 400,000 people taking the streets in New York to fight against climate change. It's created tons of momentum for organizers on the ground working on those issues, and not at all least Black Lives Matter. And I'll give a very brief anecdote about that. So this is back in Illinois. Anita Alvarez, for years, was the state's attorney there. She's the state's attorney who famously suppressed the video of the murder of Laquan McDonald, and was responsible for policies that incarcerated really hundreds of thousands of black folks in Illinois. And she had an opponent, Kim Foxx, who grew up in Cabrini Green in the projects in Chicago, believed in restorative justice, wants to work to heal communities rather than punish them. And the BYP 100, the Black Youth Project, got on the streets, did amazing direct actions, got a lot of media attention because it's young black people fighting for their own rights. And at the same time, our members in Illinois, the People's Lobby, Fair Economy Illinois, Illinois People's Action, Southsiders Organized for Unity and Liberation, established community groups. They were out there on the doors, knocking on doors for Anita Alvarez. They produced more volunteer and hours for her campaign than any other organization. And we won that election, and Kim Foxx is now the state's attorney in Illinois. Both the movement and the organizing were critical and insufficient for that moment, and we think there are really important lessons to learn from that when we can take movements and organizing and bring it together. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Jordan, for reminding us all to have a little fun while we're at it. Our next speaker knows how to do that, and he also knows a little bit about overcoming civic apathy, which is the topic of his speech. He has been named by The Atlantic as one of the 100 most influential figures in American history, and by Time and Life magazines as one of the most influential Americans of the 20th century. He has helped us drive safer cars, eat healthier food, breathe cleaner air, and drink cleaner water, and work in safer environments for more than 4 decades. We are here in part to commemorate the publication 50 years ago of his best-selling book, Unsafe at Any Speed, which led to congressional hearings and led to the establishment of the National Traffic and Motor Vehicle Safety Act. He was also instrumental in the creation of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. His recent books include Unstoppable, Return to Sender, The Good Fight, and the bestseller 17 Traditions. He writes a syndicated column, he has his own radio show, and he gives lectures and interviews year-round. Please welcome Ralph Nader.
Thank you. Thank you. I have an awesome subject today. It's called Overcoming Civic Apathy. And obviously, we really haven't been able to find the various answers, although there are some luminous exceptions. And that includes yours truly. Just look at all the elbow room you have today. So I want to start with what I call the civic personality. You know how they say in sports, there are a lot of super athletes, but just a few really make the difference at the end of a game? It isn't because they have superior physical qualities. They have physical qualities others have. They have that nth factor, that will to win. They have that athletic victory personality. Well, in this civic society, we have to develop that kind of civic personality. And it's something we all know in terms of talents. People who have a certain perceived sense of injustice, that's a good start when they don't have to abstract about certain changes that need to be made for a better society. Right where they live, they are being victimized or oppressed or harmed. I'd like to start with 3 very short stories involving Isaac Newton, William Blake, and Albert Einstein. And at one time at a gathering, Isaac Newton was asked by an admirer, Mr. Newton, why are you so much more brilliant than other scientists? And he looked at her and he said, well, I'm not really that much more brilliant than my fellow scientists. I just have a perhaps greater ability to concentrate longer on a problem in my mind. Concentration. Pull that out. Concentration. William Blake in the 18th century and early 19th century, great artist and poet. He was at a social gathering and someone came up to him and said, Mr. Blake, with whom are you living these days? And he looked at the person and said, with whom am I living? I'm living with my imagination. Pull that out, imagination. Then Albert Einstein once said, with typical understatement, quote, I have no special gifts. I just have a passionate curiosity. Pull out the word curiosity. Now you ask yourself, people who are actively engaged in building a more just society and a more functional democracy usually have those traits at one level or another. They're curious because they show up. All over the country, people are telling me, we can't get people to meetings, we can't get people to vote, we can't get people to rallies, we can't get people for neighborhood gatherings about a neighborhood problem. It is very pronounced. These people are increasingly living in virtual reality when they're not busy trying to make ends meet and surviving. They're looking at screens, young people especially, looking at screens, and that's not quite the way to get people out. You get them informed, you tell them about meetings, but getting people to meet people, that's when things are done, is extremely difficult. I was at a gathering once in Massachusetts on a civic organization, and a young man in his early 30s stood up and said, I'm from Weehawken, New Jersey, 14,000 people, down, depressed area, a lot of empty factories and so forth, and things in disrepair. And I couldn't believe how this town government wouldn't do anything about it, you know. So I decided to go to a town meeting. So he gets up, he goes to a town meeting, he's the only one there. So he says, well, you know, maybe it was Super Bowl night or something. So he goes to the next town meeting, he's the only one there in the audience. So I said to him, well, you got 10,000 adults in Weehawken, and you seem to know what most people in the city want. They want a functioning city, right? They don't want to break their axle on a pothole that's been there for 2 years. What if you had 100 people there that had your motivation? He almost fell down. He said, we changed the whole town. Well, 100 people happens to be 1% of the adults in Weehawken, New Jersey. Apathetic people have always fascinated me. I actually dream about them. I try to understand them. Number one, they are clearly in the majority. Number two, they gripe a lot. They have all kinds of complaints. Sometimes it's seen as cynical, but they really complain about a lot of things. Quietly, they don't go out in the village square, but they have a sense of injustice, like everyone else. Thirdly, they almost are unwilling to break their routine. They have their routine, they have their hobbies, they work hard, they raise their family. They do a lot more difficult things in life than spending a few hours a month on their civic responsibilities. They raise children, try that one for difficulty. They take care of an ailing parent or grandparent. They have 2 jobs, they have to pay daycare, they have to commute. They overcome accidents that they weren't anticipating. And yet, can you at least come to the town meeting? You agree with me. You want something changed here. You want the school repaired. And you want the drinking water cleaned up. I'm not trying to persuade you of anything. Just, can you come? Can you show up? Nope. Well, can we discuss it? Yeah. Well, why don't you show up? Hey, you think just because I'm apathetic, I'm stupid? Here's why I don't show up. Number one, I don't have time. Number two, I don't know all those Robert rules and when lawyers for towns tell us to shut up and sit down, and I just don't know. And number three, I don't want to be slandered. I don't want to be talked down to. I don't want to be libeled and all that and get in trouble with my boss because I'm seen as a troublemaker. And number four, even if I had the time and I wasn't blistered by moonbeams and I didn't care about what others thought about me, it wouldn't make any difference because the big boys are going to decide anyway. Those are the 4 iron rules of apathy. So I decided during the campaign in 2000 to take it to the next creative step. So I proposed on the website, and it's still votenator.org, I've left it up for these purposes, the creation of the American Society of Apathetics. I invited people to join. And I said, in the interest of being as inclusive as possible, the Nader Gonzalez campaign is inviting membership in the new American Society of Apathetics. Membership is free and simple, appropriately enough, with no rights because of the Society's dedication to no exertions whatsoever, except to recite the solemn oath of the apathetic to yourself. And here's the oath of the apathetic. Quote, as a member of the American Society of Apathetics, I solemnly swear and declare that I will endure any injustice, accept any abuse, absorb any disrespect, suffer any deprivation, concede any exclusion, inhale any toxics, and avoid any public responsibilities in order to defend my inalienable right to apathy, so help me, my descendants, and my country. End of quote. We got no takers. Someone told me that we put them in a conflict of interest. If they made the oath of the apathetic, they would no longer be considered apathetic. They have standards, you know. So let's find out what worked in the past in terms of civic engagement, because people are people everywhere. They all have their burdens and their pressures. And why did some people in the past show up? Why did 6 women in 1840 show up in a farmhouse in upstate New York to start the women's suffrage movement? What was it about them? 6 women? You know what they were up against? All these industrial businesses and so on that didn't like women because they fought to end child labor, and they were consumer advocates. Price of food, they fought, so on. Why did people show up to vote for the Liberty Party against slavery in 1840? That was the first party of any size to be against slavery. Why did all those workers have those sit-down strikes in Flint, Michigan, and Warren, Michigan in the 1930s, putting all their livelihood on the line? There was no Social Security, no unemployment compensation, 0 to support their families, to form the United Auto Workers. Why did they do that? Why did people march as farmers and sign up 200,000 farmers in 6 months in a few counties in Texas in the late 1880s to start the populist progressive movement, the most fundamental political reform movement in our country. Well, one reason was perceived injustice to themselves. The farmers were being fleeced by high interest rates by the banks, loaned them for crops, and by high railroad freight rates to get their crops to market. The women felt deeply disrespected, and they felt the men weren't addressing a lot of the issues the women were concerned about. The workers couldn't live on what they made. Working 50, 60 hours a week in an auto plant it's not easy. And the hazards and the occupational deaths and the diseases. So we take the first motivation was perceived self-interest. They weren't abstracting to injustices that accumulated all these specific injustices. They hadn't reached that level yet. Some of the socialist innovators in those days would try to get them to a higher level of political and economic transformation. The second motivation that got people to do things was they had leaders who formed political movements. And so more and more people supported Social Security because they followed Norman Thomas, who ran for president on the Socialist Party in the 20th century and pushed Franklin Delano Roosevelt into adopting more social net innovations, like Social Security. And they also pushed the early socialist parties' full health insurance, unemployment compensation, a 40-hour week, progressive taxation, and the like. So you can see that political movements often match civic movements, but almost always civic movements precede formal political movements. Underneath all are citizen groups. That's a pretty good generalization. Now, the third that got people going is more current. How come there are people pushing for a restored minimum wage or a higher real minimum wage, and nothing happened? 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, we push Obama, say you wanted a $9.50 minimum wage in 2011 during your campaign in 2008. The labor unions are supposed to be for it. Nothing happened, and then it started happening in 2012. You know why? It's called money. Justice requires money, and the SEIU labor union put up millions of dollars, and suddenly there were buses full of protesting workers. There were marches in front of Walmart, and McDonald's, and Burger King, and so on around the country. The will was there, but the facilities were not being paid for. And so money was behind a good deal of the success of the women's suffrage movement. Rich women who, from Philadelphia and elsewhere, put the money in. Rich Bostonians put money in the abolition of slavery. The more recent civil rights movement and environmental movements, they were accelerated with contributions from wealthy people who were enlightened. Another approach is to give people a sense of small victories so they get their morale up for bigger victories. So it is important to develop a sort of sequenced movement whereby there are victories along the way, but the major goal has not yet been achieved. Another way is skill. You know, people have hobbies. I'm really amazed by how much time and brain power people spend on hobbies. They spend 300 to 500 hours a year, and they know their hobbies from beginning to end. Poker players, bowling, classic car collectors, stamp collectors, you name it. They really know their stuff. And they spend at least $500 a year on their hobby. And they enjoy it the more they're skilled at it, the more knowledgeable they are. and so move into the civic arena. Obviously, if you don't have any civic skills, if you're never taught it in undergraduate college or high school or middle school, you're going to be less likely to become an active citizen. It just stands to reason. If you know how to do something, you're more likely to do it than if you didn't know how to do something. And so, what are our schools spending all their time on? Computer literacy? Why don't you start with civic literacy? That'd be a good idea. Is there any reason why 100% of all high school graduates should know how to use the state and federal Free Information Act? Information is the currency of democracy. We teach it in our high school in Connecticut. It takes a couple hours. They file a letter to a government agency, I want the meat and poultry inspection reports, or I want the nursing home report, I want this, I want that. That's a great breakthrough, actually, that we had a good part of in the 1970s in the Federal Free Information Act. It's so easy to teach civic skills because when you connect students in the classroom with things going on in the community, they get tremendously motivated. It's real. It's not sitting in a classroom with a computer in front of you, or if you don't have a computer in front of you, the process is memorization, regurgitation, vegetation. Multiple choice tests, next, memorization, multiple choice tests. We are basically training young people to be ineffective and uninterested citizens. We're training them to be cogs in corporate and other bureaucratic wheels, and as a result, they don't live very happy lives. They don't live very lives where they can meet the necessities of life to begin with. Look at health care. Look at the lack of any adequate public transit in so many places in the country, or inadequate housing, and so forth. So we have to say, why don't we start afternoon civic skill classes for students and parents who volunteer? You don't have to change the curriculum. That's very difficult. It would be good if you did, but if you didn't, you can still start these afternoon classes. A lot of schools have empty classrooms, and at least it will start the ball rolling, and you will see how much more motivated the students are in their regular classes, how much more challenging and questioning they are. Now there's another aspect here that relates more to young people, but during the anti-Vietnam demonstrations and college campuses, and we learned something very interesting. And that is, if you're part of the risk as a citizen, you're more likely to be part of the solution. Well, one of the reasons why big business executives never propose solutions for the people where they're employed or customers or communities is that these executives are not part of the risk. They have impunity, they have distance, they have immunity, and they have all the pleasures of life. They're not where the environmental racism is, and the slums and poor areas in our country are huge toxics that they produce. And it's good for students to understand the history. One of the reasons students really stepped forward in the 60s is because they were part of a risk. They could have been drafted. They were part of the risk. They were badly treated in places like in the South, especially if they were minorities. They were part of the risk. And if you're part of the risk, you're more likely to get out and protest and be part of the solution. And that's a very important motivation as well. We have also to ask the question, okay, you have citizens, they don't think they have any power. Marcus Cicero defined freedom as participation in power. So we have to stop just defining freedom as freedom from oppression, from police action, from the oligarchy and the plutocracy. We should define it as well as participation in power. And when we do it that way, we have to admit that most of us don't have any power. Because we don't have the power. We have personal freedom. I mean, you know, most people can choose their friends, choose their food, choose their music, choose who they're going to walk and hike with, choose their mates. They can choose a lot of things, and they have a lot of personal freedom. But civic freedom is another thing. Do you have much freedom to participate in the power that shapes our tax system, our peace and war choices, our local environment, the uses of public budgets, and so forth? Well, the answer is obvious. In most cases, the answer is that kind of freedom is not available. So it's good to start saying, what are our assets? Okay, we don't have all that much power. What are our assets that we can deploy? Number one, we outvote the corporations immensely. We're millions of votes. Corporations don't have a single vote, not yet any. Okay? Number two, we have far more energy than our adversaries in the plutocracy. They just have coasted. They've gotten soft, and they're not that great in number. Number three, we have our consumer dollars. What are we doing? Putting our money in JP Morgan Chase and buying metropolitan life insurance policies. We have some of the most progressive groups in this country. Nation Magazine, Democracy Now!, City Lights, and when I get little checks from them for expenses to go on the show or a little advance, I look at the check. It's JP Morgan Chase. It's Wells Fargo. What are we doing spending money when we can spend money on community banks and credit unions and patronize farmer to consumer markets and local sustainable energy and community health clinics, start them if they're not there. Take our dollars away from global business, you weaken them. They've got $2 trillion stacked up in money, the Fortune 500. That's our money originally. Where'd it come from? It's our consumer dollars. Where'd it come from? The next asset we have is that we own the greatest wealth in the country. What? Come on. Of course. We own, together with all other Americans, the public lands onshore and offshore. That's about the size of the U.S., by the way. All the natural resources. We own the public airways over which the radio and TV stations transmit their programs. We're the landlords. The radio and TV stations are the tenants. And they pay us no rent, and they decide who says what 24 hours a day. Some tenant rights, huh? So you ever look at network TV on Saturday afternoon? Hold on to your stomach. It's like nothing else happens in America except guys going flip-flop in their bikes, infomercials selling you kitchen appliances, grade B movies, and a few sports here and there. Isn't there anything else going on our property? It's our property. Imagine if we had our own audience network. And we have other assets, our tax dollars. We're grumbling about taxes. Why don't we grumble about what we don't get for them? Reciprocity. That's the important thing. What don't we get for our taxes? We've got to be more demanding in terms of what are we getting in return for trillions of dollars of government R&D that we pay for that have built the great industries in this country whose executives take credit for themselves, like the semiconductor industry, a good deal of the pharmaceutical industry, the aerospace industry, the biotech industry, the nanotech industry, the containerization industry. This stuff came out of the Pentagon, NASA, National Institutes of Public Health. See, once you start amassing the assets, we get a higher morale boost. Now, we helped start the PIRGs, and the Public Interest Research Groups. Here's where another morale factor gets in. If it's easy to band together, you're more likely to band together. If you can't find each other, it's hard to band together and become an effective force. So we persuaded students in the early 70s to vote to put a check off on their utility bill and assess themselves $5, $6 a year. It goes into a nonprofit group called the Student Public Interest Research Group, like NYPIRG in New York, MassPIRG in California PIRG. And they hire young people who are lawyers, scientists, organizers, publicists, lobbyists, and they've done an enormous job with a tiny, tiny bit of their resources connected through this facility on their tuition bill. You can go to USPIRG, USPIRG. The head of USPIRG is going to be speaking on day 3 at Constitution Hall, September 28th of this month. So let me end on this note. We need to think very strategically, not just in terms of what's wrong. We need to think of how to have a higher estimate of our own significance as citizens. That's part of civic self-respect. We need to think creatively. How do you develop mechanisms where people band together as utility ratepayers, right? As tenants, right? As workers, right? As taxpayers, right? As consumers in various areas. We need to recognize that the most successful lobbyists on Congress do not mess around with marches and rallies. Have you ever seen the NRA with a massive rally in Washington? Have you seen AIPAC with a massive rally in Washington? It's because they focus on 535 people, their staff, their doctors, their lawyers, their accountants. That's what they do. Focus, complete focus on their members of Congress. Laser beam is what I'm going to say. Focus. And that's how they get leverage. They know there are 535. That's just smart strategy. Developing checkoffs to get people together, depending on their class or their economic interest or role. That's just smart politics. And the final thing is to start utilizing the rights we already have. We underutilize our rights when we're wrongfully injured under tort law, the law of wrongful injury. 98% of the people who are wrongfully injured don't even go to a lawyer to file suit or a claim against their perpetrator. We totally underutilize our rights of contract. We sign on a dotted line or click on. We don't even see the contract. And then they charge us $35 for a bounce check that costs the bank $1.50. Do you ever say to yourself, did I agree to that? Did I agree when the airline said that they can change any deal on frequent flyers without our consent? Did I agree to that? Did I agree when the hospital said, the moment you went through the doors and you signed a general consent form, you agreed not to go to court in case of malpractice? Would I agree to that? The two great self-actuating freedoms out of medieval England to the U.S., the law of torts, the law of contracts. That's what the entire day 4 at Constitution Hall is all about on September 29th. So do spread the word. And remember, out of the smallest exertions can come great movements. Middlebury College, a few years ago, Bill McKibben had a students class. They're talking about climate change. Finally, a student stood up and said, what are we going to do about it? All we do is talk about it. So Bill McKibben said, what do you want to do? Well, we want to march on climate change issues to Burlington, Vermont. So 1,000 students marched, and reporters told them, this is the biggest march that ever occurred in the United States on climate change. And they said, what? Here in Vermont, we're the biggest march? Something must be wrong. So they started 350.org, and it's got chapters all over the world. It's put huge rallies into place, and it has 100 or 50 full-time people already. One little class, Middlebury, Virginia. It is not only nature that has seeds that grow into mighty oak trees. It's you and you and you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph Nader. I'd like to note that we were right on schedule until our last speaker. But that's okay, it was worth it. All right, our next talk will be a panel discussion, and I'm going to introduce the moderator of the panel, and then I will let her introduce the panelists. And the moderator is Catherine Isaac. She is with the Campaign for Postal Banking and a Grand Alliance to Save Our Public Postal Service at the American Postal Workers Union. She serves on the board of the International Labor Rights Forum, and she formerly worked here in this building at the Center for Study of Responsive Law. While there, she wrote Civics for Democracy, A Journey for Teachers and Students, and she also led the Summer Institute on Teaching Activism. Catherine, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My notes out here. So I am delighted to be here today. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel on Teaching Civics, a View from the Classroom. So I'm going to introduce our panelists, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about our Civics for Democracy project, and then turn it over to them, and then we'll do some questions so that the panel can talk with each other after their presentations. So to my nearest left is Ayu Magwood. She is an upper school teacher at Marate School, an independent school in Washington, D.C. She currently teaches U.S. history and an elective entitled Mapping Inequity in D.C. She teaches U.S. history with a mind to preparing future citizens to be able to engage in respectful and informed dialogue on current issues. She consistently shows students how the same ideological value tensions that lie under historical debates and developments also underlie current and future issues. She strives to show them how to understand and respect opposing viewpoints and to counter them with informed evidence rather than with partisan sound bites. She also teaches history through a strong social justice lens. For example, this year she's upending the usual U.S. history chronology and starting the year with a 6-week 1960s to the present unit entitled Understanding the Rise of Trumpism and Black Lives Matter. The underlying objective is to help the students come to an understanding about the rise of income and racial inequality. Next, we have Julian Dotson. Julian is the president and CEO of the DC Urban Debate League. He coaches several debate teams in the public and private schools in the DC area. He taught English and debate for 14 years until he finally devoted his time to expanding the debate league in the metropolitan region. He's a screenwriter, graphic designer, lyricist, and poet, and avid fisherman who loves to tackle tough ideas and approach education with a worldview. This jack of all trades credits his father for forcing him to do what it takes to be self-sufficient, his mother for teaching him how to honor his wife, and his wife of 12 years, Rana Dotson, for seeing the good in the human spirit. He has 3 children, Isaiah, Caleb, and Jana, who all attend the Maya Angelou French Immersion School in Temple Hills, Maryland. And last but not least, Robin Lingo. Robin brings almost 15 years of youth empowerment, nonprofit management, curriculum development, and youth facilitation experience to her role as executive director for Mikvah Challenge DC. A native of the Washington, D.C. area, Robin is passionate about providing authentic spaces for D.C. youth to investigate, affect, and change the world around them. She looks forward to building more opportunities to bring youth voice into local decision-making and to highlight young people's ability to be engaged citizens and community leaders. But before I turn it over to them, I want to talk a little bit about a project that Ralph sponsored in the early 90s, which culminated in a book called Civics for Democracy. So it shouldn't be a big surprise to any of you that Ralph saw a great need for engaging young people in our system of government. But civic education in our schools was, and still largely is, focused on voting, jury duty, and knowing the 3 branches of government. Students need to be equipped with the knowledge of citizen movements in our history, with practical tools of participation, as well as opportunities to practice those tools and build civic skills. Our goal was to train students to be fully engaged as citizen activists, not merely as voters or volunteers. As Ralph wrote, our schools do not teach chemistry without a laboratory, cooking without a kitchen, nor computer programming without computers. Likewise, civics cannot be properly taught without using the community as the natural laboratory so that students can learn by doing. So we began working with educators, historians, and activists to produce this textbook called Civics for Democracy. We wanted first to add curricula, the missing curricula of people's history, of the civil rights, labor, women's rights, consumer, and environmental movements, led by ordinary Americans and an essential part of U.S. history. As historian Lawrence Goodwin put it, one cannot construct what one cannot imagine. We also saw the need to teach practical tools. These include pamphleteering, whistleblowing, forming a citizen group, conducting public education, research, direct action, and citizen lobbying. And we showed students how to use the courts, initiative and referenda, shareholder activism, and the media. We also included activities that allow students to practice citizen tools and skills in the laboratory of the community, gaining confidence and experience to continue the practice of civics throughout their lives. In the 20-plus years since Civics for Democracy, various organizations and educators have made significant progress, especially in teaching a more inclusive history. But there is much more to be done. So let's now hear from our panelists who are doing this work of civic education day in and day out. Ayo?
Okay, I learned that you have to, every time she leaned back, you couldn't hear her, so I learned to lean into the microphone. So my name is Ayo, and I wanted to tell you a little bit about myself, how I got here. So my African-American mother and my white father met each other in 1964, 3 years before Loving v. Virginia, which is the Supreme Court that banned, it struck down interracial marriage bans. So they met each other in CORE, Congress for Racial Equality, a civil rights group in New York, and so they used to take me in my stroller on strikes and marches and with the sign attached. So I grew up in a very strongly social justice background, so it's in my blood. I can't get away from it. Another very formative experience was I spent my 20s in a Maoist peasant cooperative in Mexico. Long story, but that was also very formative. And then my third sort of experience before I got to Murray, which is an independent school for mostly wealthy, mostly white students, is I spent about 8 years teaching in charter schools, in urban charter schools, quote unquote, low income African American and Latino students. So at that school I taught US government, and so it was there that I immersed myself in the whole civics, not just curriculum, but just the whole civics tradition. So I read a lot about civics and really took on that role of trying to make trying to form the future citizens of America. So I was a little sad when I switched to my new school and switched to US history. But I soon found out that actually I think my role is even stronger and even more important. And actually I think I can do more and I can be more effective at forming citizens in US history than I can in US government. In US government I can talk to them about the importance of civics, and we can learn how to do it. But I think a big challenge to forming citizens who can tackle the problems of today is our U.S. history, which unfortunately too much is teaching a very traditional mainstream history that reinforces the current traditions. And, as they say, the master's tools cannot dismantle the master's house. And so when you're teaching this type of a really traditional white man, mythical, if you try hard enough, you'll get ahead type of history, and then you turn around and say, okay, now we're going to talk about race and racial and income inequality, then it conflicts. And so I think you really have to teach the roots of today's problems in U.S. history for the students to understand. You need to get down to the root causes. So I'll give you an example. So this summer, I was very shaken by the two deaths of black men by police and the rise of Trumpism. And I said, I just can't go on like as if nothing has happened. And I emailed my supervisor and I said, I'm just completely compressing the curriculum, and I am making space for a 6-week curriculum on rise of Trumpism and Black Lives Matter, which is essentially the rise of income inequality and the rise of racial, the persistence of institutional racism. I'm going to spend 6 weeks on it. And I said, and not only that, I'm going to put it in the beginning of the year. I'm not going to wait to the end of the year. It's going to start my unit. Got any problems with that? He said, no. I was like, great. So I spent a long time, because it's very delicate, because as a teacher you have to teach in a very in a very objective way, in a very balanced way, and these are very controversial issues. So it took a lot of hard sweat, and I spent a lot of time this summer working out the curriculum and teaching kids to get to. We didn't even say the name Trump until like 2-3 weeks into the unit, because we had to go all the way back to the 1960s and 1970s to trace the rise of income inequality. We had to trace the rise of racial resentment. We had to go all the way back into the roots. And as I told my supervisor, this is not a current events unit. This is the 1960s to the present unit, because this is, all this stuff has been bubbling under the surface, and it's just coming out of the surface now. And I showed the faculty and I showed the kids, I did a picture of an iceberg, and on the very top it says, electoral polarization, Black Lives Matter, urban riots. And that's the part of the iceberg that shows. And then there's a huge under the iceberg. And under the iceberg it says, rise of income inequality, rise of racial resentment, persistence of institutional racism. Because we had to go all the way down and trace back and talk about all those things. And I find it very interesting that, so of course by the end, the kids were able to talk about these issues, the modern day issues, in a very informed manner. But I noticed that I sent my lessons out to a bunch of different social justice educators from across the city, and not a single educator wrote me back. They all said, oh, we can't, we don't have enough time. We have to teach the real US history. There's not enough time for a current events issue, a unit. It's certainly not 6 weeks. And I kept arguing, it's not a current events issue. It's just teaching everything that's happened. But no, we can't. We have to teach U.S. history. We can't take time away from the real U.S. history. Then when the last 2 deaths happened at the hands of the police, my inbox was flooded. IO, send materials on Black Lives Matter. I tried to have an assembly on Black Lives Matter, and it didn't go well. Gee, duh. I wonder why. What did you do? Walk into the room and said, what do you think about Black Lives Matter? I mean, you need to have a fundamental, radical reapproaching of U.S. history. You can't put a Band-Aid on a wound. You can't address Black Lives Matter or Trumpism in a 40-minute assembly. It's not going to work. But is that my time? Okay. So the other thing I want to talk about is how because it took me a long time to work out how to address racial issues. And I want to tell you how it worked out. So as an educator, I have to balance I want to be a non-racist in the classroom. I need to teach the kids how to be non-racist, but I also need to be neutral politically, ideologically. And so that was very tricky. I couldn't figure out how to get that balance. And I needed to get the kids to be talking with each other, and I needed to get the conservative and the liberal kids and black, white, everyone talking. I told them, I said, look, us adults have really divided this country. But I said, when I'm in my nursing home, 40 years from now, 20 years from now, I do not want to hear that you guys ended up dividing the country into 4. I said, I want to hear that this country is still whole. I said, I need you to learn how to talk across difference. It's not about I'm right, you're stupid. I need you to understand each other. I need to reach out and try to understand each other's perspectives. And I need you to try to learn how to have dialogue. We're not debating in this class. We're going to deliberate. I need to learn how to dialogue and across difference and come to compromises that are sort of in the middle so that we stay one country. So that's the constant conversation that I'm talking to my kids. On the very first day of the unit, I reenacted the blind man and the elephant. You know, the old Indian parable about the blind man and elephant. Each person is touching a different part of the elephant. Look it up if it is. And so I told them, we're all touching different parts of the elephant. Whites, blacks, liberals, conservatives, rich, poor, we're touching different parts of the elephant, and then that's why we're describing them differently. We have to learn how to talk to each other across the elephant and figure out how the entire elephant and then figure out what's the solution for the entire elephant. So this is the conversation that I'm constantly having with the students. So this kind of approach plus the root causes are the 2 sort of strategies that I use in my classroom. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll tell you a little bit about how I got to where I am in the education world. I started out teaching in a very rundown neighborhood in Atlanta in the public school system, I guess you can call it, since they call it Atlanta Public School System. And there I was kind of duped into teaching. The principal told me that the students came from old money. And I was new to the area, and I looked around, and I thought, whose old money are they living off of? And I needed a job, and she told me, we need an English teacher, so I taught language arts. And then I moved to this area, and I taught high school in a public school system in Prince George's County. And in that area, I was very pleased with my students because they weren't throwing chairs at me and stabbing each other with compasses and throwing books out the windows and stealing the cars of the teachers. However, that's what was happening in Atlanta. When I got here, the students, their parents worked several jobs, or at least they worked for a very long time, and they didn't have time to actually devote, the type of parenting that I thought every parent should devote to their children. And one student told me that he didn't see his mom all week, he saw her on Sundays, and that's it. And it wasn't because she was a bad mother, it was because she was working constantly. From there, I went to the public school system in Fairfax County and in Alexandria. That's where I started teaching debate and forensics. And that school system is a bit more of a myriad, and it shows sort of more of the cross-sections of America that meet in public schools, traditional public schools that I thought about. One student's parents are really wealthy, and the other ones aren't so wealthy, and those students, talk to each other, and they were in a school, and it felt like, your good old school for what it's worth. Then I moved to teaching in D.C. public schools, and I hit the wall of D.C. public schools and learned a lot about where kids come from and what their upbringing does in the classroom. So I started doing more for debate, and I felt like that was the way to get everyone together and not so much deliberate, but to debate both sides, understanding each side that they debate on. And so I'm here now, and I actually teach a debate class down the street at Emerson Prep. And the weird thing about it is you would think that the school in DuPont Circle that costs $28,000 a year would be a bunch of white kids who are just, rich and sending their students to that school instead of the public school system. But it's a very diverse community of students there, and I was very pleased to be able to teach debate with no holds barred, and that's where I am now. And I'm happy to go into some of the questions that I prepared for. And as you see, I have a notepad, I have notes. So I'm a traditional debate type of guy, so sometimes I'll be reading from the notes, but I might be able to, play it off the top of the dome too. So I'm ready for your question. Well, then I get free talk? Oh, well, I would like to just piggyback on something that she said in the very beginning. When you talk about the United States and you talk about sort of our restrictions in the classroom, I thought, do we always have to be very objective? The answer to that to me is no. A lot of times when you do teach a student, you do have to come from your perspective as a teacher and tell them what you truly believe, because sometimes what you truly believe might not jive with the student that's sitting in front of you, but because they see what you believe from your own view as that teacher for that lesson, it could bring out something that they truly believe, and then you end up having a sort of dialogue that says, listen, I don't agree with you at all. However, you're a human being, I'm a human being, we have our own sets of beliefs. Now we can get somewhere after we decide what we believe is to be true. But when you go against that person and you judge that person solely based on what they believe, and you call that person a moron or a fool or an idiot for believing what they believe, you close off that person to what you might be able to change in your own heart. And when I teach, and when I used to teach more in the public schools, I would kind of cross that line and talk to students about what I truly felt about Freddie Gray, or what I truly felt about a student that was killed down the street. And one time when I was teaching The Bluest Eye to my English class, no one was listening, and I felt this is disrespectful. You guys should be listening to Toni Morrison. But one of the students said, hey man, Apple got stabbed last night. This kid, his nickname was Apple, and everyone was sad about it. So I said, you know, how can I actually go into the next part of the lesson if everyone's thinking about the death of one of their classmates? So we did a round table. We talked about things that are affecting us. We talked about how students in the classroom have real life issues, and we talked about the human level of education and what it should be, and how if your teacher understands what you're going through, no matter what it is, maybe your friend wasn't stabbed, but maybe your mom is thinking about leaving your dad, or maybe you haven't seen your dad in a few years. These issues affect the way students learn in the classroom. And when I tell them to act on it, they don't really know how. So we ended up having sort of a psychology session, and we spoke about issues that really affected us. And then after everyone kind of cleared the air and there were tears shed, and there were some things that students told me about their own personal lives, we ended up being able to move on. And then so there was another thing that I thought about, which was the idea of inherent biases, and how you look at someone 2 seconds after that, you've already judged where they're from, what they're going to say, what they're going to do, or who they are, or who they belong to, or basically you've judged their entire lives, and you treat them a certain way based on that inherent bias. But if you knock down those walls of inherent biases, and you feel like any human being that's in your presence has worth and wealth of knowledge or something that you can learn from, even if it's someone who might be one of your peers, not so much an elder or someone who is younger than you, but just your own peer level. And in the last couple of seconds, I'll tell you why I'm saying that. As a coach, as a debate coach, and as a policy debate coach at one point, I would go to debate tournaments in Shenandoah Valley, and I would be in the judges' lounge, and I'm the coach of the #1 team in Virginia at the time, and people would say, "What are you doing here?" Or, "Can I help you?" And no, you can't help me right now. My team is pretty much doing all right. But in my heart, I was sort of discouraged because I felt that they could have asked me a different question, or they could have looked at me with a different, approach. But part of that is learning and living. And as we all get older, we find out that everyone's not raised the same way. And our own views are shaped by what our parents teach us. And that's why I'm thankful that I have good parents-in-law, and a good wife that would be able to help me raise my children and my students that way.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin, and I'm the Executive Director of MCFA Challenge DC. And before I get started and say a little bit about MCFA, I just want to say that I am really honored to be on the stage with these two amazing educators, because I've danced my whole career around the classroom and never landed straight in the middle of it, and I have the utmost respect for classroom teachers and think they're the real change makers in our society, that they get up every day and educate our young people about the world around them and how to make it into what they'd like to see. So I just really appreciate being a part of this panel. Just a minute about MCFA Challenge. We are named after the late Judge Abner MCFA, who just recently passed away. We were founded by a group of people who had worked with Judge MCFA, he was a representative from Chicago for a number of years on the Hill, circuit court judge, and then general counsel to President Clinton. And when he retired, a group of people decided they wanted to do something to honor his legacy of having worked in all three branches of government, and that it didn't make sense to wait until people passed away to honor their legacy, and they wanted to do something while he was still living. And so they had a dinner, and apparently their first suggestion was a named Hill internship for college students. And Judge MCFA and his wife, Zoe, who was an educator, said, "That is really boring. We have no interest in doing that. Everybody does that." And they got into a conversation about at what point in their lives they had felt like this democracy belonged to them, like they had a role in the way our society worked, and that they had become engaged and interested in politics. And everybody went around the table and talked about a formative experience in middle or high school. Most of the people around that table came from middle-class backgrounds, white people, middle-class men, and they all had these formative experiences where they had felt like they were a part of our system. And so Judge MCFA said, well, we need to do that in Chicago public schools. So they started the program 17 years ago. And originally, the program was just helping high school teachers get young people out volunteering on campaigns. And they did that for a number of years, just helping teachers facilitate young people to go out door knocking and phone banking of candidates of their choice. From that, the young people and the teachers said, you know what, that's great. This is really helpful. We have great discussions when we come back into the classroom on Monday about what we're doing, but we need a little bit more context to be able to think about how change happens. And so from there, we developed what is now our largest program, which is called Democracy in Action. And it's a curriculum called Issues to Action, where we take young people and students through a process of thinking about their community's strengths and weaknesses, what are the issues they see in their community, and how to make change. It's a 6-step process. It's basically a community organizing curriculum that takes young people through identifying an issue, doing a root cause analysis, again, looking at that iceberg situation and thinking about what is below, picking one of those root causes to focus on, thinking about how do you influence a decision maker. So one of the classic examples we always use in talking about the curriculum is if you pick the issue that there is not soap in the bathroom, which to many of the adults in this room may sound like a small issue, but if you've ever been in a high school, in a public high school, it's not. There is often not soap in the bathroom. And you think about then so your issue, what does the principal care about? The principal cares about school attendance. The principal cares about test scores and kids showing up at school. So having soap in the bathroom means that kids don't get sick, that kids come to school, and that's how you influence the person who has the decision. So it helps them think about, instead of just going out and creating posters, what does the decision maker care about, and how do you influence them? How do you get to make the change you want to see? And how do you think about what is the right action? Is that, if you want the food in the cafeteria to be better, is that a protest march, or is that a meeting with the principal? Is that a letter campaign? What is the right way to attack that issue? And then going out and actually doing it. So we started our MCFA Challenge DC last July with about 14 middle and high schools. And we had young people get up and think about, the first part of the curriculum is thinking about what is the biggest issue facing your community. And we have an activity called Project Soapbox, where every young person gets up and gives a 2 to 3 minute speech, delivers a call to action on that issue. And we invite guests and adults to come in and listen to the students, and then have a citywide competition where kids come together from across the city to hear those different issues. From there, each of those classrooms pick one issue and go through the process I just discussed. And so last May, we had a civics, what we called our Action Civics Fair. It's kind of like a science fair, but for community activism. And the students displayed their projects on things ranging from middle school students talking about social media and bullying, to a bunch of our high school students talking about racial profiling and the effects and the relationships they have with police and the Metro Police at the Metro stop. And the actions they took. So some of our students who worked on racial profiling came up with this great Twitter campaign called I Am More Than What You Think, and made t-shirts and did a lot of work with the local police. We had the middle school students did some work around creating a no bullying week at their high school. And then they showcased those results, and we had the now former Chancellor Henderson came and talked to the students about all of the work that they've done. We still also do the work getting young people involved in actual electoral politics. So last January, we took 20 high school students from DC to Iowa, and they got to volunteer on a bunch of presidential campaigns before the Iowa caucus, go out. And if anything about this presidential season makes you a little worried about our democracy, there's nothing like watching high school students be delighted to phone bank and door knock. It was like 7 degrees. Probably -7 degrees in Iowa, and they were just amazing. They were so excited about getting to have that experience and getting to tell people why they thought they should go out and caucus for their candidate. And this year we're continuing to do voter registration, getting young people out working on voter registration, and also thinking and reacting to and talking about presidential debates and the presidential election that's going on.
Thank you, Io, Julian, and Robin. So I just want to ask a few questions of our panelists, and I'd just like to start with asking you if you want to comment on each other's presentations. comes up? Okay. How about talking about some of the issues that appeal to your students or some examples of activism that you've seen or encouraged?
Well, I taught at a charter school that was very, well, I'll just say it. I taught at Cesar Chavez at Parkside, and at that school, it's really important to teach them about, engagement, right? So one of the students was very excited about the opportunity to talk about what affected her life the most and why she wants to be an activist. And it took me by surprise when she told me that she's really, for immigration policy, and she really wants to figure out why things happen on the level that, she doesn't, well, she felt like she could expect some type of change from the bottom up. And she told me a story about her father who was taken away from her, out of their kitchen, and at the age of 5. She was 5 years old. She witnessed this. She didn't know why it was happening, and he was gone, basically forever. And, we went to a march on immigration down in D.C., and she was one of the people who felt strongly about, the issue of immigration policy, and that led me to think about how other students don't have those types of issues. So they just coast through, play video games, read books, watch TV, go to the movies, apply to college, get to college, have a major, and that's it. So the question would be, what has to happen to a kid or to a student that would make them want to be activists? What would happen in their community that would spur them to some sort of action? And that's part of what I had to kind of bring out of students to say, well, it didn't happen to you, but what if it did? Or did it happen to anyone else in the classroom that you might care about?
I mean, I would say just from listening to our students' Project Soapbox speeches, and we had a group of students we worked with this summer who were interning at the DC City Council. I mean, the same things that concern adults about this city concern the young people we work with. I think the number one things that I hear them talking about are gentrification and the rise of the cost of housing and how that affects their families, how that affects what they see as the culture and nature of this city and how they see that changing. And then gun violence and their relationship with the police, I think, those are the things I hear most resonating.
I'd like to address approach a little bit from teaching. My first year in U.S. government, I was teaching someone else's curriculum, and it was a traditional civics U.S. government curriculum, like, oh, American democracy is perfect and wonderful. And the kids reacted, no, it isn't. Boo, threw tomatoes at me. And the kids, the 18-year-olds, I found out did not vote. The second year, I had a little bit more input, and so I said, yes, you're right. America's democracy is extremely flawed. And they said, yes, you're right, we're still not voting. The third year round, I finally figured out how to do it, and I said, our democracy is flawed, but it has a lot of room for change, and citizens are capable of changing it. You are capable of changing it, and here are some examples of people who changed it. All but one voted.
Wow. Great. So you're all three doing work that in most schools would be considered controversial. And I'd like you to talk a little bit about how you've gotten your schools to embrace the type of work that you're doing, or obstacles that you've encountered in trying to do that.
I would just say, at least in my experience in the last year and a half, that most schools, I don't think, actually think that teaching young people how to make change is that controversial. I think, what is controversial is sort of what I was saying, is when adults interject their opinions and their decisions on young people. But if you give young people the chance to think about, well, what's really going on? Why do you think? And you keep asking, well, why is that happening? Well, why do you think that's happening? Well, what's going, and give them the tools to analyze something and let them follow their own process of doing the research. I at least haven't encountered that many people who think that that process is controversial.
My school loves what I'm doing, but the students did ask me. They said, they stopped me in class one day and said, does the administration know you're teaching this? I said, yes. And they said, have any parents complained about this? And I said, no. And one of the ways is because I worked really hard to, like I said, I worked very hard to teach in a very objective manner. And so I had to we don't, one way I cheat a little bit, like for example, we don't really talk a lot about Trump's statements, for example, but rather we study as a social scientist, we study the rise of his popularity and we ask why is he rising in popularity. So I cheat a little bit. I don't ask them, what do you think of Trump? I avoid questions like that. And then the other, I had to work, I didn't get a chance to say it earlier, I had to work especially hard with the issue of race. And I want to tell you how I did that, because on one hand, I want to be non-racist, but on the other hand, I have to be objective from a liberal conservative point of view. So I talked to a black Republican friend of mine and asked him what the black Republican stance on, for instance, the recent deaths on racism, because I figured that would strip the racism or bigotry from the conservativeness. And he said, well, I think that there is racism, institutional racism, but I don't want the government to do anything about it. And so based on that, also I read The Political Classroom by Diana Hess and Paula McAvoy, who talk about this too. And so I divided the question into two. Empirical question, empirical question means one that can be answered by social science data, and that most social scientists have agreed on. And that question is, does institutional racism exist? That I'm treating that as an empirical question, meaning there is a right and wrong answer to that. That is not that you cannot have an opinion on that in the classroom. The answer is yes. Institutional racism does exist. There's no room for opinion on that. However, the follow-up, which is the political question, is what, if anything, should the government do about that? That I'm treating as a political question. That is an opinion-based question that's going to depend on whether you're liberal or conservative. So we've divorced the two. I've divided up the question into two like that, and that also, for one, that's what the data is and the research is supporting. Some people may disagree, but that's what the vast majority of the scientists and social scientists say. And also, you're protecting both extremes in the classroom. I'm sorry to say, but African American and Latino students from being hurt by very hurtful comment, and I'm protecting conservative students, allowing them to have their opinion on the matter as well.
One obstacle that I faced a lot was the fact that, and I do want to talk a lot about what you were saying, but I have to get this in. The administrators that I face a lot of times feel like they have to control what they can control and say to teachers, you can't teach outside the box. We want you to, but we really can't let you do that because we have a curriculum that's from the top that needs to be driven home every day. If you're not on this page doing this thing, doing that thing, you can't teach here. And that's why I was bouncing around so much, because I had to find out where I could be. But then the other idea is the obstacles in the classroom. Students don't want to fail anymore. They don't want to be bad at anything. They don't want to fail. They don't want to stop doing things instantaneously and getting, try again, boom, real fast on their phone or something. The way they think is driven by sort of the spontaneous actions that happen all around them. And they feel like, if I'm going to fail, and activists have to fail. They have to fail and learn from that failure and then become successful later. And to try to teach political activism and just activism in general in the classroom, you have to understand that students don't want to fail, and how can you then make them understand that that's a part of life? You have to fail first or second or over and over until you get to the right, formula to enhance whatever your movement is. Really want to talk about what you said, but I want to be respectful of
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and I want to thank all three of the panelists. You're doing fantastic work, and it was really, really informative to hear about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you to our panelists. Our next speaker is Wendy Fields, and she will be speaking about building a movement. Wendy is Executive Director at Democracy Initiative, and before joining Democracy Initiative, she was the Vice President of Strategic Campaigns and Partnerships at Common Cause, where she focused on linking economic inequality and racial inequality to the democracy agenda. Before that, she spent 17 years at the United Automobile Workers in Detroit, Michigan, and she served as Chief of Staff to UAW President Bob King. She was the first woman to hold the highest non-elected position with the union. Please welcome Wendy Fields.
Good afternoon. I feel like you all should shake it out a little bit or something. Come on. I'd like to offer my thanks to Mr. Nader and the Center for Study of Responsive Law for inviting me to speak today. I'm really a substitute for Karen Holbert Flynn. Let's just get real. That's what I am. And today to speak amongst a group of fantastic leaders in the progressive field. And that panel was great. Didn't you think that was insightful? I thought it was insightful. And actually a great jumping off point for me. I'm here to talk about building movements. And I think that we all know in this room that at the heart of it, building movements is about power and disruption. And it's funny because I started my day this morning with the patriotic millionaires talking about how important tonight's debate is going to be around the issue of democracy. And then I spent the middle of the day with a group of awesome voting rights activists about the need to protect the right to vote. And they are awesome. And now I'm here with you all. So I think I'm coming full circle around on the activism front. But it is about power and disruption. The DI, Democracy Initiative, is a network of 59, coalition of 59 organizations that represent 30 million members. We are activists from unions, civil rights groups, environmental, nonprofits, immigrants, and women's rights groups, and the LGBTQ community, and good government groups. So groups like Public Citizen are in the DI, I'm sure you're all aware of. People for the American Way, Sierra Club, Greenpeace, the NAACP, and the Communication Workers of America and the AFL-CIO. So just a few. Our members are committed to the vision that every voice and voter should be heard and counted regardless of the size of their wallet or zip code, their race, creed, or color. DI members are all passionate about their core issues, but they also realize that their core issues are inextricably linked. Their success and the ability to move those policies are inextricably linked to the impediments in our democracy. And that to be successful and to build power, that we have to have political equity. It is clear, and I'm sure you can sure you can all agree, that we have an outsized influence over our country's functions. What DI members are working to do is tear down the artificial silos that create the perception that these issues are unrelated to each other. And democracy reform. Our members understand that all of the important issues being debated today are impacted by democracy, by the system that controls who can vote and how, who can influence decisions because they have deep pockets, and who is left out completely. As I said earlier, achieving success in climate change, civil rights, women's rights, workers' rights, and racial and economic inequality are inextricably linked to the fundamental pillars of our democracy. To advance any of those critical issues that are at the top of the mind today, we need not only protect democracy, but improve it, expand it, and expand the right to vote and the access to vote, and decrease the role of power and money that is in our politics. So many of our efforts are being invisibly strangled by the power of a few with very deep pockets. Millions of hardworking people contribute to our society every day, but that society is not addressing our issues. We know that to succeed in any of these areas, we have to fix the system, not just Congress, but in states, counties, and towns. And not just in an election cycle. It's not just about this election cycle. It's about governing. It's about the everyday impact these policies are manipulating the system in ways that most people don't even know about, let alone know how to fight against it. We need a clear understanding about election laws and procedural laws that might be cloaked in jargon that makes it sound remote and unconnected to our everyday lives. But that belief is exactly what allows those with money and power to do what they want and not be held accountable by the public. I think about the manipulations are real for everyday Americans. They are real when resources go to a town with an even higher income level than Flint, Michigan, to make sure their water is clean. They are real when politicians use their obscure rules to halt progress on gun safety, policies that the majority of Americans from both sides of the aisle support, clearly. They are real when harmful voter ID laws are put in place that bar members of our society, our parents, our neighbors, our friends, from exercising their constitutional right to vote. We must stand together to disrupt that power dynamic. That's the movement we need to build in order for all of our other movements to have a real shot. First, we need to demand that our leaders, from the presidential candidates to candidates running for city council or state legislators, tell us where they stand on the question of democracy. Are they going to continue the status quo of pandering for our votes up until Election Day and then ignoring our needs and priorities to appease their donors from November 9th on? Or are we going to hold them accountable to truly represent their constituents? Second, we need to take those answers and speak with our power, the power of the vote. We all know that the greatest power that everyday people have is in our ability to elect or reject leaders by voting. We need to vote. And we need to encourage every single person we know and those we don't know to vote too. We have to encourage and inspire people to vote because the more people vote, the more protection we have. It is about our power. Most of the time when we do pay attention to democracy reform, we concentrate on what's happening at the federal level. And that certainly is important. Public priorities and opinion often fail to translate to policy because once Election Day is over, as I said before, policymakers aren't influenced by the public. They are influenced by money flowing into their pockets. And even more frustratingly, they use loopholes and tricks to manipulate democracy. You know, and you've seen it in the Senate. Senators abuse the rules, hold silent filibusters, fail to bring critical legislation to a screeching halt, bring it to the floor. They leave nominations, as we know, critical nominations in our judicial system, hanging out there to dry. And we have no Supreme Court, one Supreme Court justice missing. On an often unrelated project or provision that scores points back home, they can be fully ready to pass legislation when it serves their interest and serves that of the special interest. This stranglehold on our democracy must end. However, this isn't just a problem that we need to fight on at the federal level. That goes without saying. The saying that all politics is local, but unfortunately we know that, so the power of big money. In Chicago, which is in the news every day, for example, a few powerful players with deep pockets control the elections. While only 15% of Chicagoans make more than $100,000 a year, in their last mayoral elections, 63% of the donors did. This donor class does not represent the diversity, values, or interests of that community. So this year and every year after, we need to disrupt the status quo on more than the federal level with our votes. We can't waste our power by just focusing our attention and votes on the presidential election. And I say this, the DI will work really hard in this cycle to make sure that people vote the entire ballot, from the bottom to the top. This is about this is an election about us and our election of the kids that this great panel talked about today, that it is important for them to hit every box and send a very, very strong message to every state legislature and county across this country. The role that money plays in politics has been exposed this past election cycle like none other time before. We know that this election cycle, as I said this morning, is the cycle that really no one can argue, no one could argue, that reform around the amount of money that flows into our elections, no one can continue to go unchecked. We must have strong disclosure. We must have great transparency. We must have the ability to see who is buying whom and hold them accountable for every act they take. Finally, we have been, I'm going to go off script a little bit. We've had some really successes around public financing. Public financing is what, if many of you are old enough, like me, Jimmy Carter ran in a publicly funded presidential election. Remember that? Who remembers that? It was a pretty good system, wasn't it? So many in the good government groups have been doing very successful public financing reforms in this country. New York has some, not perfect, right? But still. Connecticut, recently Maine, Seattle, and today, like last year, 79% of the voters in Chicago voted for public financing, small donor matches in Chicago. We have yet to move that legislatively, but that was the question that was on the ballot. Today in Howard County, Maryland, how many of you from Maryland? How many of you from Montgomery County, Maryland? So Montgomery County, we passed public financing in Montgomery County. You should be applauded. And we're going to build on that this November with a similar ballot initiative in Howard County, Maryland. So across the country, we are beginning to build momentum around public financing and small donor campaign match to reduce the amount of money and to allow anyone to run for office and begin to sort of have a reflective democracy. So this year, and voter laws. You know there's a voter ID fight in Missouri. How many of you know that? Few, so let me tell you. We all know that voter ID is a form of voter suppression. We agree? Yes. All right. Now you're alive. You started to make me nervous. I had to go off script here. Come on, you got to help me out. And really, it says that in order to vote, that basically the notion they put out there is that there's voter fraud in this country. When we know that there's very little evidence to that point. And that's all designed to create chaos and fear, to divide and marginalize, and to distill our power, right? You agree with that? Yes. Now we're cooking. So in Missouri, the chamber and some corporate folks, we'll leave some of them to be unnamed, put a ballot initiative on the ballot initiative to require voter IDs in the Constitution. How about that? Yourself. I was wondering how you were going to get out of here. Again, we need to be thinking about not just defensive fights like that every day, but really the DI is working with good government groups to expand the right to vote, the successes of automatic voter registration, not just limited to Secretary of State's offices and for those that have vehicles, but for those who have public services, that you would come, you become a resident, you automatically register to vote. We are looking to expand things like same-day voter registration for, especially in communities of color, urban communities, rural communities, where people kind of move around a lot. They don't really know where their polling place is, right? So same-day registration is important. We're moving those kinds of agendas across the country. So it really is important to have a sort of multi-pronged democracy reform where we talk about the things that help us win and build our power as opposed to the negative. Agree with that? Yes, ma'am. All right. Ma'am, we don't really need. But anyway, So it is why the democracy initiative was formed, was to not just be talking about it from a policy perspective, because that's important, right? But as I said in the beginning, it's about to put the real story, the narrative, the impact, what that power and that stranglehold has done to our communities. If you care about clean water, clean air, the largest inequality and the divide in this economic inequality that we have seen in our lifetimes, if you care about the fact that government was put in a place to create public service, a fully functioning government is how you deliver on the promise of democracy for everyone. And so if you are for that vision, then you have to be for a proactive reform driven by the people and not expect the institutions to do it for you. You agree with that? Yes. We're in a good place. So the role of money, as I've said, there's some really great initiatives and we need more to come. But, so if we are to sustain our momentum past November 8th, as I said again, we get focused on the election and less about the governing. Right? So it's a two-step process. We have to be moving to create a real disruption that then opens the door for progress for all of our movements. We need to hold our leaders on every level accountable, not just when they're running for office. That's how you build trust. At the DI, we will be excited, we hope, in the fall, depending on who wins the Senate, to work to change the Senate rules, to have a talking filibuster, to be able to create an ability to bring bills forward. So we all know the problems, but we know the solutions. Despite what they say, we all still have power. We really do make a difference. And you see those movements out there. You see it in the criminal justice reform sector. You see it around climate change. You see it around the millennials. You saw it in the primary. So this is our moment to build on those reforms today and going forward. So for us, it's breaking down silos across groups, really pushing a reform agenda that helps and makes changes in our community. So I appreciate your time. Have a great week. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy Fields. Before I introduce our next speaker, I'd like to ask if anybody has any note cards with deeply insightful and penetrating and thought-provoking questions. If you do, please hold them up, and we'll be around to collect them. And be patient, somebody is coming. Okay. Our next speaker is Mitch Rofsky. He's going to address the subject of civic engagement, the responsibility of business. Mitch is president of Better World Club, which is the only green alternative to AAA. Better World stands apart from AAA's highway lobby agenda and offers many innovative services and discounts, including the only nationwide roadside bicycle assistance. He has been devoted his entire career to socially responsible business. He was present at the creation of a number of important progressive business institutions, including the National Cooperative Bank, Working Assets, Business for Social Responsibility, and the Better World Club. He has lobbied Congress on behalf of Public Citizen, and he is here with us today. Please welcome Mitch Rofsky.
Well, as has been mentioned, I've been in business for the past 30 years, banking, mutual funds, insurance, and I'm fudging to make myself look younger so I don't get depressed at the beginning of the talk. You might ask, this is a public interest conference. What are you doing here? After all, business people are uncaring, money-hungry egomaniacs. Well, let me amend that. Business people have been stereotyped as uncaring, money-hungry egomaniacs. The sad thing is that stereotype has been fashioned as much by business people as by anybody else. In DC, the stereotype is nurtured, as many of you here know, by the trade associations such as the Chamber of Commerce and the Business Roundtable and the National Federation of Independent Businesses, just to name a few. I learned about this firsthand when I was working for Ralph and Public Citizens Congress Watch up on Capitol Hill. My concentration was the banking and judiciary committees, and over again I ran into these groups and their refusal to negotiate reasonable legislative compromises to address critical economic problems. And frankly, I was surprised. I was shocked that these groups all promoted laissez-faire economics, as if all business people were on the right wing, as if all business people thought they, believed in Milton Friedman and they were Barry Goldwater Republicans. Well, my parents were business people, but they were Hubert Humphrey Democrats. They weren't Barry Goldwater Republicans. And so I thought that represented at least as many business people in this country, maybe even more. So I sat down with Ralph, and he and I discussed the need for business organizations that represent them. And out of our discussions, and then out of the work of an association of progressive business leaders, the Social Ventures Network, Business for Social Responsibility was created. Subsequently, the American Sustainable Business Council was organized for legislative advocacy, while BSR focused on corporate practice. And I was the first chair of Business for Social Responsibility and currently on the board of the American Sustainable Business Council. But obviously, the stereotype of business as uncaring, money-hungry egomaniacs hasn't changed much. And I haven't even mentioned Donald Trump by name. The fact is, business people, along with liberals and all Americans, need a new frame. After all, as Karen just mentioned, our problems remain significant. Everybody here is aware of global warming and what's going on with our environment. Everybody here is probably just as aware of what's going on with income inequality. The working class is falling out of the middle class. Now, the upper middle class is growing, but most of the working class isn't going up with it. It's not the 20th century anymore. We've dropped 6 million manufacturing jobs since the year 2000. During Reagan, manufacturing was over 20% of our economy and finance was under 10%. Today, those numbers have turned around. And obviously, that hurts the working class. So, shouldn't this be an opportunity for liberalism? Well, for one thing, I'm disappointed in the nature of how the campaigns have gone thus far. But what it really comes down to is that liberal framing is terrible. Conservatives want you to believe that the appropriate political frame is the one we've had historically, and that everyone here is familiar with. It's freedom versus the government. It's the individual versus the government. But in fact, that's not what economic policy is about. That's not the appropriate frame. The appropriate frame is, it's the marketplace versus the government. Now, conservatives believe that the marketplace is perfect, and by perfect, I mean optimal and self-correcting. Socialists believe that the government is perfect, and by that I mean optimal and self-correcting. It's only liberals who understand that neither is perfect, that both the government and the marketplace are flawed, and you need each to mitigate the flaws of the other. Liberalism is not becoming socialism. Despite Bernie Sanders, liberalism is not becoming socialism. As a matter of fact, if anything, it's vice versa. If you look at socialism, the democratic socialist countries of Europe, you will see that the government is shrinking relative to the marketplace. So take Sweden. In the early 1990s, government spending in Sweden was over 70% of the economy. Today, it's roughly 50%. And that's happening throughout Western Europe. So, if anything, as I said, liberalism isn't becoming socialism. Socialism may be becoming liberalism. Now, the marketplace has many virtues, including the fact that incentives, rewards, and losses are put in the right place, which is huge. and which government almost certainly won't do. But at the same time, we need business to recognize the imperfections of the marketplace and to be willing to do something about it. Here are just some of the flaws of the marketplace, and not necessarily an exhaustive list. The most obvious flaw in the marketplace is what are called externalities. Externalities are pollution. It means a business can impose its costs onto other people. If I'm imposing carbon on the entire world and don't have to clean it up, that means I don't have to, quote unquote, internalize those costs. It costs me nothing to impose my costs onto you. That is an obvious marketplace flaw. The marketplace does nothing to force businesses to internalize their costs. Another flaw is risk. And I should add that with many of these flaws, someone could stand up and say, no, that's a virtue. Yes, many of the marketplace flaws do have a positive impact, but we have to recognize that they can be both flaws and virtues, and while not eliminating them as virtues, we need to do something about them as flaws. So risk is another marketplace flaw. If you do not have the money to handle risk, you are in big trouble. What do free market economists say? Oh, they say you can handle risk, just go out and buy insurance. Well, guess what? The Conference Board says that over 30% of the American people have no discretionary income whatsoever with which to buy insurance. And let's take a step away from that just for a second to look at discretionary income. This is another problem of liberal framing. As you know, we're talking about inequality, and when we talk about inequality, we're talking about household income. Look how much difference there is in household income. And that's one way of looking at it, obviously. But perhaps a more important way of looking at it is discretionary income, that is, income after necessities. Okay, now we're looking at the fact that, as I said, over 30%, close to 40% of the American people have no discretionary income whatsoever. And then another, 10 to 20% barely have any. So we know what happens with people who don't have the ability to buy insurance. But then we also know that if you focus in on the next, on the 20% who have a slight bit of discretionary income, people are going to make bad choices. I mean, when your money's that tight, you're not necessarily going to spend it on insurance. In fact, a book was just written recently called Scarcity, which goes into the bad decisions people make when their money is tight. So anyway, this is why we need universal insurance, as we've done with Social Security, unemployment, workers' comp, and even our bank accounts. So obviously, we need it for healthcare and any other area where risk is too much for people to handle. And I want to add that national insurance is not socialism. Okay, it would be socialism if all the doctors worked for the government. But when we're talking about insurance, we're talking about having a marketplace, but mitigating the flaws of the marketplace. The next flaw is lack of freedom. Again, the free marketers just frame it in terms of government versus the market versus the individual. But no, if you have no money, you have no freedom. I've already mentioned that nearly 40% of Americans have no discretionary income, which means that they have political freedom, but their economic freedom, their everyday life freedom, is extremely limited if it exists at all. Another flaw, of course, is inadequate information. Again, conservatives say, let the marketplace handle it. People will pay for it when they need information. But when consumers don't have the money to pay for it, bad choices are going to be made. Consumers will be harmed, and the marketplace will actually be distorted. And just as an aside, my company, Better World Club, is looking at one aspect of this now, which is consumers need to have information on a company's actions beyond price and quality. That's why we're looking to launch Buying Power, which will provide social ratings, including environmental, labor, safety, and social impact at the product level for thousands of products. And afterwards, thank you. We're looking to launch it before the end of the year, I hope. If anybody wants to discuss it afterwards, I'm happy to do so. The next flaw is luck. And I guess I could mention Donald Trump here. Some think that choosing your parents is a skill, but I think most of us would agree that it's actually luck. So should capitalism depend on luck and inheritance? The Republicans are going to do away with the estate tax the next time they get in power unless we dedicate the tax. The most popular taxes are dedicated. Social Security taxes, gasoline taxes. People may be trying to mitigate them. George Bush is a good example. He was trying to change Social Security, but he wasn't trying to do away with Social Security taxes. We should be looking at the estate tax and figuring out how we should dedicate it. My argument would be, let's dedicate it to a purpose that parallels what estate taxes, what estates are about, which is inheritance. That is, we could take the $20 billion in revenue, divide it among the 4 million births, that's $5,000, put that in an estate tax, in a equity fund for all newborns. That $5,000 at historic rates would grow to $200,000 in today's dollars by the time people are 60. And at that time, depending on their need, what we would be encouraging them to do is to give it to the next generation, so that virtually every single American would inherit somewhere between $200,000 and $400,000. Now compare that in today's dollars. Now compare that to what is going on today, when half of all Americans own no equities whatsoever, and the median that people own is roughly $80,000. So basically, you'd be changing America by turning the estate tax into capitalism for all. Now, the final flaw that I want to point out is lowest common denominator. And many times lowest common denominator, when it comes to the price side, can be good. But when it comes to wages, salaries, et cetera, it often is very bad. And that leads to our need for regulation. That's right, I'm a business person advocating for regulation, because we need regulation to deal with the lowest common denominator, as well as many of the other issues that I've already mentioned. So if I want to provide family leave, if I want to provide a higher wage, if I want to provide any number of, a living wage to my employees, the marketplace just may not let me do so. Okay, we may need regulation to keep the marketplace playing field even in the best possible way. So, what's really going on is we have a new economy. As I already said, this is not the 20th century anymore. And there are just two huge factors that both business people and progressives are not facing up to adequately. The first is globalization. Okay. So how do I know that globalization is having this kind of effect? Well, back Franklin Roosevelt's deficit, federal budget deficit, was 4.25% of the economy, of gross domestic product. Ronald Reagan's deficit was 5.25%. Obama's deficit was 10.25%. Roosevelt's deficit reduced unemployment by 40% in 3 years. Reagan's reduced unemployment by roughly 36% in 3 years. Obama's reduced unemployment by 20% in 3 years. So why does a deficit that's twice as big reduce unemployment half as much? Well, I would argue that globalization is the reason that our money's now going over all over the world, and it's true of any economic model. Our money, whether it's monetarism, whether it's Keynesianism, whether it's supply side, our money is all over the world, and therefore not having the same impact. There's a check on that too, is if you look at growth rates in the various recoveries to recessions, you will see that they're always declining, that they were at their peak in the early 50s, and then they've declined, and people talk about how great Reagan's economy was, but it wasn't even as good as Johnson's economy in the 60s, and again, I would argue that that's because of globalization. Meanwhile, the other huge factor, obviously, is technology and what's going on with technology. Now, of course, it's one of the toughest issues to confront because technology does create jobs as well as destroy them. But some recent economic studies have said that most of the 6 million in manufacturing we've lost has been because of technology. How many people here know what the #1 male occupation in this country is? Anybody want to take a guess? The #1 male occupation is driving. trucking, delivery, taxis, limos. And we're on the threshold of driverless cars, right? Uber, which is out advertising for drivers, is already started testing driverless cars in Pittsburgh. What will be the impact of that? And if driverless cars are safer, by the way, as advertised, what will happen to the jobs of body shops and repair shops? Now, as I've already noted, globalization and technology do have their advantages, and you can make a case that overall income will increase from either one of them. But should that justify it if almost all the benefits go to the top 1%, go to the top 25%? We need to be looking at what the impact of all of this is on the bottom 50%. Now, I want to be clear. I believe in free trade. I believe in free trade with Canada and Europe, countries that have similar consumer, environmental, and labor laws that we do. You know, when we're trading with other people without tariffs or anything, then obviously we're undermining those very laws and the people who benefit from them. So we need to figure out how to get money into people's hands, even apart from work. Okay, one model, if people here or some people here might be somewhat familiar with it, was the Alaska Permanent Fund. In the Alaska Permanent Fund, people receive a check every year from oil royalties. Recently, every Alaskan got $2,000, man, woman, and child, which means if you had a family of 4, you got a check for $8,000, which, you know, is significant. We need to be looking at that at the national level. Okay, you could have carbon tax money, you could have broadcast spectrum money, you could have any number of sources that would put money into people's hands. We also need to figure out how to make it easier for employees to earn a share of the businesses they work for. And then we need the universal trust funds that I mentioned above. So, as I mentioned, we need capitalism for all, where people would still manage their money. There would still be the marketplace. They would not be dependent on the government per se, but they'd have the opportunity to grow their assets. But it's necessary because we all understand the marketplace isn't perfect. What can people here do? Well, first of all, if business people are not if you're not a business person, then you need to be talking about the flaws of the marketplace with your parents, your friends, and other business people. If you are a business person, you know, we need you to look at Business for Social Responsibility. We need you to look at the American Sustainable Business Council. But we also need you to consider joining your own Chamber of Commerce and starting to talk about this stuff to other business people whose instincts may not be may not be ours. Anyway, capitalism for all is a form of civil engagement and a response to the new economy that business people should be able to support. Conservatives support the Alaska Permanent Fund, so perhaps they will support capitalism for all as well. Thank you very much.
You know, I didn't mention when I was introducing Mitch that he's a graduate of the Wharton School of Business. You may not believe that, but it's true. That's right. So, so something must be changing there. Okay, for our next talk, it's going to be a panel discussion with Ralph Nader and Kim O'Neill, and they're going to discuss the new Citizen Library. Kim O'Neill has been a school teacher in Liverpool, New York for 35 years, and she also served on the National Board of Middle School and Childhood Generalist Standards Committee. She currently sits on the board of directors for the National Council for the Social Studies and the Commissioner's Advisory Panel for the New York State Social Studies Education Department. Please welcome Kim O'Neill and Ralph Nader.
This is going to be a great opportunity because few people know what's going on in the schools, as Kim O'Neill does, both as a teacher and a long-time high-level official in the National Association of Social Studies Teachers. So I just want to frame the discussion with what I mean by a new citizen library. There is no citizen library in the United States, in the world, as far as I know. This would not only be a library that would do traditional library functions of archives and books and digital information sources, but it would be a teaching library, both direct and by remote technologies. It would take a successful pilot project here and tell everybody about it and show how others can do the same thing. So you have an emulator function. It would propose new ways that people have written about, but they haven't yet applied into how to create thousands of citizen groups. We need thousands of citizen groups, local, state, national. When we look at how we progressed in this country, it's because we have a handful of citizen groups. So how do you start a local neighborhood group? How do you start a national group? How do you start an international group? How do you fund it? What are the mechanisms? Who do you go to? How do you recruit good people? There need to be hundreds of thousands of new jobs in this civil society that are not charity jobs, they're justice jobs. A society that has more justice needs less charity. Like soup kitchens we have, and they're important for hungry people to have food, but why do we have a country that has to have soup kitchens? We're rich enough so people can have a good livelihood and not have to go to soup kitchens. So that's the difference between justice and charity. So I want to start the discussion with what is the field of opportunity where a citizen library, should it ever get funded by either some rich people or foundations, what would be the field of opportunity? It would obviously be students. It would be schools. That's where you would start. The earlier, the better. The earlier, the faster. And we've all been to grade school and high school. I considered it a huge waste of time. I think you could teach everything in 8 years in 2 years and find something else for the kids to do if they can be kept off the street. And it isn't because the teachers don't want to teach it. It's the bureaucracy, it's the red tape, it's the pacification strategy of those who have control over the society. It's a lack of imagination. There are great examples here, there, all over the country in schools, but they don't get diffused over thousands of schools. That's one of the problems that bureaucracy generates. So let me start. When we talked on the phone, Kim, you mentioned that social studies are under tremendous pressure because Leave No Child Behind and they emphasize the sciences and math, but the humanities, history, politics, study of government, economics, that leads possibly to free thinking. That's pretty dangerous. And so this could be education in contrast to training, computer design, code, that sort of thing. So let me ask you, tell us what the situation is in thousands of schools around the country in social studies. And first, for those who don't know what social studies covers, the subject, just quickly define it.
Very quickly, it would be all the disciplines: geography, history, civics, economics, the social sciences. We're very inclusive. We like everybody. And it's just a great honor to be here, and I love to be in a room that looks like I'm in a social studies classroom, so thank you very much for choosing this. That's quite appropriate. To tell you what is the state of social studies, I would have you just picture an electric stove, 4-burner. And the 2 front burners, pots are on there, they're boiling away, things are going crazy, and you could think of that as your English and math. The back 2 burners, the next one's, it's going okay. Maybe it's not boiling over, but that's science. And then the other one, remember it's electric stove, the burner's turned off, but at least the lid's on the pot, and that's social studies. Because at this point, we are so marginalized, it's unbelievable. In the elementary classroom, if you're getting 15 minutes a week of social studies, that's unbelievable. That's the truth. I mean, that's what's out there. It's so marginalized. And you want to say, well, why is that? And you mentioned it with No Child Left Behind, because they were like, well, let us have the schools have a report card. Let's make them accountable. Let's have assessments. Social studies isn't tested. So at first, we're like, oh, we're not going to have to be involved in any of this. Isn't that something? But if you're not tested, you're not counted. So therefore, there are no funds put towards the content. It's unbelievable. So the National Council for the Social Studies, of which I'm the past president, of course, we have one lobbyist. I like the group you said that had 400, but we have one. And then those of us on the board will go to the Hill and we'll meet with our representatives. And I'm thinking, well, I'm with the choir, right? Because everybody there must be a political scientist major, right? Right? So I thought everybody would be pro-social studies education, and they just go, well, we really don't have anybody who's heading that department, but we'll give you our STEM person. So I meet with them, and I said, isn't this sort of an oxymoron that you all are here, and this is your interest, but you don't support social studies education? And I go, I grew up in the Cold War. Maybe this is a conspiracy or something. I don't know. And they said I was giving Washington too much credit. But it's very serious. It's very serious. And when I see it here today and I listen to you want engaged citizens, you want people invested in democracy, we want people to feel empowered, we want critical thinkers, exposure to a range of perspectives. I'm sitting there going, isn't this social studies? But yet, we here are under this marginalization that is just frightening and for the foundation of democracy. So I sound like a rabble-rouser and scaring you, but you need to know about this.
Well, what about the social studies teachers? How many thousands of them, and why don't they organize and have a full-time group to advance and protect their careers by having a full-time group of advocates who can be one step removed and have the social studies teachers feed them all the information and how the propagandists are eroding the most important subjects in school. I mean, these are the most important subjects. Our founding fathers, when they went to Philadelphia in 1787, as far as I know, none of them were experts in stagecoach technology. They knew jurisprudence, philosophy, sociology, history. That's what they brought to their deliberations. So what are all the social studies teachers doing? I've addressed the social studies teacher convention, and it is a big convention. So you got a lot of numbers. Are they intimidated? Are they frightened? Lack of leadership? Are they worried about the boards of education, the corporate influence, the politicians in City Hall? What's your view on that?
Well, first of all, we have 10,000 members compared to, say, other groups, other content areas that may have 60,000. When I spoke with someone, I said, how is your membership? They go, I won't tell you the group. But they go, it's really dropped. I'm like, oh, yeah? They go, yeah, we're only 60,000. We had 100. And I'm like, oh, well, we're 10. We had 20 to 30. So you're saying, why aren't social studies teachers out there? They are, but again, you have to realize that only half of the states require government and civics as a requirement to be taught in the high school. So your level of number of teachers that are out there wouldn't be the same as in some of the other classes.
This is amazing. I had no idea it was that small.
I'm so happy to tell Ralph Nader.
Yeah, if you cut the number of time, you cut the number of teachers, right? Okay, so what about the parents? You don't need 80% of the parents to be concerned about this. What about 2-3%? Are they worried that their children are not being taught how to be good citizens, how to be skilled citizens, how to stand up for their rights, how to pursue their aspirations?
Well, when you talk about the testing, again, as we're saying, if it's not tested, there's this perception that it's not important. And when you start that and you build upon that, and this has been going on now since 2001, and it's just perseverated that now we get into the Common Core, that all went crazy, and people were so focused on the math and the ELA. And that's been where the monies are. I now work for, I'm retired, but before I retired, I became a national board certified teacher. And because I worked on the standards committee, I have now worked for them. And what we've been able to do is to take a look at certified teachers' videos that they submit. And we're able to look at those and pull out, what are the social studies pieces of accomplished teaching that you can see. One of them is Take Action. So, we're getting it in there. But in order to be funded by that, it's a nonprofit, so the grants that were coming in, I'd go, oh, do we have one? Can we do the social studies yet? And they'd say to me, well, Kim, they wanted to do science. So it was so hard to get anyone to be any kind of grant funded for social studies.
The foundations aren't stepping
They're
up.
not interested.
Ford Foundation, Rockefeller, MacArthur, none.
Let's meet some. The ones that are truly.
Let's bridge science courses with what social studies courses should be concerned about. Let's say you got high school students in chemistry courses, biology courses, physics courses. They usually have labs. And let's say as part of the curriculum, they test the local drinking water. So there's a periodic report from the students of Ajax High School on the local drinking water. They learn how to do protocols in heavy metal testing, cadmium, arsenic, lead, etc. And they then learn a bit about the drinking water safety law, what their rights are, what the local municipality has to report to them, and periodically about what's in the drinking water or how underinvested they are in the public works. What happens when you take advantage of this tilt toward so-called science, STEM, etc., and you bridge the two? Would that be controversial?
Some areas are doing that. Some schools that I actually know are doing that. It's just that it's not necessarily being done. So it can be done. What would be the push to do it? Would be the teachers being able to collaborate. So, you have a lot of pieces to put together there. Primarily, that might be something more in a higher, say, secondary level.
Let's take another one. And our C-SPAN audience might want to pitch in their local schools with some of these ideas, as well as our live stream. Let's say you had a government class in high school, and the teacher decided to have a part of the course do a voting record of the local state legislature or Congress. Let's call it Congress 101 or State Legislature 101, where they look over the voting records, what the campaign finance pattern is for their lawmakers. They try to interview them. They put it out on the internet so it reaches a large audience. The politicians know the students are going to do this. It really gets them interested in government because they see how important they become. Just by sheer knowledge about what their legislators are doing, they distribute it all over in the districts. Would that be too controversial? It's a good way to teach civics.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be controversial. It'd be depending on where you'd be able to do it. If it'd be a high school, what level, middle school, if depending on what the report card was for the testing, the middle school might be very limited in the social studies classes. There might be, again, that push towards the ELA. So, because social studies isn't necessarily mandated in middle schools, so you have that little bit of a leeway there where it's not taught. So sometimes you're finding groups, a gap, among students, depending on what schools they go to, what areas, as to who's actually getting any civics education.
But what about the standardized curriculum? Will that eliminate any kind of individual initiative like this by the physics teacher or the chemistry teacher?
Often it comes right down to districts, say New York. It could be different states. I don't know many different states, but sometimes it's at the district level. You can have a state standards, state framework, and from within that, the districts control.
How do you think the students would react? I mean, one of the problems with students, short attention span, nonstop looking at their cell phone, and being bored. And that's what I hear, being bored and so forth. Do you think this would really excite students? I mean, they become very important in the community, let me tell you. I've seen.
I totally agree, and just personally what I did, it was more through grants, were things that I did with my students in the community, because that was always trying to be the reach that I was trying to do. But if it's not written in, I'd not necessarily say it's going to be happening.
There was a fifth grade student in Salt Lake City about 20 years ago. You probably heard about her because she got national attention. a little girl came in and said, there's a waste dump down the street. And the teacher said, what do you mean? And so she took the teacher down, and it was a whole square block that was covered with shrubbery. It turned out it was a waste dump. And so she put the students on the project. And, they had press releases. It became minor celebrities. They cleaned up. The mayor ordered the cleanup. And so the teacher wrote a book on kids and social action for all teachers. And she found the fifth graders incredibly mature. You know how young people are. If you have low expectations of them, they'll oblige you. If you have high expectations, they'll surprise you. So she was really surprised. And Salt Lake is kind of conservative, Utah, but this affected everybody. It didn't matter what the ideology was. People don't like, cloistered toxic waste dumps. Let's take the fifth grade. I've often told by teachers that the peak of idealism and imaginative questioning is about 11 or 12. After that, they have other things on their mind. And by the way, Ronald Reagan was more terrified being questioned by teenagers than any of the press corps. One of them once said to them, to Ronald Reagan, asked a question right out of the blue, and Ronald Reagan blurted out, 80% of pollution comes from trees. Well, not many reporters would provoke that kind of response. So what do you think of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th grade for really getting down into civics, practical civics, learning about their community, going to historical society, learning about the rivers and lakes and woods and whatever?
I think you should
Parks.
be a superintendent or at least be doing some curriculum writing. I mean, it's what was done. It truly was what was done. We had tremendous social studies programs. And again, because of this testing and this focus, and that's where your funding's coming from, we was just marginalized. And when I talked about the pot on the back, remember I said it was an electric stove, so there's still a little bit of energy, still in that burner, even though it's off. And that pot had the lid on. I mean, we still feel social studies is sizzling. We had, our own national standards put out, the College Career and Civic Life, called C3. And within those 4 dimensions, one is take informed action. So it's there. New York State put it into their framework, which is, where I'm from. We had a commissioner at the time who took the only state to take Race at the Top monies and put it into social studies. The only state. He happens now to be the Secretary of Education, John King.
Yeah.
So, we're very pleased about that. But
I think we're neglecting that age group tremendously. Because I once was chatting up with a group of 10-year-olds, and you can't believe the questions. Look at the imagination. It's snuffed out a few years later. Girl stands up and asks me the question, why does Coca-Cola cost more than gasoline? What? He said, yeah, that's when it was. He said, a gallon of Coca-Cola costs more than a gallon of gasoline. And she says, sort of simple, Coca-Cola. And see the imagination there? To even ask that kind of question. Because gasoline, you got to get the oil, fracking, refine it, ship it, and so forth. And it comes in cheaper than Coca-Cola, which is, water and a formula, as I said earlier today, from Atlanta, and some sugar. And then someone else asked me that they were figuring out, this is when you had long-distance calls. They couldn't figure out why it costs more to phone New York to Los Angeles while someone could fly from New York to Los Angeles cheaper. So long-distance call costs more for 5 hours than getting on a plane flying. I'm saying to myself, look at the combination of imagination here that's snuffed out by a whole variety of things. My sister Claire started a little bakery project in Connecticut for 5th graders. You can't believe how excited they were to bake their own bread, something real. And they took it home to their families and said, look, I baked this bread. And we had someone come up and talk to them about grain and yeast and, all the processes before they got the flour. So in a simple Question, give me your most revolutionary thoughts.
Of getting social studies education back on the burner?
Yeah.
I really feel if there's a way that we can collaborate, be it the various organizations, the content areas to work together. Right now we're trying to do that with science because they don't feel they're right on the docket. It's other organizations if we can just work together to get the word out there because we're just sort of by ourselves and people they can't believe it. They can't believe that it's happening. So how we go about that, as you say, trying to get membership, we've tried and tried, obviously hasn't worked. How do we get our membership working together and being advocates? And what I really think, we've spent time at the Hill, I think it has to be right back door to door. I think it has to be right back in our own communities. And that's really where I think the focus is going to have to be to let something happen. How do we do that? We turn to you, I guess.
There is a drive for experiential education, as they call it. What do you think of that? That's, where you give the students experience.
Well, I mean, in a sense, social studies, we're all in this inquiry arc. We're into the compelling questions. So actually, that's how we want to teach it. It's not the memorization that maybe some of us have grown up with. It truly has come with a question. Why can't we get everything we want? Present that to even seniors, actually, as a topic, as a question, get involved in the rights and so on. So that's really the way we want to teach social studies. We want to do it, but
give the audience around the country your website, your contact information. So if they want to start something in their local community, no excuses there. You got parents who would love to have their children come alive intellectually and normatively, and instead of coming back sort of drudgingly from school.
But NCSS.org is the National Council for the Social Studies website, so NCSS.org, and in front of that you can just say K. O'Neill, 1L, O-N-E-I-L, at NCSS.org, and we will certainly work with you, with our state councils, to revolutionize and get social studies education truly back into the classrooms.
Do you have materials that you can send to them?
We sure do.
See, years ago we started what we call an academic cookbook. It's for the people. It had all kinds of projects for high school students, for example, learning how we should select a jury so it's representative, learning how to rate hospitals, learning how to compare food prices in different supermarkets for the same brand to see what the best shopping location is. And
we're ready.
Yeah,
we got the stuff.
Yeah, it's so simple.
Teachers are ready to go. That's why it was great to hear these people speak.
Yeah, well, they can learn all. They can learn how to put on a news conference. They can learn how to develop coalitions. They can learn how to avoid being discouraged, because the history of success is always preceded by discouragement, or failure, defeat, and you got to rebound. They learn how to share credit. You want to know what I think is the worst peril to education today? Well, Karl Marx once said, religion is the opiate of the people. That's pretty offensive to a lot of people. I think there ought to be a modern version of it. The cell phone is the opiate of the people. And this is an addiction. It is a narcotic, especially for younger people. They have it in their hands all the time. And when you look at the screen, the television screen, the computer screen, the cell phone screen, 10-year-olds, the studies show, 7 to 8 hours a day. 7 to 8 hours a day. And those aren't even the ones that are addicted to video games. I mean, that's a 24/7 problem. So how do you face up to that? Do you think schools should ban cell phones in the classroom? Do you think colleges and universities should do it? What's the point of lecturing students and having interaction with them, and they're sitting there figuring how they're going to win a video game or whether they're going to buy some clothes?
Well, what they've done is try to use the cell phones within the lesson. So it's not that you're watching a video game, but whether it's looking something up or they're trying to incorporate it because the fight was just almost too big to.
All right, so recently I was talking to a high school, and after the speech, six students went and had some food at the cafeteria. So they pre-selected themselves. They wanted to know more. So I'm talking with them, and suddenly I realize they're terribly fact deprived. How can you have an information age and be fact deprived, right? So I said to them, do you know the names of your 2 senators? No. Do you know the name of the governor? It's Connecticut. No. How about the name of your member of Congress? No. Well, do you know any Supreme Court justice? No. You know why they don't? Because they can get it instantly on the internet. So why bother putting it in their heads and developing a context day after day where they can build on it? So I think we've got to do something like an arm around the shoulder, because we're allowing a complete generation to grow up supremely unself-conscious about their addiction, because it feeds their ego. It feeds their befriends world. It feeds what is gratifying to them. I mean, sometimes I have to tell young people when they're crossing the road, hey, look the other way. They're looking down. Petitioners can't get signatures as fast per hour because everybody's walking down the street looking at this thing. What's your answer to that? You think I'm exaggerating?
Well, I don't know if it's just, quote, young people. I've seen some over.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. But
just wanted to put that out there.
No, it's all, but it's very pronounced in terms of the lack of self-consciousness of what it's doing to their brain. So what would you do?
I guess we put stock in Apple. I don't know. I mean, I don't really think there's, at this point, I'm sure we look back in generations, they could say it would be the television, the telephone. It's being able to use it in a positive manner versus, as you're saying, put it into a negative. So I don't have an answer.
There is a big difference. The parents can turn off the television.
Well, you can also disconnect there.
Yeah, you can pull the plug. Are we left with electromagnetic attacks? That's the only thing to do with it. I think, there's a writer in Canada who wrote a bestseller on the unself-conscious society. And I think we really have to pay attention to it because we could be running uphill forever unless we get the people's attention. And if there's no attention, if there's a short attention span, you can't get anywhere if you don't have people's attention, young people's attention.
But I think it goes back to, as you're saying, to engage people in something that means something to their lives, which drives me back to social studies, and that's what we have to get them engaged.
Which is person to person, outside of virtual reality, in the real world.
That's social studies.
And they like that. They like that. It's a social interaction.
Yeah.
You have to save them from themselves, right, Kim?
Yeah, okay. I'm ready.
Any last thoughts?
Again, thank you for being there. Anything that you can do, people to get the word out there, that if you want citizens to be the foundation of what we have for a democracy, we better get out there pretty fast because we already have had 10 years where it's really been slipping out of the classroom.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Kim
you.
O'Neill. Thank you. Thank you, Kim O'Neill. And I hope those of you around the country seeing this will connect because there are a lot of good materials out there. It's amazing how many materials for civic activity everywhere on every conceivable specialized issue. And there are manuals and paperbacks and websites. I just want to make a few comments on this idea that it doesn't take more than 1% to make change, as long as you reflect the public sentiment or public opinion. And we heard earlier today, there's a lot of left-right support. There's a lot of non-polarized opinion out there on all kinds of very important issues. But, if you're ruling a society, how do you control people? One way is you divide and rule. 2,000 years, divide and rule. So you take the areas of real division, reproductive rights, school prayer, gun control, etc., and you hurl the focus, and the media follows, on these kinds of conflicts and their repercussions. Whereas the areas that are more unified among people, 70, 80%, 90% of public opinion, that's considered dull for the media. That's not conflict. It's not static. People don't shout at each other. And yet, we are losing the great asset of social consensus, which really starts making change. We're seeing it now with the minimum wage, 75, 80% support an increase. We're seeing it with criminal justice reform. We're seeing it with breaking up the big banks that are too big to fail. We're beginning to see it on the bloated military budget. Congressman Ron Paul got together with Congressman Barney Frank, I want to talk about, and they formed a Defense Department caucus in the House of Representatives to deal with cutting down the defense budget's waste and redundancy. So it does come down to not just the 1% or less. We got bills through Congress where we're lucky to have 300 people around the country supporting us actively. But we had public opinion on our side, and we had the ear of some key members of Congress, and that's what you need for the mass media to start covering it. They like to see power. They don't just like to see good ideas. So the 1%, however, is got to be deconstructed a bit. The 1% has to work through full-time groups. There have to be full-time groups. For example, a lot of people talked about drunk driving for decades. Not much was done about it. And then a woman lost her daughter to a drunk driver. Her name was Candy Leitner in California. And she got real angry. She didn't just have knowledge about drunk driving in the succeeding months. She had fire in her belly. She had emotional pitch, which broke her routine. She started the group called Mothers Against Drunk Driving, chapters all over the country, and laws were toughened, and it had an effect on reducing drunk driving. Ralph Hotchkiss, for example, had a bad bicycle accident when he was in high school. He became a paraplegic. He studied engineering at Oberlin. He decided that wheelchairs were crummy, they were expensive, they were unstable, they broke easily, and they were controlled by a monopoly called the Jennings Corporation out of London. And he broke that monopoly, and he invented all kinds of ways where wheelchairs could be built, sturdy, inexpensive, simple local materials in third world areas, and he did it as a paraplegic. And he got the MacArthur Genius Award at one point, but he had an organization at San Francisco State. There was a structure there. As one of the founders of the European Common Market once said, without people, nothing is possible. But without institutions, nothing is lasting. So we have to build many more civic groups. And you can see what a few civic groups have done for our country. The NAACP, for example, the American Civil Liberties Union. These were not huge groups, but they reflected people's sense of fair play and justice. And they won cases, and they got laws passed. So we know it works. We just need more citizen groups, and more young people have got to say, I want to start on my citizen group. I want to be a leader, not just a follower. The idea of developing expectation levels, just a minute on that. If we don't have expectation levels that are high, the politicians will give us all kinds of low expectation levels, right? And if we think politics is a dirty word, why are we surprised when we get dirty politics? Because by saying politics is a dirty word, we have lowered our expectations of our political representatives. So you see, it becomes a downward spiral. And we stop learning from history. It's easier than we think to make change. How many times do we have to prove that throughout American history? How many times do we have to prove that a few people make the difference, that one person can make the difference, in order to encourage more people to step out into the civic arena and make the difference? Now, part of the expectation level is self-respect. You have to have a higher estimate of your own significance. and what you're going to accomplish in life. So when you retire, you look back on your life. It's something more than making a lot of money or trivializing your talents. And only you can decide that. Somebody's got to help save the equatorial forest. Somebody's got to save the ocean. Somebody's got to reform the tax system. Somebody's got to build decent housing. Somebody's got to abolish poverty, which is perfectly within our capability. Western Europe essentially abolished poverty. Somebody's got to do all these things, so why not you? And I think it helps to go back in history, especially for the young people here, and I want to show you what happens when you don't have self-awareness and self-consciousness. And now you'll think it's crazy when I tell you what it was like in colleges in the 1950s and what it was like on airlines in the 1950s. And then you have to ask yourself, what am I not aware of now? Like the multiple ways corporations are strategically planning every aspect of your life. They're planning your education, commercializing your childhood, planning your genetic inheritance, planning public budgets, tax systems, foreign military policy, planning the food. If you don't have Mike Jacobson in opposition, they're planning land use practices. They plan everything because they want to control everything, because that's what they do. That's what's in their DNA. It's called predictability. Predictability is under their control, and their commercial values extremely focused, extremely motivating against the civic values that they have to shunt aside, co-opt, or destroy. So I'm at Princeton University. In the 1950s, I walk into my classes, I can hardly see my students, my fellow students. Do you know why? They're smoking. They're smoking. Now, what would happen if you went to your class at Hood College or Goucher College, whose students were invited, but the teachers couldn't be bothered, or the administration? What would happen if you walked into class, people smoking? You'd be totally off the wall. Okay, see what I mean? Okay, I'm at Harvard Law School. We have 550 students, 15 women, one African American called the Negro, and a couple Hispanics who were the children of oligarchs in South America. You think any of my white male colleagues were worried about that? I would write about it in the Harvard Law School newspaper. They couldn't care less. I would talk to the professors, and they were the best and brightest law professors in the world. And if you didn't believe it, you just had to ask them. And I'd say, why aren't there more women? Why aren't there more Negroes in the class? And they'd say, well, as far as Negroes, we don't have any discrimination. If they get a good SAT score, LSAT score, they're qualified, we'll let them in. Never mind that the standardized test correlated heavily with income level and whether you grew up in a slum with sirens and rats or whether you grew up in Scarsdale, New York. But what about women? Well, I was told by a professor, women, a seat at the Harvard Law School is very valuable. And if we have more women, they're going to graduate and they're going to get married and have babies and not practice law. So it's a waste. Best and the brightest, you see? Now, you wouldn't catch a Harvard law professor saying that if you gave that professor $1 million in 10 years. You see how things have changed? How many people were responsible for those changes? Tiny, tiny fraction. And then they built the public sentiment behind it. At the Harvard Law School, there was a course on criminal law. It was all street crime. There was no course on corporate crime, like there wasn't a corporate crime wave then. There was a course on estate planning, but it was only multi-million-dollar estates. That's where the money is when you graduate. There was no course on environmental planning. See the difference? There was no course on civil rights and civil liberties. You took some constitutional law courses, but basically there weren't. Now there are seminars, there are clinics, there are all kinds of things now. A bunch of students protesting did that with some professors. So what I want to convey is, what is it today that we're not aware of, that we would be absolutely shamed 15, 20, 30 years ago for not being aware of it? And that's what education is partly about. It's raising your level of awareness and self-consciousness. Last point, thinkers read, readers think. Too many people have become illiterate. That is, they read, they know how to read, but they don't read. They engage in bits of information and don't move it to knowledge, to judgment, to wisdom. And that's the sequence, right? And as a society, we know a lot about how to improve it. All kinds of pilot projects in schools and energy and public transit and arts and healthy participatory sports, but they're not diffused enough. But we have the examples. They work. They're on the ground, here and there. We also have all kinds of solutions that aren't on the ground at all, although they're starting, like solar energy. Hey, you know, that's been around a long time. Now it's being deployed. Solar panels, photovoltaic, solar thermal. I think it's irreversible. Why did it take so long? Because the fossil fuel industry and the nuclear industry had the political power. So let me add to that just for a moment, which is, what is the future hold for a society that can fill Constitution Hall 2 weeks ago, every seat, with Bill Maher talking off-color jokes? Now, I like Bill Maher. I'm on his show once in a while. We are going to try to fill Constitution Hall for statehood for the District of Columbia, which does not have the vote, in Congress. It's the only national capital that gives people its vote, the vote that strips them of the franchise. You wouldn't want to bet how many people show up. What happens when people do not want their rights, do not avail themselves of their rights, do not know about their rights? So we get down to the basics here. I hope that those of you who watch this on television, those of you who have come here, will be explicitly inclined to talk to your friends, neighbors, relatives, and coworkers. Everything starts with a conversation. Everything starts with a person-to-person conversation. And in so doing, we start things underway. That's how the students became a force in the 60s. That's why we think that the title of these 4 days, Breaking Through Power, It's Easier Than We Think, which I've put in my little paperback book that's just out. Breaking Through Power, It's Easier Than We Think, is the first step to overcoming people's discouragement, disillusionment, sense of powerlessness, sense of possibilities going nowhere. We have to believe in ourselves. And believing is a good thing if it's preceded by some thinking. And thinking is not the top priority of our formal educational system or our mass media or the controlling processes of corporations. They have an interest in stupefying the public so they can make more money over an uncritical citizenry. I want to switch now to your questions. Now, I'm not able to answer all your questions because our speakers are not here, but we've selected almost all of them directly or indirectly. I'm going to read them and then respond to them. The first one is, if I heard you correctly, you have phoned Bernie Sanders 18 times without his returning your call. So sad. We need our heroes cooperating. What can we do to bring the two of you together so we can benefit from your synergy? Correction. It's been 18 years since he's returned my calls. And I knew him before he was mayor of Burlington. We've never been in conflict. He's just a Lone Ranger. There are some good senators in our history who are Lone Rangers, and they don't do what Senator Paul Wellstone did, was connect with the citizen groups all the time. And it's unfortunate, because if the citizen community doesn't connect with leaders in Congress, obviously less gets done, because it's got to be a constant vibration back and forth to keep the momentum up. Oh, a dozen at least, a dozen times. I wrote him letters, invited him to symposium on corporate power. I don't know. I think ask him. I'm not going to speak for him. How do young people passionate about progressive change balance their desire to advance social good with a society or economy that's hollowed out public institutions and civic organizations? What's the best avenue to make advancing social good a career? I would say joining the state public interest research groups. If you go to uspirg.org, that's the national student-funded group with full-time people that represents the state public interest research groups, such as the one in Colorado or California or Massachusetts, as I mentioned, or other states. And see if you can start one yourself, even a small one, right on campus. You develop a check off on the tuition bill, or you have an allocation from your student government funds, and get it underway. However small, it will give you experience, and it will connect you to all kinds of civic groups where you can pick and choose which one you want to intern with, which is step 2, which one you want to work with, which is step 3. It's also good to read certain very influential books that have been written, like Saul Alinsky's book, Rules for Radicals, on how to organize, how to mobilize people out of their sense of hopelessness or passivity. And they're very good books like that. I was motivated a lot by books, to a point where I would read the muckrakers of the early 20th century. I'd be so excited, I'd be trembling, holding the book in hand. I could never stand bullies, even when I was a kid. Couldn't stand a 6th grader beating up a 4th grader, just viscerally. Couldn't stand it. And so when I became an adult, I realized there are a lot of corporate bullies around. So it was an easy transition. Third, this election has made me question whether we need a president, a Congress, a Supreme Court. Elected officials just direct power and wealth to the 1%. What's in it for us? Can we have a healthy society without them? Well, this seems to be a theoretical anarchist, which is a very well worked out philosophy, very much local, very much consensual, neighborhoods, co-ops, things like that. David Graeber, I think that's his name, he's one of the leading anarchists. He worked with Occupy Wall Street. He's teaching now in England. He was pushed out of Yale University, considered too radical. And he wrote this book, 5,000 Years of Debt, which is a fairly good bestseller. And so when this question was posed to me, I didn't take it as a frivolous question. It's not like we're about to abolish these institutions, but we can develop a lot of local self-reliance, as Neil Seldman indicated. Local self-reliance is a way of drawing consumer dollars and other energies away from the giant corporations. It's a way of, you can regulate them and they have power, you can litigate, but drawing away for community institutions is another good way. And Yes Magazine, which is available free out there, is the chronicle of community businesses that, in effect, provide goods and services that big business provides, but in a much more accountable and often improved manner. Another question is, with respect to global issues like climate change, on which level should activists focus most of their attention? Federal, state, or local? Take your pick. They're all crucial. Can't do one without the other. And I think Right now, there's more local activity than what's going on in Congress, which is gridlocked. And as a result, most of the rich people like Tom Steyer, George Soros, Al Gore, who are big on climate change issues, will not fund a major lobby here in Washington whose only purpose, several hundred people, is to go up on Capitol Hill and turn it around, connecting with grassroots efforts. So you can't, politics is not a one-clap effort. You have to have two to clap, the local and the national. Fifth question, if you were to propose an alternative to our present government, what good examples would you follow, and how would you avert problems like our society in the future? Well, tweaking, I would like to have public funding of public campaigns, instant runoff voting, it gets rid of the so-called spoiler, which is a politically bigoted word directed to third-party candidates only, and proportional representation, which makes every vote count. Right now, for example, in Germany, if the Green Party gets over 5%, it gets over 5% of the parliament. If it gets 10%, it gets 10% of the parliament. If it gets 3%, it doesn't get anything. So the cutoff is 5. What do you think the cutoff is here? You get 49%. If your opponent gets 51, all the votes for the 49% don't count. So proportional representation, that's one reason why they have a bigger voter turnout in other countries. And I would also have voting as a universal duty. There's a whole Bill of Rights. We have no duty in the Constitution except the 7th Amendment, jury duty. And I think it should, if you're going to have to obey a lot of laws legislated by a lot of lawmakers, you should have a role in choosing those lawmakers. And someone say, that's a violation of my civil liberties. No, it isn't. Not if you can pick none of the above. If you have a none of the above choice, which means I don't want any of them, I'm going to have a protest vote, and it's binding, and it wins, it cancels the election and the candidates, and you have new elections in 30 days with new candidates. That comes in at about 85, 90%. And people won't have to stay home where they don't count. Half of them stay home, 2/3 of them in primaries stay home. They can vote none of the above. And if you don't like that, you have a write-in vote, you can write your own name in. So that takes care of that. In terms of a more fundamental thing, system of government, parliamentary governments do not gridlock because, in effect, the executive and the legislature are one. So you have members of parliament that are ministers of foreign affairs, ministers of the environment. If they win, they can get things done. In our country, if the good person wins the presidency, it can be blocked by the Senate or the House and the filibuster, and critical issues are no longer treated with any measure of human time, and it's a system that we have now is becoming more and more destructive of our democratic process and the ability to make government work. In the 1840s, when the main employee of the federal government was your postman, maybe it wasn't that serious. Now it's extremely serious, especially when the congressional branch can give up its right to declare war and to propose budgets initially and other duties under the Constitution and get away with it. Next question is, are there any statutory regulatory protections for whistleblowers after they've made their disclosure, support, financial or otherwise, for finding new employment with back pay benefits, other remedies? Okay, well, sometimes when they win the case, they then can file for back pay, and sometimes they get a portion of the win, the bounty that you heard about from Professor Vaughn, a percentage of the recovery of the fraud that the corporation inflicted on, say, the Department of Defense. And other times, they're cast aside. It's the saddest situation you ever can see. These heroic whistleblowers saved lives, saved money. They were right, and they're thrown aside like flotsam and jetsam. And that's why there are some groups now working on this, I don't know their names, to help people after they've taken their conscience to work, blown the whistle, done what they were paid to do, and then left without any job and stigmatized. What would you say to the claim that racial equality and police violence is more important than class action lawsuits to compel corporations to produce safe products. Why do we have to choose? It so happens that street crime, including police violence, is a fraction of the number of preventable deaths and injuries and diseases that corporations inflict on people. I mentioned some earlier. You can see hundreds of thousands of people are dying due to violative standards in hospitals, air pollution, product defects, occupational diseases. So we have to do both. But it's a good idea to sensitize people to the reality that silent forms of cumulative violence that end up in cancer and respiratory diseases are given a fraction of the attention by the media that street crime is given. On the very day that the bomber put the bombs in a trash can or whatever in New York, it was blanket 100% coverage on the TV for 2 days. No, there were 29 people injured, none serious, thank goodness. In those 2 days in the New York area, 60 people died from preventable malpractice or hospital-induced infections. Nobody writes about that. Politicians are not asked to talk about that. Daily, the question is, I get solicitations from organizations against Citizens United. They're public citizen, Move to Amend, Represent Us, Democracy Spring, Democracy Awakening, and Citizens United. Please speak to the dilution of a united movement to get big money out of politics and democracy reform in general. I don't think it's diluted. I haven't been enthralled by all these groups should get together and form one giant group. That creates bureaucracy. It stifles initiatives. What I do want is to see these groups get mass media. The idea that we've given up 24 hours of a public airways, largely to advertisements, comedic shows, sensational news partially, and junk programs, when all these activities that citizens are engaged in all over the country, the only way they can get through to people is through C-SPAN. Just through C-SPAN. C-SPAN only has so many cameras and so much time. And so we have to be far more demanding of controlling what we own. We own these assets. And I think you should, for example, go to your friends and neighbors, say, what are you doing on Saturday afternoon? And they say, well, nothing much. What do you got in mind? You say, well, let's turn on the network TV and see how they're abusing our property. And when you meet people, instead of say, hello, how are you? Okay. Sometimes you're not okay, but you say, oh, fine. Why don't you ask them, hi, how's your civic life? And teachers should say to their students, can you write a 1,000-word essay on your social life? Sure. Can you write a 1,000-word essay on your academic life? Sure. Can you write a 1,000-word essay on your athletic life or lack thereof? Sure. Well, let's start with a 1,000-word essay on your civic life. Can you do that? Very few can do that. Teaching is a wonderful accordion. The more you expand it and squeeze it, the more delightful is the music. And we have to expect our teachers to do that through strong parent-teacher organization. Last question. If we are so united on the issues, why are we so divided on the policies and politicians? We vote for gridlock, and what can we do about it? First of all, you don't have enough choice on the ballot. In most districts, state and congressional, there's really one incumbent, and the others flailing away or not even on the ballot of the two parties. That's called gerrymandering. The politicians now in the great republic of the United States of America, land of the free, home of the brave, pick the voters and get away with it. I mean, I think voters are entitled to be a little indignant. Hey, what are you talking about? We're supposed to pick you, and we're supposed to have choice, and not just tweedledum, tweedledee on military issues and on Wall Street and on campaign funding, even though you may be a little different on social network issues. So we got to be more demanding. It's amazing how people can get really upset about small things and be completely oblivious to the big things because they don't feel they can affect the big things. And that's where the civic self-confidence, the sense of leadership comes in. So what can we do about it? Every time we want to meet a politician, you know, it only takes 300 people on a petition to get a senator to come to your community. That's how few people turn out. I mean, they say, wow, 300 people. And you tell them with a PS in your letter of invitation, you want 600? We'll do it. That'll really freak them out. And then you set the agenda. You're up here and they're there listening to you. Can anybody stop you from doing that? Whenever people says the powers that be, the big boys will control the big corporations, ask yourself what you can do to start counteracting them that no one can stop you from doing. Like summoning your members of Congress or state legislature to your own town meetings. Who can stop you from doing that? There are all kinds of things nobody can stop you from doing to get the ball rolling until you become a critical mass. I have a question to ask the audience. Everything starts with knowing about the problem in your head and having the requisite moral indignation to be your engine of action. Okay, so there's an old Chinese saying, 14th century Ming Dynasty. When you hear it, you won't forget it. Here it is, quote, "To know and not to do is not to know," end quote. To know and not to do is not to know. Couple that with Cicero saying freedom is participation in power, as I noted earlier, you've got a pretty good formula. Couple that with your own self-respect and estimate of your own significance in making this world better, from the neighborhood to the international sphere, and you'll get the requisite moral indignation. So I just want to ask you, for my own information base, how many people in this audience now are more morally indignant than when they came in this morning? Okay? You've got the fire in your belly to make the difference. And the fact that you even showed up tells me that you're a special audience. And I hope you'll come in the next 3 days and you will call people and say, come to these convocations. They are not put together like this very often. And we want to see people here as well as through C-SPAN and through live stream. If you want more information on how to come to these convocations, go to breakingthroughpower.org, all those of you around the country, or go directly to Ticketmaster if you're in the general DC population area. Let's see more of you in the next 3 days. Thank you very much.